Volume 14, Chapter 650. No, I don't want to hear it. Kyle stood up and moved back. He turned around only to notice everyone's eyes fixed on him. They all felt bad for the illusionary figure kneeling behind Kyle. After all, by simply listening to the chat between Lilith and Nathaniel, they grasped what happened in this location. Of the three creators of the tomb they stood in, two turned against the third. Jayan let out a sigh. The world is filled with greedy people. I hope this man's soul has found peace. His words were cut short by Kyle's chuckle, which caught everyone off guard. They all stared at him with perplexed looks. How could the silver-haired man find joy in what they were witnessing? Kyle glanced at Jayan and shook his head. Don't jump to conclusions. Do you even know if he has passed away or not? Jayan glanced at the figure behind Kyle. The silver-haired man had been behaving as if he knew that person, but how could that be possible? This tomb was made hundreds or maybe thousands of years ago, and Kyle had never been here before, just like the rest of them. That's why the words Kyle spoke a while back were puzzling for him. The survival of the old tale. Which old tale were you mentioning? Are you familiar with the history of this tomb? Jayan glanced at the ice enchantress. After inscribing symbols all around the chamber, she had began moving towards the kneeling, injured man behind Kyle. Yue gave Kyle a worried glance. Just like Bia, she could sense it. He was definitely not fine for some reason. Kyle hummed softly at Jayan's question. The memory playing around him persisted. The chamber resonated with nothing but Lilith's sobs as she dropped to her knees before the injured man and began to apologize. Nevertheless, Kyle didn't glance back to observe further. He had already witnessed and verified what he sought. I disclosed the identities of the two who betrayed him. Aren't you all curious about the poor soul who got betrayed? At that moment, Asher grabbed his ears with his hands and cursed. His panicked eyes met Kyle's amused gaze and he mustered a dry smile. No, I don't want to hear it, don't say it. I don't want my life to get complicated, I haven't even seen the outside world. Kyle raised an eyebrow at the half-dragon, a bit surprised that Asher had caught on even without knowing what he knew. Asher's words left everyone even more puzzled, and upon seeing his pale and sweaty face, they couldn't help but ponder who the man in the memory seemingly on death's door truly was. Nine stepped up to Kyle. Hey, ignore the half-dragon. I want to know, so tell me the name of the man kneeling behind you. I doubt he's a big deal. His name's probably faded into history. His eyes showed a touch of sympathy for the man, but not much. After all, he didn't know the man personally. Jayan and the others agreed with Nine. Bia left Yue's shoulder and landed on Kyle's shoulder. She was already aware of A's, so she was somewhat mentally ready for what was to come. Kyle glanced at Nine with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The scene playing behind him began to shift once more to show the last piece of the ancient memory stored in the chamber. He's actually pretty well known in the whole universe. And not just me, everyone here knows his name. Nine felt the urge to roll his eyes at the silver-haired man but froze when he heard Kyle's next words. They actually gave him the biggest shock of his life. His name is Az. No, I mean Azazel. Susan's eyes widened with disbelief. Elijah dropped to his knees with a face drained of colors and Asher wanted to cry. I knew, that's why I didn't want to know the name. There was a moment of silence in the chamber, interrupted by Jayan. Kyle, are you referring to the same Azazel we are familiar with, the leader of the dark side? That can't be true. Kyle nonchalantly lifted his shoulders. But that's true, Jayan massaged his temples. His eyes widened suddenly, not because of Kyle's words, but because the scene behind the silver-haired man finally shifted. The ice enchantress had disappeared from the chamber, leaving behind Azazel's lone figure, kneeling on the cold ground. Nine, who had approached Kyle, backed away. The reflection in his eyes displayed purple and obsidian particles that merged to form a large purple flower in the air. Kyle noticed everyone's expression suddenly shift and turned his head, only to be met by the sight of a flower with many petals above Azazel's kneeling figure. He watched as darkness began to envelop the beautiful flower, tainting its petals before it entered Azazel's body. The man's vacant purple eyes started to transform entirely into obsidian before two purple slits formed in both of his eyes. Kyle squinted as the hole in Azazel's body began to heal rapidly before his eyes. The man shut his eyes. Suddenly, a potent burst of otherworldly purple and crimson energy radiated from his body and started to encase him in a cocoon. So his essence saved him by merging with the darkness. That's not surprising, given the essence in his body would go to any lengths to ensure its survival. Kyle let out a sigh, but his gaze lacked any compassion for the man. He was sure his bloodline would do the same to ensure its survival if he were on the brink of death. But why are you smiling? He questioned, his gaze fixed on the faint smile on Azazel's lips as the man's body vanished entirely into the cocoon. The scene before Kyle fragmented into myriad particles, and all the symbols in the chamber scattered into energy. He reached out to touch the particles. I will ask you the reason for your smile when we meet again. Chapter 651. What? Wait, Asher gasped at Kyle's words. What do you mean meet him again? Don't you dare to tell me you have encountered Azazel before. The half-dragon's words startled everyone. They might have dismissed Kyle's words due to the overwhelming information they had just received and the spectacle they had witnessed. But when Asher spoke, it hit them that the silver-haired man's unusual behavior clearly indicated he had known about Azazel from the beginning. Yue advanced towards Kyle. You are keeping something from us, aren't you? You always do that when you think it's too dangerous for us to know. Why can't you share it? Don't you believe we can handle it? We're not that weak. Her eyes trembled slightly. When Kyle reunited with her in the sacred divine land, he disclosed everything, or so she believed, but now she was certain he hadn't shared everything. It was impossible for Kyle to meet Azazel in the sacred divine land. He likely encountered the man even before arriving in the sacred divine land. Kyle's eyes flashed with a flicker of panic for the first time upon witnessing the elven woman's sorrowful expression. He wanted to explain, yet Bia exacerbated matters by nodding solemnly. He's hiding a lot of stuff from us. He needs a beating, but sadly we can't beat him because he's stronger. Kyle shot a speechless look at the crimson bird sitting on his shoulder, but she looked away with a disgruntled expression. He tried to grab Yue, but she also stepped back with a similar expression. It was clear that the elven woman was angry at him. Nine glanced at the vacant chamber, which held nothing now that the old memory had fragmented into particles. We were initially here to uncover clues to escape this tomb before it explodes, but we have come across something beyond our wildest dreams. Giant, Susan, and Knox nodded in accord, their eyes shifting to Kyle, waiting to see if he would divulge the secrets he had been keeping from them or not. Elijah, who had finally managed to stand on his feet after hearing Kyle's previous words, collapsed to the ground once more upon hearing Nine's revelation. He couldn't bear it any longer. The burly man quietly started to crawl towards the chamber's exit, yet it appeared that fate had destined him to uncover everything he wished to remain ignorant of. Kyle sighed softly. He moved closer to Yue and placed his head on her shoulder. I know you guys aren't weak, but I just can't risk putting any of you in danger. I met Azazel in the No Mana land and he's gonna visit this tomb soon. Okay, he successfully managed to leave everyone shocked and bewildered. Now it's time to vanish from the scene. Kyle stepped back from Yue with a serious expression. Guys, we need to find the exit of this tomb as soon as possible. I'm going to meet up with Alec and the rest to check if they found any clues. You all should search this entire chamber for any clues and reach out to me via the communication crystal. His words hadn't even entirely faded in the air when a portal materialized behind him, but before he could enter it with Bia, while everyone was processing his words, Asher swiftly moved and displayed a speed he never knew he had. The half-dragon gripped his shoulder tightly and released a dark laugh. Where do you think you're going after disrupting my peace, huh? Nine and Giant gave him a thumbs up and swiftly surrounded Kyle. Susan, Knox, and Yue joined them. No way they were gonna let that silver-haired man slip away before he told them why the heck Azazel was going to visit the lost treasure tomb. The portal Kyle created scattered into bits as he paused in his steps. A bit surprised by the half-dragon's speed. He hadn't shown it, but he is not weak. Well, that's no surprise. After all, he is at the middle stage of the supreme rank. Elijah gazed at the group with a blank expression on his face. Not sure about anything anymore. If he believes the words they just said, it signifies the tomb he is in will explode soon, and to worsen the situation, Azazel, the man dreaded by the entire universe, is going to appear. Now I don't want to run. I must follow the nature's favorite and these people even if I have to beg, or else I know I'm done for. He quickly stood up on his feet and began observing as Kyle sighed in defeat and looked at the people around him. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. Just tell me what you all want to know. I will answer. Asher squinted at Kyle. The rest were collecting their thoughts as there was so much they wanted to ask the silver-haired man. So the half-dragon took matters into his own hands. After all, he wanted to exit this tomb he had been trapped in for a century in one piece. You have encountered Azazel before. Why is he going to visit this tomb? Kyle glanced at Yue's concerned expression. He couldn't reveal that he was the one planning to blow up the tomb, nor could he disclose that he was preparing to forcibly eject everyone out from the tomb. Azazel will come here because of me. He took something that belongs to me and said he would come to return it once I find what he desires. His words left the people around him puzzled. What on earth could Azazel want from him? That man had already attained the highest power status in this universe, so why would he task Kyle with finding something for him? Asher's expression turned grim. What did he take from you, and what do you have to give him? This is all spiraling out of control. I really don't want to die so young, especially not in this tomb. Nine and Giant asked the silver-haired man the same question. Before long, everyone started bombarding the man with a flurry of questions. Kyle kept quiet to let them finish their questions. Bia's eyes widened when his voice echoed in her mind. Sorry, I'm gonna leave you with them for a while. I need to do a lot of things. You know nearly everything, so just tell them whatever they want to know. I will pick you up later. What? Wait. Bia's words were cut short as the silver-haired man vanished from underneath her, causing her body to drop. She quickly balanced herself in midair and cursed him loudly with furious eyes. Chapter 652. You can sense my soul rank 2. Kyle's figure appeared under the sky as he hovered above the rock formation. He had disabled the main power source that operated the trial ground next to the statue of the ice enchantress, and even filled the trial ground with his symbols. He wrinkled his nose as Bia's boisterous curses resounded in his head. Stop cursing or I will block your voice. Instantly the phoenix fell eerily silent, and a chuckle escaped his lips when he sensed her annoyed and cranky mood. He knew that after he disappeared, everyone would have encircled Bia. Now she had to respond to all their inquiries. I promise I will come to get you soon. Kyle's eyes crinkled when the phoenix stopped talking to him. She was clearly upset, but he would comfort her later. He looked at the two male statues encircling the rock formation, and his eyes turned cold. With both statues damaged, he couldn't tell which one represented Azazel and which one was Nathaniel's. Kyle vanished from his spot. Shortly after, one of the towering statues disintegrated into pieces, startling all the people in the rock formation and inside the trial grounds as the thunderous noise of the collapsing statue reverberated through the air. He unfurled his fist and cast a glance at the other male statue, which too crumbled into many pieces under his attack. Kyle eyed the dust swirling around him. His ears twitched when he heard the shocked cries of those nearby. What are they making noise for? I just smashed some worthless statues. He glanced at the entrance of the trial ground next to the one of the statues he had demolished. It was entirely covered by the debris of the shattered statue. Nonetheless, he shrugged and vanished to enter the trial ground directly. He can use instant teleportation. No need to waste time clearing the mess. Kyle spread out his scent perception skill to sense the location of Zeron, Carcel, Mia, and Sinon who were in this trial ground. Before heading to their location, he materialized inside a random chamber of the trial ground and placed his palm on the ground. Instantly, spiritual energy burst from his body, and numerous symbols began to form in the air before swiftly disappearing into the walls around him. He disabled the main power source operating the trial ground and created a portal to directly reach Carcel and the others. Kyle emerged from the other end of the portal, only to be greeted by the panting figures of everyone. Carcel was the first to spot him, followed by the rest. A touch of relief flickered in their eyes as they saw the unscathed silver-haired man. It wasn't unexpected, as they had tried to reach Kyle through the communication crystal, but he hadn't responded. Sinon fluttered his wide wings and stretched his tired body. Then he pointed at the many marble statues around him. The very statues they were fighting, but suddenly they all stopped functioning as if they lost their power. He glanced at Kyle. I am absolutely certain you did it, but how did you completely shut down the trials in this trial ground? Mia was the one who responded to him. He probably destroyed or closed the power source of this trial ground. Kyle glanced at the blue-haired woman. She was smoothing the creases in her flowing attire and tidying her hair now that they no longer have to battle the marble statues. Indeed, I closed the power source. Sinon let out a tired sigh. That's pretty unfair. Us regular folks have to put in all our strength to clear the tests in the trial ground, and you just swooped in and shut down the power source, like it was the simplest thing ever. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Now that you brought it up, it does feel somewhat unfair, so do the regular folks want to come with me? I'm heading straight to the treasure chamber. Sinon promptly stood up. Absolutely, boss. I'll follow. Carcel and Mia chuckled at the winged demi-human. It was at that moment Zeron's shaking voice echoed in the chamber. Kids, someone lend me a hand. I can't stand up because my legs gave up. Kyle glanced at the old dwarf sprawled in the distance as if the latter had exhausted all his strength and might die any moment. He's quite the actor, he noted with a smirk. Now that he was stronger than the old man, he could tell the latter was quite robust. Kyle approached Zeron and sat down next to him. The dwarf's body tensed up when he saw the deep green eyes checking him from top to bottom. Zeron sat up, forgetting he had just said his legs gave out, and narrowed his eyes at Kyle. What? His eyes widened when he heard the silver-haired man's next words. You're going to break through to the supreme rank. The unexpected reveal caught everyone off guard in the chamber. Sinon swiftly made his way to the old dwarf. Master, you're going to break through? No, that can't be. I finally thought I could beat you once or twice now that I have reached the transcendent rank. He clamped his mouth shut when Zeron gave him a deadpan look. The old man felt betrayed. He had fed and clothed these young ducklings only to hear they wanted to beat him up. Don't they have any regard for their respected elder? Zeron shook his head with a sigh and chose to disregard the winged demi-human. He responded to Kyle. I am indeed going to break through. It's good that I am. Alec mentioned the tomb is going to explode soon. We need to become as strong as possible to escape this tomb. Carcel, Mia, and Sinon's expressions immediately fell upon hearing his words. They were feeling exhausted, so they hadn't shared this news right away with Kyle. It's good that the old man told him in time, yet they were taken aback when Kyle didn't appear surprised at all. The silver-haired man simply nodded nonchalantly. I know Yue and the others with her updated me on everything. I caught up with them before arriving here. He glanced at the old man. Nevertheless, I believe you shouldn't break through just yet. Ziron furrowed his brows. He was puzzled after hearing his words. Why? Kyle grabbed his arm and tightened his grip, causing the old man to hiss. He released the old man's arm and stood up. That's why, your physique is weak. If you break through to the supreme rank without improving your physique, you won't be able to enhance it easily later on. So enhance your physique and soul rank first before advancing to the next rank. Ziron's eyes flashed with surprise. You can sense my soul rank too. Chapter 653, it strangely smell familiar. Kyle glanced at the old dwarf. I can't sense anyone's soul rank, but I can sense yours because you created a new body for your soul with divine energy after your original body was destroyed. Your soul has not completely settled in this body yet. Ziron's mouth hung open hearing Kyle's words. Indeed, he destroyed his body on the blue planet and built a new one for his soul later, but he never knew people could sense this fact with their senses. Kyle had truly become very dangerous. The scariest part is I didn't even feel him checking my soul. He let out a tired sigh, a bit relieved inside that Kyle wasn't an enemy. I will do what you said. I will increase my physique and soul rank. Kyle nodded, and immediately a portal materialized in front of everyone. Let's go. He entered the portal with the others following, and they found themselves in a chamber with only a table in the center. Sinan and the rest approached the table to inspect the treasures it held, while Kyle stooped down to place his hand on the ground beneath him. He wanted to check if this trial ground contained any ancient memories. However, he didn't sense any ancient symbols that could store memories. There's nothing. Kyle stood up and walked over to the others to see what they found on the table, only to spot a cluster of palm-sized translucent crystals resting on the table. The others were examining the crystals. Kyle picked up one of the crystals and saw a tiny droplet of something swirling inside. He sensed a tremendous power emanating from the drop but couldn't quite identify it. It strangely smelled familiar, he muttered quietly, his eyes widening in surprise as he suddenly recognized the moving substance within the crystal. Oh, it's a drop of essence. Someone likely extracted it from their body. Now, the reason behind the familiar scent of the drop within the crystal became clear to him. It was actually a droplet of a transcendent trank bloodline. Kyle counted the crystals on the table. There were 5 crystals. After hearing his words, Carcel and the others each took one crystal, expecting him to take the last one, but he shook his head. I don't need it. I've got something similar that's way more powerful than this tiny drop of essence. But I am curious, who does this essence actually belong to? Sinan crushed the crystal in his hand to extract the tiny drop of essence within, and suddenly an icy aura filled the air. Kyle's eyes flickered with a sudden realization. Does this essence belong to the Ice Enchantress? Her title contained ice within, and this essence holds icy power within. Sinan's ears perked up at his words. He swiftly conjured a divine energy shield around the drop of icy essence to prevent it from dissipating in the air. Ice Enchantress, Kyle nodded, but his task in this trial ground was complete. He conjured a portal. All right guys, I'm off, take care. Hold on, Carcel tried to stop him, but he jumped into the portal that scattered into particles. Weren't we supposed to search for clues about the tomb's exit? He muttered softly. Kyle did not look the least bit worried even after knowing the tomb is going to explode soon. He sighed and glanced at the others, only to catch Ziron red-handed as the latter was secretly trying to pick up the crystal Kyle didn't take. Carcel's eyebrow twitched as, despite sensing his gaze, the old man swiftly tossed the crystal, along with his own crystal, into his mind space. With a shake of his head, Carcel motioned for everyone to scour the entire chamber for any clues related to the tomb's exit. Having reached the end of the trail ground, if they found no clue here, their journey would have been rather fruitless. As the group was scouring the chamber that only contained a table in the center for any distinctive symbols or ancient carvings, suddenly Sinan's communication crystal buzzed in his mind space. The winged demi-human whipped out his communication crystal, only to find that the person reaching out to him was Nine. Sinan almost fumbled the crystal in his grasp when Nine suddenly shouted, asking if they had encountered Kyle. "SHHH, don't shout, we did meet him a while back, but he disappeared into a portal." Nine fell silent for a few moments. He and the others with him had been interrogating Bia to gather all the details about how Kyle encountered Azazel, so it took them some time to contact the rest. Carcel, Mia, and Ziron gathered around Sinan to understand why Nine was inquiring about Kyle. But when they heard Nine's next words, they were too shocked to respond. "Azazel is gonna show up at the tomb soon, and he's coming here for Kyle. We have to find Kyle and stick with him so he doesn't go face Azazel alone." All right, the crystal in Sinan's hand finally slipped, only to be caught by Carcel, who was also processing Nine's words. Zeron's expression went blank as he snatched the crystal from Carcel's hand. Which Azazel? Nine's voice echoed in the air. The leader of the Shadow Generals and the entire dark side, the one we all know. Don't ask any more questions because I can't go into details right now. Just trust me, I'm speaking the truth. The old man's hand shook and once more the crystal fell, but Carcel swiftly grabbed it before it could hit the ground and shatter. Mia glanced at the people around her and swiftly communicated through the crystal. 9. Get in touch with Alec right away. If Kyle hasn't already seen him, he's bound to head there. We'll reach out to Alec too. 9 swiftly cut the connection, and everyone quickly got in touch with Alec and the others, just to discover that Alec's group had made it to the treasure chamber. After finding no hint about the tomb's exit there, they were on their way out, and Kyle didn't join them at all. Chapter 654, If It's Him, Anything's Possible. Above the rock formation, Alec, Lara, Regius, and Jan met up with the others. They had emerged from the trial grounds to strategize their next steps. Their surprise was palpable when they all beheld two of the three colossal statues encircling the rock formation shattered into fragments. 9 glanced at the clear sky above them and let out a frustrated groan. Now what? Alec furrowed his brows as he eyed the group of people floating around him. They hadn't stumbled upon any hint about the lost treasure tomb's exit, and to add to the trouble, the leader of the dark side was about to step into the tomb soon. Even the system has gone to slumber. It could have thrown me a hint if it was active. He thought hard for a minute and then suddenly he remembered what 9 and the rest had told him. Hold on. Is not Azazel coming here to get something from Kyle, something that Kyle needs to locate for him? Doesn't that imply what Azazel desires is inside the tomb and Kyle has somehow discovered its whereabouts in the tomb? Asher's brow creased at his statement. I believe this tomb does not contain an item of such immense power that Azazel, the person who has achieved ultimate strength in this universe, requires. The half-dragon has been living in the tomb for a century. He couldn't understand what Azazel might seek from here. Azazel is undeniably connected to this ancient tomb. It's where his companions betrayed him. I fear that instead of looking for an item, that man would destroy everything if he came back here. The expressions on the faces of those around him grew even graver. The tomb was about to explode soon, and Azazel was going to enter the tomb. Aren't these two events happening too coincidentally at the same time? The conclusion they reached from all this was that Azazel would detonate this tomb, unaware that the real culprit was none other than the silver-haired man. Suddenly, Knox, who was getting overwhelmed by all the information, spoke up with a confused expression. The thing I don't understand is if this tomb is where Azazel was betrayed, why didn't he destroy this place sooner? I'm sure he didn't leave it to cherish the memory. His words caught everyone's attention. A sudden realization dawned on 9. Knox is spot on. Why would Azazel spare this place if his intention was to destroy it? Could it be that Azazel isn't the one who would destroy the tomb, but everyone instantly caught on to what he was implying. However, they shook their heads. They knew Kyle was powerful, but they were certain he wasn't strong enough to destroy such a massive tomb. But then they suddenly recalled what Kyle did in the gladiator arena, and their eyes widened with shock and disbelief. If the silver-haired man can do what he did in the gladiator arena with his knowledge of arrays alone, he could obliterate this tomb with a colossal array too. Asher, who didn't witness what went down in the gladiator arena and had no clue what was going on in the heads of those around him, shook his head at 9's words. No, I admit Kyle's powerful, but he hadn't achieved such a level of strength yet. He just hit the final stage of the transcendent rank. He's not even supreme rank. The rest of his words trailed off as he noticed the sweaty and grave faces of those around him. His mouth fell open. No way, they have to be kidding with him. That's impossible. Kyle can't destroy this tomb by himself with his strength. Even I cannot do that. Carcel gripped his shoulder and peered at his face with a solemn expression. We're talking about Kyle here. If it's him, anything's possible. Giant nodded in agreement. You're right, if it's Kyle, even if he made an error, his luck stat is so high that it would ensure he achieves his goal. That's why he chose the title of nature's favorite. There was silence for a few seconds. Then Yue proposed that they should split up and locate the silver-haired man to prevent him from carrying out his plans. They had asked Bia if she could sense Kyle's whereabouts, only to find out that the man had hidden his presence completely, making it impossible even for the Phoenix to detect him at the moment. Regius shook his head at Yue's proposal. No, let's not go searching for Kyle. Let's focus on finding the item Azazel is after. Once we found that, we will reach Kyle automatically. Nearly everyone agreed to his words, but the main problem was they didn't know what item Azazel was after. 9 let out a sigh and slowly rubbed his throbbing temples. We have no idea where to begin, but what I am certain is that Kyle wouldn't detonate this tomb without ensuring our safety. He's definitely planning to forcefully send us out from this tomb, or perhaps, similar to what he did in the gladiator arena, he's planning to set up a massive array here and enclose everyone in the tomb within a barrier or shield to keep them safe. Yue let out a melancholic smile. He always does that. He never opens up about his troubles and always confronts danger alone. This time, no matter what he says, I won't forgive him easily. Lara and Mia comforted her when they noticed her tight grip on her robe. To lighten up the mood, Sinon, Regius, Giant, and Nine mentioned they would all team up against Kyle this time to teach him a lesson for all the headache he was causing them. The others immediately agreed with them. While everyone was talking, Alec once again reviewed the map the system had generated for him before going to slumber. He noticed the last notifications he had received from the system. Avoid those spots. Celestial spirits. His words successfully grabbed everyone's attention, and instantly they all looked at him, hoping the blue-haired man would lead them out of their dilemma. After all, the title Celestial itself was something of immense power. Alec's eyes narrowed in thought, then he glanced at those around him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Guys, I am not 100% sure, but there is something powerful in this ancient tomb that Azazel could be after. If I'm right, we might find Kyle there. He paused for a second. The artifact I had detected 2 powerful celestial spirits in this tomb a while back. These spirits are very potent, so they are the only things right now that I believe could grab Azazel's attention. Asher gripped his sword. His expression deadpan as he glanced at Alec with a similar smile. It was evident that the silver-haired man was in trouble. We shouldn't waste time. It doesn't matter if you are right or not. What matters is we need to check on those spirits. No matter how powerful the 2 spirits are, I believe we all together can handle them. Alec and the others nodded in agreement. Right away, they armed themselves, and once Alec identified the precise location of one of the spirits, they all got ready to head towards that spot. However, at that moment, Jan gestured towards the burly human who had been eavesdropping on their conversation from afar. What about him? I don't think we should treat him like thin air. Nine looked at Elijah. The man truly had the skill to stay invisible even in a crowd. If Jan hadn't pointed at him, everyone would have likely overlooked him. Let him come along. He knows almost everything at this point. It's probably better if he sticks with us. No one had any problem with one more person coming with them. After all, the more people, the better. However, Alex still asked Elijah out of courtesy. You do realize who we are up against, so are you certain you want to accompany us? If you're not keen on it, there's no pressure. Elijah quickly shook his head. I want to come along. I know you all are going to face a formidable foe, and there's a chance we might not make it. But I believe that by sticking with all of you, I will have a better chance at survival. Asher patted his shoulder. Human, you have a good head on your shoulders. I didn't expect that. Elijah wasn't sure if it was a compliment or not, but he nodded in response, and they all started traveling toward the location of one of the celestial spirits. Bia and Nox shifted into their colossal forms and soared across the sky to trail the group. The 2 beats aimed to be prepared for any challenge. As they all moved in unison in one direction, anyone who caught sight of them was alerted. But besides a few transcendent rank individuals, no one else could keep up because the group's speed was exceptionally swift. When the group was halfway their destination, a familiar bell chimed through the entire tomb, signaling the end of the peaceful day and the start of another challenging night. Chapter 655. Are they even looking for me? Kyle raised his head as a familiar bell chimed throughout the ancient tomb. He was inside a trial ground with numerous symbols illuminating his surroundings. After obliterating the power source of the trial ground, he disappeared once again, only to reappear under the dark sky. His gaze narrowed as he sensed Bia and Yue's presence moving quite a distance from the rock formation. What are they doing? He couldn't expand his scent perception skill or senses widely to avoid alerting the celestial spirit as he planned to entice it out at the right moment. But he could detect Bia through their bond and Yue through the mark he placed on her. He didn't dwell on it much. They were likely looking for him. Moreover, now that Bia and Yue had attained the transcendent rank, he was sure they could easily handle anything in the lost treasure tomb. The only danger they can't handle in the tomb are the supreme rank undeads, but running into one of them is very rare, so I reckon there's no need to worry. Kyle took a quick look at the undead that had emerged from the ground beneath him. Instantly, many symbols lit up the air as he zoomed in on the undead and smashed its entire skeletal form with a single punch. All the symbols floating around him vanished into the ground, and the shattered remains of the undead scattered around. In a flash, he vanished in a different direction. After wandering throughout the entire night and inscribing symbols in various spots, he halted in front of a familiar statue. It was the very first statue he had encountered upon entering the tomb, but hadn't actually entered. Kyle glanced at the huge marble statue standing before him. It represented a male human, but the statue's eyes were peculiar, with 2 straight slits carved into its pupils. In the past, he didn't recognize which race this statue belonged to, but now he did. The blessed race, he mumbled under his breath as he remembered the two purple slits he had seen in Azazel's eyes. It seems like the three creators of this tomb placed a statue representing every race in the universe here, whether they are extinct or not. They sure did a good job crafting this tomb to leave their marks in this universe, but it's a shame one of them got greedy, and that greed ruined the rest. Kyle landed in front of the trial ground beside the statue and proceeded through the entrance leading inside. He could have teleported straight to the treasure chamber, but he wanted to see if Azazel had made the tests in this trial ground challenging or somewhat different. After all, the statue represented his race. However, he was surprised because after entering the trial ground, he found himself in a chamber that contained nothing. The ground beneath him was desolate, and the walls around him were embellished with ancient inscriptions. Kyle strolled through the chamber and quickly spotted a door in the distance. Upon entering the door, he encountered a group of demi-humans who seemed to have entered the trial ground ahead of him. He glanced at the group and noticed some of them were attempting to interpret the inscriptions drawn on the walls. However, he had already inspected and realized the inscriptions were merely there for aesthetic purposes. That's why he proceeded directly to the solitary door in the chamber. The demi-humans also noticed the silver-haired man, but when they saw him leave without paying any attention to them, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. One of them whispered softly, "Shouldn't we inform him that this trial ground is empty and holds nothing?" The one standing behind hushed him. "Hey, he's the nature's favorite. I believe we shouldn't meddle with him. Let him waste his time here, not our concern." They all swiftly left the trial ground. They had already examined everything in this trial ground and it contained nothing. Kyle eventually made it to the end of the trial ground. However, he discovered nothing remarkable, or should he say, nothing at all in the entire trial ground. "That's odd. I thought the trial ground representing the blessed race would have something significant." His words faded as his eyes caught a few sentences carved on the wall ahead. The sentences blended seamlessly among the numerous inscriptions on the walls, to the point that if he hadn't noticed them, he would have missed them entirely. Kyle stepped towards the words, brushed off the dust, and squinted at them. There's nothing left of the blessed race to be preserved as a treasure, not even their bodies, except for the land they inhabited, the very ground you stand upon. He blinked in surprise and gazed at the ground beneath his feet. I was wondering why Azazel didn't entirely destroy this tomb, even after getting betrayed by Lilith and Nathaniel in this very place. But why did he choose this land to create the lost treasure tomb? Did he want the land where his people lived to be remembered? Kyle took one final look at the words etched into the walls before he began to leave the trial ground. He already knew from the old tale Azazel shared with him that the entire blessed race had been annihilated by other jealous races envious of their power. "I truly want to sympathize with you, and maybe I would have in the past. But you and I have both come too far, and the things that happened between us are something we can never change." He shook his head as he stopped walking, and numerous symbols illuminated the air surrounding him. They swiftly dispersed in all directions before melding into the walls and the ground below. Kyle noticed that this trial ground lacked any power source. That's no surprise considering it had no test inside and was totally empty. After the symbols disappeared, he vanished too. Kyle gazed up at the clear sky with a serene expression and started etching symbols all around once more. He ventured into several trial grounds to deactivate their power sources and filled them with his symbols. He had to take a few breaks in between to recharge his divine and spiritual energy. But in a week, he completed the array he was putting in the entire treasure tomb. Kyle landed on an elevated terrain and surveyed the undead roaming around him. "Now, I just need to find 3 different locations and put many treasures in there. Those treasures would power up the array for a second, and that is enough." The array would automatically consume everything in this tomb which contains spiritual energy and divine energy to entirely activate. He glanced northward, and his eyes crinkled with pure amusement. What on earth are they up to? Kyle couldn't resist a chuckle. He had been monitoring Bia and Yue's presence. A few days ago, he happened to pass by them and noticed that Alec and everyone else were also with the Phoenix and the Elven woman. For some reason, they were all wandering together. Are they even looking for me? That was something he couldn't verify because they kept altering their course every few hours, almost as if they were pursuing something. Kyle rubbed his chin and started floating. His gaze narrowed towards a distant spot where he could feel Bia and Yue's presence. Oh, they altered their course again. The way in which they are shifting places clearly indicates they are pursuing something they can pinpoint. He disappeared from his spot and arrived above the familiar rock formation. Kyle glanced at the 2 shattered statues and 1 intact statue surrounding the rock formation before entering it. He swiftly cleared out everyone from the formation and then reached the center. This is a good spot. A few symbols lit up beneath his feet, drawing a small circle on the ground. He blinked, and a myriad of divine and spiritual treasures appeared above the circle. What a shame that I have to waste so many treasures. Nevertheless, they aren't particularly useful to me right now. He sighed and stepped back. The energy radiating from the countless treasures he retrieved from his mind space was powerful enough to shake the entire rock formation. The abrupt surge of divine and spiritual energy in the air made even the people he had just kicked out of the rock formation to stop in their tracks. They could easily feel the treasures nearby. However, their actions came to a halt when the treasures they sensed vanished into thin air. Kyle, who could sense their movements with his senses that covered the entire rock formation, smirked. Do they really think they are strong enough to take something of mine? Shaking his head, he looked at the circle in front of him. It had encased the treasures and then disappeared into the ground. Done. Now I just have to locate 2 more prime spots far apart from this one and each other. Then I believe it will be time to attract the celestial spirit. Chapter 656, I shouldn't have come here. 9 slumped onto a boulder with an exhausted expression. The others around him looked pretty ticked off. Alec, are you positive it's a spirit? Why does it vanish every time we get near it? Alec sighed and rubbed his forehead. They had been chasing the spirit for so long, but it always vanished to another spot the moment they got close. I'm sure it can somehow sense us, and it's not like the spirit would stick around in one place for us to catch it. It's fortunate I can accurately track its location, otherwise we wouldn't even know it's on the move. He sat down next to 9 and gave the man's back a comforting pat. Asher glanced at the group around him. We concealed our aura, but the spirit can still detect us. I'm sure it's pretty powerful. Sinan flopped onto the ground too. He looked toward a far-off location. If only we were as knowledgeable about symbols and arrays as Kyle, we could have set up a presence concealing array and an area sealing array to capture the spirit. Immediately, everyone silently cursed the individual who introduced arrays to Kyle. The silver-haired man had turned a basic skill into something dangerous. Elijah silently observed the group as they strategized their next move. Suddenly, Alec furrowed his brows and stood up. We can't just keep wasting time. How about this? We use our most powerful skills in the vicinity where the spirit is concealed to force it out. Once it's above ground, Mia can create a substantial shield around the spirit to prevent it from escaping. Jayan gave him a surprised look. You do realize that using our most powerful skills can result in a large area of this tomb being destroyed. What if we accidentally hurt anyone nearby? Alec glanced at him. It's because we don't have any other options. But we are all strong, especially Asher, who is at the supreme rank. We can rely on our senses to spot anyone nearby and drive them away from the area. After a while, everyone agreed with Alec's plan and swiftly followed the blue-haired man as he traced the new location where the celestial spirit had paused through the map the system generated. They reached the location, but this time they didn't go underground. Instead, they started driving everyone in the area away. It didn't take them long to clear the area. Mia, who was assigned to create a powerful shield around the spirit, ascended into the sky while the rest surrounded the area from various directions. After everyone encased themselves in a protective barrier and were prepared, Alec let out a loud shout. Now, right away, they unleashed their most powerful skills towards the area ahead. The air froze for a moment, saturated with overwhelming destructive power, then split with a thunderous boom. In an instant, a big explosion rippled throughout the entire lost treasure tomb, shaking its very foundations. Alec, just like the others, clasped his ears in response to the deafening noise. The protective barriers encasing their bodies fractured, yet they swiftly erected new shields as the explosion's aftermath rippled outward in every direction. The people wandering around the area cried out in shock as they watched a massive cloud rising into the air, and the land beneath their feet cracked with countless fissures. Amidst the chaos, a beautiful, calming voice echoed in every direction, capturing the attention of all who could hear it. Above the area where the explosion occurred, Mia's eyes widened when she saw the massive creature that burst out from the ground after the land disintegrated due to the immense power. The celestial spirit, she whispered and used her skill to completely envelop the shapeless ethereal being in a powerful shield. The air surrounding the celestial spirit became strangely tranquil as it let out a cry filled with anguish and a touch of fury. Alec and the rest swiftly used their wind skills to sweep the area clean of dust, only to behold a radiant light ahead of them that gleamed brightly, casting illumination on everything around it. The celestial spirit's form emitted a soft, mystical glow. Its presence embodied pure spiritual energy, with shimmering wings adorning its ethereal figure. The clear sky above, which had darkened due to the explosion, once again began to clear up due to the spirit after the shield Mia created enveloped the spirit's massive body completely. It emitted a loud shriek that echoed through the air. In that moment, all of a sudden, Bia, Knox, and a few others' eyes were captivated by the scene, becoming momentarily dazed. What a beautiful creature, Bia whispered, but before the phoenix, who was in her massive form, could approach the spirit, 9 grabbed one of her legs. What are you doing? Snap out of it, Yue also grabbed the lynx and Nox snapped out of his daze. The lynx's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. The spirit has the power of manipulation, it just tried to control me. Don't look at it, Nox shouted, and Bia agreed with him. Upon hearing the lynx's voice, everyone else who was entranced by the spirit's presence snapped out of their daze and immediately became alert. Mia furrowed her brows as she shook her head to refocus, sealing off every possible escape route for the spirit. A sense of relief washed over her as the massive entity within the shield ceased its struggles. Their optimism was short-lived as Alex's eyes widened when he suddenly received a notification from the dormant system. Mission: XX leave the lost treasure tomb. Reward none, penalty death. Time remaining 7 days error. Trying to find the cause, loading, error 5 days error. What's happening, soul, are you awake? In an instant, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. What the hell did you do? It was the first time Alex sensed a hint of anger and frustration in Soul's voice. His heartbeat raced as he watched the system interference with wide eyes. The time left for the lost treasure tomb to explode was decreasing with each passing second. What's going on, tell me, Soul, he shouted loudly with a panicked expression. His voice startled everyone and they quickly shouted at him to know what happened. After getting no response, they began moving toward him. Alex's eyes were fixed on the dwindling countdown displayed in front of him. Error, trying to find the cause. Loading. Error. 10 hours. The continuous notifications buzzing in his ears finally stopped, showing a time that left him too shocked to even respond to those shouting around him. Time remaining 20 minutes. Alec blinked when Asher shook his shoulder to snap him out of his daze. The half-dragon was alarmed immediately when he saw the sweaty forehead of the human standing in front of him. Nine and the rest also arrived beside the blue-haired man as Asher asked with a solemn expression, "What happened?" Alec closed his eyes for a second to calm his nerves and then opened his mouth. "The tomb is going to explode." Jian furrowed his brows at his words. "We know that. Currently, Mia is using all her power to stop the spirit from escaping. We need to help her before she loses all her divine and spiritual energy. I am sure with the spirit in our hands we can stop Kyle from destroying the tomb." He couldn't say more as Alec suddenly interrupted with solemn eyes. No, the tomb is going to explode within 20 minutes. Everyone's eyes widened at his words and they shouted collectively. "What?" Asher grabbed Alec's shoulder. "Do you even know what you're saying? I thought we still had a week or so left." Alec glanced at the spirit that had stopped struggling for some strange reason. "I don't know." The remaining time suddenly plummeted after we captured the spirit. His words were abruptly cut short as he caught sight of a familiar figure hovering in the air, directly above the spirit. Kyle, right away, everyone turned to look where he was staring and saw the silver-haired man floating in the air with a dark face. Kyle shifted his furious gaze downward, locking eyes with Alec and the rest. He cursed loudly under his breath. "Damn it, we are all dead." A hint of frustration tinged his voice. He had completed the array that would send everyone out of this ancient tomb and had even placed treasures in 2 different spots. However, he still needed to find the 3rd perfect spot for the treasures. Only then would the array be triggered. Kyle was actually searching for the 3rd and final good spot for the treasures when he heard the massive explosion, causing him to halt in his tracks. "I shouldn't have come here," he whispered, because the moment he arrived in this place to check why the explosion occurred, the spirit noticed him and became eerily still. "Now that Azazel knows I found the spirit, he is going to come here." Chapter 657. This place looks familiar. Part 1. Kyle wanted to vanish, but the celestial spirit in front of him emitted a melodious sound, unleashing a surge of pristine spiritual energy in all directions. The shield Mia had created around the spirit shattered instantaneously, and the spirit advanced towards the silver-haired man with unbridled force, seemingly intent on enveloping him completely. Alec and the others watching the scene from below were shocked at the sight. They immediately yelled at the silver-haired man to retreat and rush toward him. The noise emanating from the spirit grew louder, causing Kyle to freeze in place, his eyes fixated on the colossal, shapeless figure with wings hurtling towards him. The spirit moved so fast that he wasn't even able to blink, let alone teleport away. But just before it could reach him, another similar voice echoed in the air. The atmosphere trembled as a massive surge of spiritual energy burst forth. This energy repelled the spirit advancing towards Kyle, and he teleported away into the distance. "This bastard!" Kyle's eyes narrowed at the formless creature that had just tried to swallow him, his gaze filled with anger. He wanted to tear the spirit, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Where did the other voice come from and what pushed the spirit back? He extended his scent perception skill, and his eyes widened as he felt another spiritual entity swiftly approaching his location. Another spirit? Kyle's words hadn't even faded in the air when another colossal spirit burst out from the land below him. The spiritual energy in the air grew so intense that it rendered the air motionless, causing cracks to form all around. "The hell?" he cursed loudly, and everyone who was rushing toward him froze in their spots to watch the two massive spirits that began fighting each other in the air. The air trembled and erupted with two different melodious, soothing sounds as the spirits clashed before surging upward toward the sky, sending waves of spiritual energy everywhere. Mia's eyes widened as she saw the spirits approaching her location. She wanted to move, but she knew she would not be able to get away in time, so she readied herself for the impact. Her ears started bleeding as the spirits' voices grew louder and nearer. But before their formless bodies could make contact with her, her whole body was engulfed in a somewhat unstable portal that lit up before her. Mia let out a startled gasp when she entered the portal, only to emerge from the other side. She closed her eyes when she saw her body getting dangerously close to the ground, but someone grasped her waist before she could crash into the ground. That was close. A familiar voice resonated in her ears, causing her to open her eyes in surprise. Carcel smirked when she gazed at him. "Aren't you gonna thank me?" He gently lowered her to the ground. The others behind him had their eyes wide open in shock. What just happened? Did Carcel just create a portal? But how? He had never studied arrays. In their group, only Susan, Kyle, and Elijah could do that. Kyle, who also wanted to create a portal to save Mia from the spirits, but stopped in his actions when he felt someone else doing it, too, glanced down at the golden-haired man with a raised brow. Carcel could feel their gaze. He hadn't started studying arrays because he knew the Prophesian was tough, but he at least wanted to learn to create portals. So every time Kyle conjured a portal before him, he would carefully follow the symbols the silver-haired man employed in his mind. Just now, witnessing Mia in danger, he felt the urgency to rescue her and instinctively tried to replicate the symbols Kyle would use to create a teleportation portal, and managed to succeed somehow. He glanced back at the group of people staring at him as if he had something monumental and unattainable. "What? After observing Kyle creating portals for so long, I'm confident I can at least create a basic portal, can't I?" Mia grabbed his arm with a smile. Nine and the rest give him proud looks. Now that one of them had learned to create teleportation portals like Kyle, they were certain they would succeed soon as well, completely unaware that the silver-haired man's anger towards them was not over yet, but fortunately for them right now, he didn't have time to punish them. Kyle glanced at the two massive spirits fiercely battling in the sky. "I don't know if I should be grateful or not that they're both fighting each other to get the essence in my body." His eyes turned icy as he glanced at the spirits. He truly wanted to end them, but soon another would do it for him. His bloodline had started to get restless inside his body after he arrived here. Kyle moved back, and blue flames burst from his body, creating a barrier that would prevent the spirits from coming down. It would give the people below enough time to flee once the spirits were distracted. Right after that, he disappeared to swiftly locate the last suitable spot to position the treasures and activate the array he had inscribed all over the ancient tomb. Alec and the rest who wanted to inform him that the tomb was going to explode within 20 minutes. No, the remaining time was even shorter now, couldn't stop him as he vanished. Zeron and Asher let out frustrated shouts as their hands grasped nothing but empty air when they tried to grab Kyle. The half-dragon glanced at Alec. "What now? We don't have time." He ran away again. Amidst the commotion, suddenly Bia's eyes lit up and she shouted, "I can contact him. He just lifted the barrier that was preventing me from reaching out to him. I can even track his location." Right away, everyone huddled around the Phoenix with hopeful eyes as she tried to reach out to Kyle. They were desperate for her to convey the message that the tomb was about to explode within a few minutes. It didn't matter if the silver-haired man was the one causing the explosion or not. He had to stay with them. However, all of a sudden, the spirits fighting in the air let out loud and agonizing cries, causing them all to cover their ears. The flames Kyle had let out in the air to make a barrier that would prevent the spirits from descending toward the group disappeared instantly into nothingness. Asher squeezed his eyes shut and released a pained groan as an immense pressure bore down on his body. What in the world is going on now? Unlike the others, he was at the supreme rank. If he was in such a state, what would the others be going through? The countless people who had gathered around the scene due to the loud noises and were observing while concealing themselves also fell to their knees. All of a sudden, everything froze entirely as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the spirits froze in their positions. Alec and everyone around him released their ears as a dark aura permeated the surroundings, completely consuming the spiritual energy in the air. The bright sky turned dark. There was a moment of total silence, then a cracking noise reverberated through the air. Hearing the sound, everyone slowly looked up at the sky, only to witness a large crevice forming above the two spirits, who were the sole source of light in the darkness that had engulfed everything. A big obsidian eye with two purple slits blinked open from the crevice and gazed down at the scene below. Alex stared at the huge eye in a daze. The others around him were in a similar state. It was as if they could not move at all in the presence of the person who was peering down at them with an empty gaze. The eye glanced at the two spirits and vanished back into the crevice. Instantly, the people staring at the sky sighed with relief, thinking that whatever danger was about to come had passed. However, before they could shift their gaze, a mix of dark purple and red energy oozed from the crevice. Then a figure shrouded in darkness stepped out from the crack. It was a handsome young man who appeared no older than 20 with dark hair, but the pair of purple eyes he had was entirely devoid of any hint of emotion. He slowly glanced down at the group of people kneeling directly beneath the two spirits first. Then he looked around in every direction where he could sense the presence of living beings. This place looked somewhat familiar. A quiet voice resonated through the air as the black-haired man started contemplating why the place he had arrived felt so familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Meanwhile, Nine, Asher, and those who had seen the black-haired man previously in the ancient memory began to turn pale, but they could not even move an inch in his presence, let alone confront him. Chapter 658. This place looks familiar. Part 2. Azazel's eyes narrowed when he remembered where he had arrived. A sardonic smile played on his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. It's been a long time. I almost forgot about this place. He glanced at the two spirits and the vacant smile on his lips broadened. I sensed only one spirit, but he discovered two. I knew I chose the right man for the task, and he didn't disappoint me at all. The darkness in the air crackled as his purple eyes turned into obsidian. Dark chains materialized instantly, rushing towards the two spirits who frantically tried to break free from the otherworldly power that ensnared them in place. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape, and the dark chains started wrapping around their bodies. Azazel clenched his fist, and the spirits let out screams of terror as the spiritual energy surrounding them started to fade. They shrank in size within the darkness until they transformed into two dark orbs, obediently landing on his palm. Nine and the others stared at the man hovering in the air. The air was eerily silent, save for the lingering echoes of the spirit's screams now transformed into tiny orbs. "Can we even do anything?" he whispered with clenched fists. Due to the weight pressing down on their bodies, they couldn't move even an inch and could only watch Azazel do as he pleased. As if catching his words, the man floating in the air directed his gaze downward to meet his. Nine held his breath as the pair of dark eyes locked with his own. Not only Nine, everyone kneeling around him felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the emptiness in the eyes of the man staring at the brown-haired man. The emptiness in his obsidian eyes was quite similar to what Kyle would show at times, but unlike Kyle, who would eventually unveil his emotions, the eyes looking at Nine held no depth. They were hollow. It was crystal clear that the floating man wouldn't even think twice about taking them all out, and to top it off, he currently had the strength to eradicate them all. The two dark orbs in Azazel's hand burst into boundless energy that surged into his body, transmuting into pure darkness. However, his gaze stayed fixed on Nine, or more precisely, the moving thin, golden threads within the man's eyes. The spirituality in his eyes is quite potent. Azazel's eyes shifted towards the others around Nine. A flicker of surprise passed through his gaze as he saw their fates. Ah, they're all connected to Kyle. I must admit they all have bright futures ahead. He vanished from his position and materialized on a boulder facing the group. A surge of darkness emanated from his body as his eyes locked onto Alec. Where's Kyle? Doesn't he want the notebook that held his past back, or did he run off after sensing my arrival, leaving you all behind to meet your end? His eyes crinkled as the faces of those kneeling before him paled when the dark energy emanating from his body began seeping into their bodies. An unassuming notebook materialized in his hand, and he extended his senses in all directions to envelop the entire tomb in search of Kyle. If that man had set foot in this tomb, Azazel knew there was no way he could leave with his current strength. Alec gritted his teeth as an even more intense pressure bore down on his body. He hadn't witnessed the ancient memory, yet without anyone telling him, he was sure the man before him was Azazel, the leader of all the Shadow Generals. Fuck, I can't speak due to the pressure. Does he even expect an answer? Azazel's eyes were strangely fixed on Nine before and now on him, as if the latter had noticed something special in them. Alec's eyes narrowed as Azazel suddenly extended his hand towards the phoenix's body behind him. Under the mounting pressure, he let out a scream. Wait, however, before he could even finish his words, he coughed up a mouthful of blood because the intense pressure on his body abruptly intensified. Azazel glanced at him with a nonchalant expression. Don't meddle when you can't even stand on your feet before me right now. He continued with his actions, causing the phoenix's heart to sink. Bea tightly closed her eyes and shouted Kyle's name in her mind to tell him she was about to die young, and it's all his fault. Asher, who could still move somewhat, tried to intervene but was forcefully thrown back by a mere glance from the man. Just as everyone's heart sank, thinking that now no one would be able to stop Azazel, suddenly the man's arm was grabbed by someone and he let out a chuckle. Already here. Considering you were quite a distance from me, I figured it might take you some time to reach me. Azazel raised his entertained obsidian eyes to meet the gaze of the person who had just clasped his arm, and he saw what he desired. The dark and wrathful look on the silver-haired man's face. He didn't budge, and Kyle was flung back into the distance. Azazel massaged his wrist and glanced at him. You do realize you are sporting a look that's practically shouting you are about to rip me to shreds any moment. Is that really how you plan to greet an old friend? Kyle steadied himself in midair. In one of his hands, he was tightly holding the golden sword he got from Hubert, the very sword he rarely ever took out of his mind space. An expression of anger and deep frustration flashed across his icy face, because the way Azazel pushed him back without even lifting a finger made him realize he was still utterly powerless against the man standing before him. Old friend, you claim? Well, how delightful to see you again, my dear friend. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he locked eyes with the dark-haired man. Azazel blinked a few times. Why do you look angry? I am here to give you back what I took from you. I thought you would be happy to see me again. Kyle's eyebrow twitched violently. He noticed the subtle amusement flickering in Azazel's vacant gaze. He laughed angrily in his mind. Why does it feel like the man was deliberately trying to get on his nerves? So, you want to play it like that, huh? He sheathed his sword and immediately extended his senses in all directions before reaching out his hand towards Azazel. I have held up my end of the bargain. Now that you have taken the two spirits, hand over the notebook. However, his expression chilled when dark flames burst from Azazel's hand, reducing the notebook in his grasp to ashes. The man looked at him with a vacant smile, and the very flames that consumed the book now crept towards Bia and the others. You bastard! Kyle vanished from his spot. He materialized behind Azazel and brought his sword down towards the man's neck. But before his blade could make contact, he was forcefully thrown backward. Azazel glanced back at him with a sigh. The dark flames he conjured spread out to envelop the group of people kneeling next to him, ready to engulf them all as they struggled to even move. You're still the same. I expected you to change after losing all your memories and staying in that monolith land for so many decades. I thought the next time I would see you, you would have become someone ready to give up everything just to confront me and bring about my end. His words shocked many except the Phoenix and Yue, who knew Kyle had lost all his memories. However, they couldn't even speak a word. Azazel pointed at them while looking at Kyle, his lips curving upward. Are they the reason? They're your distractions, right? You can thank me later for getting rid of your distractions now. He didn't take away Kyle's mobility because he wanted to watch. He desired to witness the man desperately trying to save the ones dear to him but fail miserably. But he raised a brow when Kyle did nothing at all and just stared at him with an emotionless face. Azazel's eyes narrowed sharply when he suddenly sensed the spiritual energy and divine energy in the air thinning as if consumed by something. He glanced down at the spot where he stood, and numerous symbols illuminated the darkness, forming a beautiful design that shone brightly amidst the dark. He lifted his eyes to glance at Kyle. So that's why the human left his friends alone and went to such a faraway place. He was completing a massive array. The symbols hungrily consumed everything, even the dark flames he conjured and the dark energy emanating from his body. I have to say, you have gotten very proficient in this profession. He praised and slowly raised his hand to dismantle the array, but halted when Kyle began speaking in a calm voice. I have a gift for you. I thought I should definitely give it to you when you return to the place you once called home. Now that you have met me, don't you want to meet some other old friends? Chapter 659. This place looks familiar. Part 3. Azazel was surprised at Kyle's words. You have dug up so much I had forgotten. You know this place was once my home. Did I leave a clue here in the past? I can't quite recall. It's been thousands of years. Kyle arched a brow. His expression remained composed, yet his fists were tightly clenched with tension. Just a bit longer. He noticed the symbols that had glowed on the ground under Azazel and throughout the tomb slowly starting to float in the air. Seriously, you forget that you yourself wrote down the fact that there's nothing left of the blessed race except for the land they inhabited, the very ground we stand upon. Then, what about Lilith and Nathaniel? Did you forget them too? What a shame, I was going to let you see them again. Right away, the atmosphere surrounding Azazel became still, and a burst of dark energy erupted from his body. Even though the symbols beneath him hungrily devoured the energy, it still caused harm to everyone nearby, including Kyle. You even know about them, and how are you going to let me see them again? His voice grew ominously deep as the obsidian in his eyes began to shift, unveiling the two purple slits within. Kyle's fists tightened as he wiped away the blood trickling from his mouth. The abrupt surge of dark energy from Azazel's body had rattled his internal organs. He could only hope that the others were fine. It's actually pretty easy. He smirked and flicked his fingers. A few symbols lit up beside him, merging together to form two illusionary figures. He was conjuring an illusion. Now that he knew how Nathaniel and Lilith looked like, he could shape their forms. It was a shame that the illusion he was creating would be mere images unable to do anything. Azazel's eyes zeroed in as the symbols next to Kyle intertwined and shaped two very familiar faces gazing at him. The two illusionary figures showed no emotions. They were just made from energy. But Kyle's eyes flashed with contentment as the man in front of him finally displayed emotions in his usually empty gaze. It was pure rage and hatred directed towards the two illusionary figures. Kyle let out a chuckle when the two illusionary figures beside him, who had just taken shape, burst into energy, and he knew very well who had destroyed them. He gazed straight into Azazel's eyes. I must say, just like you mentioned in the old tale, Lilith and Nathaniel were truly good people. I am sure that is why they foresaw early on how wicked you would become in the future. The only mistake they made was that they didn't completely vanquish you. His words got abruptly cut short when a powerful force hit his body, sending him hurling backward at an astonishing speed, leaving him unable to react in time. Kyle slammed into the ground hard and blood immediately spilled from his mouth. Despite trying his best to pause, his body didn't stop. He crashed into many boulders, shattering them instantly before his body finally came to a halt as he collided with the lower body of a massive marble statue. He immediately coughed out more blood. But the statue he crashed into crumbled, so instead of healing his injuries, he quickly conjured a shield with spiritual energy to protect himself from the falling debris. Alec and the others who were saved from the dark flames after the dark flames were consumed by the bright symbols couldn't even blink as everything unfolded. Nine's eyes dilated as he caught the sound of someone crashing into something. Just like the rest, he heard and saw what Kyle had just said and shown to Azazel. Kyle, that bastard, why is he provoking the leader of the dark side when he knows he can't win against Azazel at the moment? Does he not want to live anymore? His eyes shook as he clenched his teeth and attempted to move like the others. Yue and the Phoenix were the most fretful for Kyle at that moment. Yue even managed to stand on her feet briefly before collapsing back onto her knees. Her eyes turned red. Why can't I do anything? All of a sudden, a brilliant light flashed around them. It was so bright that it made them all instinctively shut their eyes. The numerous symbols that had started to float swiftly shot towards the sky, too fast for anyone to react. Next, a surge of powerful energy erupted from all the trial grounds Kyle had filled with his symbols. These beams combined in the sky, forming a dazzling web that wrapped around the entire tomb. Alec and the others snapped open their eyes when they suddenly felt their bodies enveloped by a warm sensation, only to see their bodies dissipate into particles that began to be pulled towards the sky. All of them immediately tried to resist the warm energy that had entirely surrounded their bodies, but were momentarily dazed when they saw the colossal portal that had materialized in the sky, surrounded by a dazzling golden web of symbols. They weren't the only ones being transformed into particles that were forcefully drawn toward the portal. Every living person in the lost treasure tomb was also experiencing the same phenomenon, whether they wanted it or not. Countless startled screams and shouts reverberated through the tomb as the people abruptly discovered their bodies dissolving into particles, drifting towards the portal in the sky that devoured everything that came near. Despite their efforts, they were powerless to resist and could only watch in horror as they completely transformed into particles and vanished from the tomb. Jian let out an angry chuckle as he attempted to break free from the energy enveloping his body. Don't tell me that jerk was distracting Azazel so the array he crafted could activate successfully. He would be a fool if he didn't know what Kyle was planning. Right from the start, the silver-haired man aimed to get them all out of this tomb safely and blow it up with Azazel and himself inside. I am not leaving, no way, not unless he's coming with us. Chapter 660, I Can't Stay Here for Long, Part 1. Alec and the rest around Jian shared the same sentiment as him. However, what could they possibly do when their bodies were dissipating into particles? Nine quickly used his spiritual energy to resist the warm energy around him. He swiftly grabbed a nearby boulder and snapped his head toward Alec. How long until the tomb explodes? His question heightened the urgency with which the others around him were battling the warm energy enveloping their bodies. Alec quickly checked the system panel. Just barely over 4 minutes. Bia cried out loudly at his words, and golden flames burst from her entire body, yet even then she couldn't halt her body from dispersing into particles. Azazel, who previously stood before them, had disappeared, leaving uncertainty about what the man was doing with Kyle. Just stay alive, you jerk. Bia closed her eyes and began gathering all her divine energy around her body to dispel the layer of warm energy surrounding her. At that moment, Asher retrieved something from his mind space and let out a sigh. I really didn't want to use this, but it would be a shame if Kyle died. He can accomplish so much, and he's even the first friend I made after so many years. His words were cut off when Nine, with lightning-fast speed, snatched the round artifact resting on his palm. Huh. The brown-haired man frantically started examining the artifact. How do we use this thing? Quick, we are running out of time. Asher was dumbfounded. The guy didn't even know how to use the artifact, and the fact that it was a one-time use artifact that would obliterate every form of energy around them within a second. If the half-dragon began explaining how to use the artifact, he was certain the tomb would explode before he even finished. Give it back to me, we don't have time and only one person can use it. Before Asher could grab the artifact from Nine's hand, Giant snatched it away, and for some reason, it activated the moment the red-haired man grabbed the artifact. What? Giant blinked as the round artifact in his hands burst into energy and shredded the warm aura around his body. Instantly, his body, which was dissolving into particles, came to a halt, and he experienced a sharp jolt of pain as all the particles that had drifted off his body merged back into his body, completing his fading form. He was shocked and wanted to know how the heck he just touched the artifact and it activated on its own. But when he saw the expressions of Asher and the others, he knew they all wanted to know that too. Fuck, Nine cursed under his breath. He tried pressing the artifact from all angles, but it remained inactive. Yet Giant simply touched it and it sprang to life. Don't tell me it's because of your luck stat that's always wants you 6 feet under. Nine murmured, and eventually everyone around him understood why the artifact activated when it was in Giant's hands. Giant chuckled and started to float. Finally, his tremendous bad luck was of some use. The heavy pressure on their bodies had lifted after Azazel vanished. Well, I guess I will be dying alongside Kyle. Farewell, my friends. He waved at the others, who were doing their darndest to keep their bodies from dissipating into particles entirely but were failing miserably, and they all cursed at the proud red-haired man. Giant gave them one last look and quickly disappeared towards the direction where they heard the crashing noises earlier. Sinan yelled out in frustration. Why Giant? Anyone else would do but Giant. He's just going to make things worse with his personality alone. No, he's going to lower Kyle's chances of survival. His words were cut off as his body burst into particles entirely, only to be consumed by the massive portal above. Following him, everyone else also followed suit. Eventually, Alec, Karkle, and Asher were the last ones left, still struggling against the warm energy surrounding them. However, after a few moments, even their bodies entirely transformed into particles and vanished into the portal. Giant's face was solemn as he extended his senses in all directions as far as he could and raced towards the location where he had heard the crashing sounds earlier, continuously calling out Kyle's name. He was sure that only a minute or so remained before the tomb would explode. He needed to locate Kyle and pull him into the enormous portal in the sky with him. Giant paused in midair when he spotted a familiar man's back in the distance, but he was certain from the dark hair that it wasn't Kyle. It was Azazel. His heart sank when he didn't notice Kyle anywhere and thought the man was dead. Instantly, pure anger flashed in his red eyes as he charged straight toward Azazel. No matter how strong the man was, he wanted to avenge his friend. But before he could even get close to Azazel, the space before him suddenly began to tremble and crack, causing him to pause. Giant noticed with a racing heart that it wasn't a portal that was forming before him. The space in front of him itself was cracking open as if something or someone was tearing it apart with bare hands. The process was eerily similar to how Azazel arrived in the tomb. He jolted back in midair when a person clad in a luxurious outfit stepped out from the crack. Giant's eyes dilated when he saw the facial features of the man who had emerged from the crack. The familiar red hair and red eyes. It was he himself. Immediately, his mind went blank because he couldn't process the unbelievable sight he was witnessing. At the same time, the red-haired man floating before him, who was eerily similar looking to him but much more muscular and taller, raised his fist in the sky with a triumphant expression. Finally, I did it, and that jerk Kyle believed he was the only one capable of mastering the natural laws of time and space. The man cackled with glee but then coughed out blood. Immediately, crimson liquid seeped from his ears, nose, and every pore of his skin. Darn it, I definitely can't stay here for too long, or the nature's going to kill me for messing with the universe's balance and traveling through a time layer. Chapter 661. I can't stay here for long. Part 2. Giant was startled when he saw blood seeping from every pore of the man who bore a striking resemblance to him. However, before he could react, the man swiftly extended his hand and grabbed his shoulder with lightning speed. What? Giant let out a gasp at the tight grip and wanted to resist, but a force prevented him from moving. The man floating before him clicked his tongue. Just stay put. I am taking away something you don't need anymore. He positioned his hand amidst Giant's collarbones, igniting a fiery sensation that swept through Giant's body. Subsequently, a nail-sized red orb enveloped in ominous energy emerged from his skin with a menacing sound. That's it, this darn artifact Xeron gave me really made my whole life difficult. Now that it's gone, your luck stat should improve. Giant staggered back in midair as the man released him, hastily attempting to heal the small hole between his collarbones from which the man had extracted the orb. He shot a fierce glare at the man, only to realize the latter's state was more critical, with blood drenching his entire body. But even though the man looked like he was on the brink of death, he had a satisfied smirk on his face as he quickly squashed the squirming orb in his hand. Giant's sharp eyes locked onto the man before him as his mind raced to process everything unfolding before him. He had a flurry of answers swirling in his mind from the short interaction he had with the man, but only the person in front of him could truly confirm them. Hence, he didn't dilly-dally or waste time. Ultimately, the top priority at that moment was to rescue Kyle. "What are you, me?" Hearing Giant's words, the man before him let out a chuckle with a hint of amusement in his crimson eyes. "You are not a fool, so guess on your own. Now leave this tomb, or else you and I both will cease to exist." The man blinked, and in an instant, the space behind Giant cracked open before forcefully pulling him inside. Giant's eyes widened, and he frantically tried to stop himself from being swallowed by the gap that opened up behind him. Wait, what about Kyle? I need to find his body at least." A wild laughter slipped out from the man's mouth as he stared at Giant. "Do you really think Kyle would die so easily? Then you didn't yet know the real him. He wouldn't die even if death itself arrived to forcefully take him." He raised his finger and flicked Giant's forehead, sending him hurtling into the gap. There was a smug smile on the man's face as he watched Giant's fading figure, but the smile instantly disappeared when a hand slipped out from the crack he had emerged from and forcefully grabbed his collar. A chilling voice echoed from the crack. "Just how many times do I have to remind you not to meddle with the past, or Azazel will do the same and end us all?" Giant felt like crying. He knew he was in real trouble this time. Kyle sounded really angry. The cold hand grabbing his collar dragged him back into the crack, and the crevice vanished into nothingness. "Well, at least I managed to improve my unlucky life a little." After he vanished into the crack, the entire tomb exploded into a dazzling display of luminous particles, scattering like ethereal fireflies in the darkness. The once quiet atmosphere crackled with an electric tension, as if the very fabric of time and space had been disrupted. A while ago, Kyle pushed aside the shattered statue fragments above his body. Blood covered his entire body as he looked up at the sky where Azazel floated, glaring at him with eyes brimming with rage. He chuckled but spat out blood. A single attack from the man was enough to break all his ribs. No, perhaps nearly every bone in his body. He couldn't even move an inch right now, but the pain coursing through his body was nothing new to him. Kyle's eyes flickered with a hint of smile as he gazed directly into Azazel's ominous eyes. "Finally, you look a little human." The rage clouding Azazel's eyes started to fade when Kyle burst into wild laughter at his own words. "Human? Who? Azazel?" No, this man had lost his humanity ages ago. But he found some satisfaction in knowing he could still shake Azazel to the core. Kyle began taking deep breaths to steady his breathing and mend his wounds with the help of his bloodline, which was rushing through his body, prepared to do whatever it takes to save him if his life was in danger. "I believe the others will make it out from this tomb unscathed now that the array has been fully activated. All that's left is for me to skedaddle before this place blows up." He gazed up at the sky, a glittering golden web stretched above, and in the center of it all was a massive portal. Kyle wielded his bloodline without a care. Azazel already knew about his bloodline, so why bother hiding it? It was wiser for him to quickly heal himself and flee this place while Azazel had momentarily halted for some unknown reason. "I wonder why he didn't tear me apart. Haha, he really does have a lot of self-control." Azazel gazed at the battered form of the bloodied silver-haired man sprawled on the ground beneath him and tilted his head. "Do you really think I can't finish you off?" Kyle smirked and spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth. "Then do it, kill me." His eyes darkened. "What are you waiting for, huh?" Azazel gazed at him. The familiar emptiness had crept back into his eyes. Kyle's smirk broadened. "There's a reason you can't kill me, right? Otherwise, knowing that one day I could become an obstacle in your way, you would have finished me off in the no-mana land." He wore a thoughtful expression. "Is it because we both possess something similar in our bodies?" Chapter 662. It's almost comical. Azazel fixed his gaze on the bloodied man. He noticed the blue particles mending Kyle's wounds but chose not to intervene. "You are right, that's one of the reasons." He counted on his fingers, yet as always, couldn't fully unravel Kyle's fate or his next moves. There lay numerous paths that the human could take. "The second reason I spared your life in the no-mana land is because, even though just a bit, you were a mirror image of me." He peered down at Kyle. "The third reason is that your bloodline can attract the celestial spirits. I am sure that having you as a bait to find them was more valuable than getting rid of you." Kyle felt a chill run down his spine when the corners of Azazel's lips curved upward. "Final reason, how can I kill a friend? But you're becoming so dangerous that I want to get rid of you." A beam of dark energy burst from his fingertips and shot towards Kyle's heart at lightning speed, but his eyes narrowed as the human made no attempt to escape. There was no struggle at all. Kyle mumbled something quietly, and in an instant his whole body burst into countless particles. The beam destroyed everything, yet the particles effortlessly glided away towards the massive portal in the sky. Azazel gazed at the floating particles and released an amused chuckle. He could have easily forced Kyle back, but only if he had arrived here with his true body. I couldn't predict his departure until the final moment. Didn't he acquire the fruit of fate? Why hadn't he consumed it yet? He pondered aloud and started inspecting the array Kyle had constructed in the tomb. He was highly skilled in arrays. No, he was proficient in all professions existing in this universe. However, he got distracted when he felt a familiar presence behind him. Oh, it appears one of Kyle's comrades remained in the tomb. To rescue him, Azazel remained suspended in the air. Dark energy began emanating from his body, flowing towards the man he sensed had halted a short distance from him. Kyle gave me a gift. I am sure I should reciprocate with a gift as well. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed as he sensed the space behind him fracturing, permitting someone who shouldn't have been able to enter this realm, or more precisely this time to materialize behind him. Azazel slowly tilted his head back to gaze at the two similar-looking figures floating in the distance. His eyes flickered with the realization that an intruder had breached a barrier of time to revisit his past. Someone among them has mastered the natural laws of time and space when they had just stepped into the supreme rank. Why did I not finish them? He wondered aloud and wanted to forcefully tear apart the fabric of time to eliminate the red-haired man who had arrived to visit his past. But his actions stopped as he felt the air around him growing eerily tranquil. The tomb is about to explode. Azazel's eyes narrowed at the words that slipped out of his mouth. The array Kyle had constructed was not only meant to get everyone out of the tomb, it also involved destroying everything once they had left. He attempted to dismantle the array to prevent the tomb from detonating. It's too late. The array has already consumed every speck of energy in this tomb. Kyle needs to eat the fruit of fate, otherwise with his fate unknown I can never predict his next move. He took in his dark surroundings. An old memory of a boy trapped in a separate space, witnessing the devastation of his entire race, flickered through his mind. He softly hummed before gently setting foot on the ground below. It seems that even the land where the blessed race once lived will now vanish. When this place fades, their entire existence will disappear along with it. He walked on the broken pieces of the marble statue, a stark difference from the past when he stumbled around this very place with an empty stomach. Now he had the power to obliterate the universe. It's almost comical. The space around him burst into a magnificent show of glowing particles, dispersing like fireflies in the shadows. Despite the destruction around him, his body remained unscathed as a dark shield encased him to protect him. His once quiet surroundings crackled with electricity as debris flew in all directions. Flames danced wildly, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. Yet he strolled through it all with a nonchalant expression. The Shadow Generals are not helping much. I have to do everything on my own. I still need to find 5 more spirits. Just a bit more and I will reach them once again. Suddenly, purple and obsidian particles emanated from his skin, forming a purple flower with multiple petals nestled between his collarbones. The flower petals emitted a faint yet dazzling light, tainted by red and dark spots within. Before him, the space cracked open, offering him a path to leave the crumbling place. After one final look at the crumbling place he once called home, he stepped into the dark crack which disappeared behind him into nothingness. On the other hand, in the sacred divine land, after the nature's favorite took down one of the Shadow Generals in the gladiator arena, his name echoed across the sacred divine land and beyond, spanning every planet in the universe. Those who failed in the gladiator arena reached out to their guardians to spread word of Kyle's strength and the power of the silver-haired man. It's barely been a month since the lost treasure tomb opened in the sacred divine land, and the victor of the gladiator arena ventured into the tomb to seek treasures and enhance their strength. The shock and joy from one of the Shadow Generals getting killed hadn't quite settled in the outside world, when all of a sudden, the sky above the sacred divine land cracked open, creating a huge portal from which countless people started pouring out. Chapter 663, The Lost Treasure's tomb entrance had exploded. In a bleak landscape void of greenery and scattered with numerous skeletons, there were several floating islands that housed countless grand residences. Atop one of these islands, within a residence, old Hal, the one who watched the battles that had occurred in the gladiator arena, sat at a table with a few others, sipping tea. The old man's body carried numerous injuries, as did those around him because after the first Shadow General discovered that a mere divine rank had killed the third Shadow General, he launched a sudden attack, leading to numerous casualties. Old Hal sighed. The clothes he and the others sitting around him wore displayed a large gray sword intricately engraved on the chest. This sword symbol represented their allegiance to the righteous side that had been battling the dark side for centuries. Elizabeth, who was sitting opposite the old man, rubbed her forehead and slammed the cup of tea in her hand on the table. Wasn't the first Shadow General badly injured in the last battle and needed time to get better? I thought he would be looking for the person who took the fruit of fate. Why did he come back to attack all of a sudden and even more powerful than before? Upon hearing her words, the faces of those around her sank even more. One of the women at the table patted her back. What about James? Did he regain consciousness? He managed to stop the first Shadow General from breaking one of the last two seals we are guarding, but he went through a lot in return. Elizabeth shook her head. He suffered an injury directly to his soul. It will take him some time to heal this time. If only Odiak and the other elders weren't busy hunting down Sino to finish him off after learning that he was injured by Kyle, they could have reached James in time. Then, the first Shadow General wouldn't have had the chance to severely injure him with the assistance of many supreme ranks. She clenched her fist and muttered a curse under her breath. If it were up to Elizabeth, she would have already shredded the first Shadow General to countless pieces. Old Hal and the people around him were startled when the door of the chamber they were in slammed open and a man rushed in. Immediately, the expressions of those inside the chamber darkened, fearing that the first Shadow General had attacked once again, and the man had brought that news. Elizabeth swiftly moved towards the young man and grasped his shoulder. "What's up, Ned? Did the first Shadow General attack?" Her words were abruptly cut off as Ned shook his head frantically. He had just returned from the sacred divine land after gifting some treasures to the guardians and families of the 13 unlucky individuals who missed their opportunity to enter the tomb because of Kyle and his friends. No, it is not about the first Shadow General. The old tomb, the gate of the lost treasure tomb had exploded into pieces. Elizabeth's eyes widened. What? Old Hal and the others instantly rushed towards Ned upon hearing his shocking words as Elizabeth grabbed his collar. Do you even know what you're saying? How can the entrance of the lost treasure tomb explode? If that's true, the entire tomb itself would have blown to bits. She gave Ned's body a fierce shake and he nearly lost consciousness. However, fortunately, old Hal intervened in time and stopped Elizabeth. He allowed Ned to finish his words. Ned quickly straightened his collar and calmed his breathing. It's true. The entrance of the lost treasure tomb has really exploded into pieces. I just received the news from the individuals I had stationed in the sacred divine land. Immediately, the faces of those around him fell as if they had lost everything. Old Hal shook his head in disbelief. No, if that's true, we have lost all our future warriors. If the lost treasure's tomb entrance had exploded, it suggests the whole tomb has been destroyed. Doesn't that mean all those inside had perished? Someone nearby swiftly caught the old man before he collapsed to the ground. The atmosphere in the chamber immediately grew eerily quiet, interrupted by Ned. At least hear me out completely before plunging into despair. All eyes turned to him. What other bad news remained to be revealed? Did the first Shadow General launch an attack as well? However, their eyes widened when they heard Ned's next words. The tomb entrance did explode, but miraculously all the people inside were somehow ejected before the blast, through a massive portal that materialized above the sacred divine land. Elizabeth blinked at his words, confused between relief and bewilderment. No, we all know it is not possible for the ones inside to leave the tomb before its gates open up for those inside to exit. Ned didn't know himself, so he quickly explained that after the massive portal appeared in the sky of the sacred divine land, and many people poured out of it, the people of the demon and dark race who are currently residing on the sacred divine land had begun slaughtering them upon learning that those who had emerged from the massive portal were the ones who had entered the lost treasure tomb. Ned's words stirred everyone around him into action. Old Hal instantly commanded those around him to assemble a group of powerful fighters and head to the sacred divine land to handle the crisis. In the end, only Elizabeth, Old Hal, and Ned remained in the chamber. Elizabeth's expression turned solemn as she asked Ned with a grave tone, "What about Kyle and his companions? Did they too manage to escape the tomb? They are our main concern right now. We must locate them before the dark side reach them and harm them." Old Hal also sought this information. After the first Shadow General discovered that a divine rank had taken down the third Shadow General, he put a bounty on Kyle's head. He promised the position of the third Shadow General and numerous rewards to anyone who could deliver the silver-haired man to him, whether breathing or lifeless. That's why it was important for them to find Kyle and his companions before the dark side reached them to eliminate them. Ned's eyes darkened as he recalled the silver-haired man who had beaten him up in the gladiator arena in front of a large crowd, yet he masked his anger. I am not sure if Kyle and his group had managed to escape from the tomb, but a few people saw a phoenix and a horned lynx emerging from the portal. Then the two beasts disappeared. He paused for a second. Perhaps Kyle and his group had indeed come out from the tomb, but they likely went into hiding because they now have plenty of enemies looking for them after what they pulled off in the gladiator arena. Elizabeth nodded and glanced at old Hal, who understood her intentions and gave a reassuring pat on her shoulder. Don't worry, I am also secretly leaving for the Divine Land with Ned and Vexana. You should remain here with James and the other elders, as who knows when the first Shadow General might attack again. Old Hal promptly exited the chamber with Ned, while Elizabeth went to inform the other elders about the news. Just like old Hal, the strong guardians of the many individuals who had ventured into the lost treasure tomb were informed about the massive portal by the individuals they had stationed in the sacred Divine Land. They quickly departed from their planets to safeguard their people who were meant to remain in the lost treasure tomb for a year or two, but had exited the tomb early, silently cursing and vowing to end the people behind what had transpired. The Shadow Generals were also informed about the news. But since the first Shadow General had recently fought with James and sustained injuries, he couldn't personally go to the sacred Divine Land. He tried to contact the other Shadow Generals, but they were all busy with their tasks. Sino had also lost the fake body he crafted using a fragment of his soul, so he had disappeared to seek powerful treasures to mend the injuries he sustained when a part of his soul was harmed. In the end, he told the people of the Dark and Demon race on the sacred Divine Land, who were hunting the people who had emerged from the massive portal, that the greater the number of people they eliminated, the more rewards they would receive upon returning to the demon planet. However, to eliminate the Nature's favorite and his group, the first Shadow General still sent two powerful Supreme Rank individuals to the sacred Divine Land. The two Supreme Rank individuals were ordered to kill without hesitation the moment they spotted the Nature's favorite or anyone from the people who were with him in the gladiator arena. Chapter 664. He is close. In the sacred Divine Land, the air was saturated with dark energy as sounds of battles echoed all around. It had been this way ever since many people emerged from the lost treasure tomb through the portal. The sky was veiled in dark clouds, and even the divine and spiritual energy in the land was becoming tainted as a shroud of dark energy spread throughout. Inside a forest, a man in a gray outfit with golden scales adorning his exposed skin paused on one of the trees as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. I'm unsure whether to feel relieved for finally getting out of that tomb or worried about my life, because the people with me are being hunted by the dark side. Asher muttered quietly with a wry chuckle and glanced at the little phoenix that had just landed on his shoulder. This land is growing increasingly dangerous. Bia, are you certain you can detect Kyle's presence nearby? Bia nodded confidently. Ever since Kyle removed the barrier he had placed on their connection in the tomb, she could feel his presence without a doubt. He's close, I can feel his presence. Asher shifted his gaze towards another tree where a man was sitting. Regius, what about the rest? Have they successfully located Giant? The elven man glanced into the distance and noticed several demons approaching their location. I need to reach out to them to confirm, but I am confident they have, as Alec can track Giant's location through the mark he placed on him. Hopefully, Giant is safe. Because knowing his luck, I wouldn't be surprised if he lost an arm or something in the tomb. He aimed his fingers at the few demons who had arrived in their location and were flying a short distance from them. Asher eyed the demons closely, quickly gauged their power, then asked Regius to stay put and vanished from sight. Regius watched as the half-dragon maneuvered within his shadow, moving at a speed too swift for him to track with his eyes, stealthily drew his sword, and swiftly cut down all the demons. The elven man praised his strength, and Asher reveled in the admiration. They had effortlessly dealt with all foes they met along the way, all thanks to Asher. At that moment, Yue's solemn voice sounded from behind them. Don't you think we should continue moving and locate Kyle as soon as possible? Let's not waste time any longer. Asher and Regius glanced at the two women sitting on a tree in the distance. Yue and Mia had been so quiet that the pair almost overlooked them. Nox sided with Yue. Yes, we must hurriedly locate Kyle. I don't want that human to get hurt. Bia whipped her head toward the lynx circling Yue with narrowed eyes. When did you start caring about him? Nox wanted to scoff but refrained. His life held more significance. He's not bad, just a bit intimidating. Bia rolled her eyes and started floating towards where she could sense Kyle. Asher and the others promptly trailed after her. They came across a couple of folks from the dark side on the path, but the half-dragons swiftly and silently dealt with them. An hour later, as they moved amidst the trees, they spotted an area ahead blanketed in ice. Bia stopped as everyone watched the ice that was slowly spreading, threatening to engulf everything in its wake. He is here, the phoenix mumbled, and without hesitation went into the frozen trees. Asher reached out to touch the ice but quickly withdrew his hand when he sensed the cold seeping through it. I believed as a supreme rank, ice and fire wouldn't affect me anymore. How did Kyle create such powerful ice? Did he use his blue flames? No, it's different. Wait, is it safe for us to advance in this area? He glanced at the other individuals accompanying him, only to notice that they had already ventured into the area. It appears I am the only one worried. With a sigh, he trailed behind Regius, Yue, Mia, and the two beasts. After they arrived in the sacred divine land, they easily found each other thanks to Bia and Nox, who were in their massive forms. However, for some reason, many demon and dark race individuals started attacking and eliminating those who emerged from the massive portal. Consequently, they had to take cover for a brief period, only to hear rumors that the nature's favorite, also known as Kyle, and all his companions were being hunted by the dark side. Only after the area around them was somewhat cleared of the demons and dark race people did they split into two groups. One went to search for Giant, while the others accompanied Bia to locate Kyle. Asher glanced at the ice surrounding him. Strangely, even though it was very cold to the touch, the ice didn't harm him and the others in front of him. He paused when he sensed a few demons nearing the area and quickly instructed the others ahead of him to pause for a while until he dealt with the demons. But his eyes widened when he saw the fate of the divine-ranked demons who had just set foot on the shimmering ice carpet. The ice around the demons surged forth, causing them cry out as it began to engulf their bodies at lightning speed. The demons caught in the ice tried to escape, but within moments they were transformed into ice sculptures. The remaining demons fled after witnessing the chilling scene. What the? Asher gazed at the ice sculptures but was startled when they dispersed into particles before him. He wiped his sweaty forehead. Is it truly safe for us to move forward? Why do I suddenly have this unsettling feeling that it might not be safe anymore? He sheathed his sword and swiftly joined the others as they moved forward. Bia had already disappeared into the distance, and now they were merely tracking her presence. After a minute, they finally arrived at a small clearing encircled by the frozen trees. The ground below was smooth and shining because of the ice, and Asher spotted Bia floating above a bloodied figure. Chapter 665. Did they locate Giant? The first person to rush towards the bloodied figure after Bia was Yue. She quickly noticed the man's familiar silver hair as he lay motionless on the ground. Yue sat beside Kyle's body on the icy ground and started examining him. Kyle, her concerned voice echoed in the air. Bia, who had arrived earlier, strangely moved away to a distance and began watching everything with a deadpan expression. He could have at least changed his bloodied clothes. Now that we are close, I can tell he's perfectly fine and awake. This bastard. He's definitely faking it to dodge all the backlash from everyone for the stunt he pulled in the tomb. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she hermped and didn't intervene as Asher, Mia, and Regius also arrived next to Kyle's body, and the half-dragon grabbed his hand to assess his condition. Asher blinked. Weird, I can't detect any major injuries on his body. Is he unconscious because he lost too much blood? He scratched his head with furrowed brows and mumbled under his breath. But considering he is a transcendent rank, that shouldn't be a problem for him, right? Yue grabbed her sleeve with her fingers and wiped away the bloodstains on Kyle's chin. Kyle let out a faint groan and nestled his head against her. Even though Yue was mad at him and wanted to ignore him until he turned over a new leaf and would never repeat what he did in the tomb, she allowed him to lean in and wrapped her arms around his head in a warm embrace. It's safe. I'm here, she whispered softly, and Asher stepped back with Regius and Mia to give the couple some space. They couldn't detect any major injuries on Kyle's body, so maybe he just needed some rest to wake up. Bia floated over to Mia and landed on her shoulder. Observing the phoenix's somber expression, Mia gently stroked her head. Don't you want to go see Kyle? I know you're upset with him, we all are, but go check on him. He's injured, who knows what Azazel did to him in the tomb? Bia rolled her eyes. I know he suffered in the tomb, that's why I'm not exposing his lousy acting. Mia blinked in surprise. What? The phoenix simply shrugged her wings and nuzzled into her touch. Nothing. After a bit, Asher spotted Yue helping Kyle to sit down, who had just started to open his eyes slightly. But the half-dragon's eyes narrowed suspiciously when he noticed a smirk on the corners of Kyle's lips. He didn't ponder much on it and looked over at Regius, who was talking with the others through the communication crystal. So did they locate Giant? Regius's eyes were wide with astonishment as he shut the communication crystal. They did, and you won't believe it, but they discovered his body submerged in a hot spring beneath a massive tree laden with fruits brimming with divine energy. The disbelief in Regius's eyes was crystal clear. Giant, the very Giant he knew who had the worst ill-fated luck among all of them, landed in such a good place. Asher's eyes also flashed with surprise. He had noticed Giant's bad luck in the time they were together, and after hearing all the tales from the others, he was certain that Lady Luck had a grudge against the man. So why did he end up in such a fortunate spot? He's alive, right? Regius gave him a look. The others did spot a tiny hole in the middle of his collarbones, but he's alive. He paused for a second. I heard Zeron had started frantically scouring the hot spring for some reason after spotting the hole in Giant collarbones, insisting that Giant had lost something very valuable that he had given the young man. Asher nodded with a perplexed look, and they headed towards Kyle. The half-dragon once more inspected Kyle's body. Are you certain you're all right? We must leave this location and seek a hidden spot as the entire sacred divine land is currently teeming with people from the dark side. Kyle brushed his hand aside, looking irritated. He wasn't fond of physical contact, but upon catching Yue's gaze, he placed his arm on her neck for support, wearing a solemn expression. I'm okay, just having trouble walking. I should improve in a few weeks. Perhaps he intentionally gave the impression that he wasn't certain about fully healing even within that time frame. I'm sure that by then, everyone will have forgotten about what I did in the tomb, and I won't have to explain anything. Bia's eyebrow twitched at his words. The man who can heal even the worst injury in seconds with his bloodline needs weeks to be fully healed. Who does he think he's kidding? She landed on Kyle's head and grabbed his hair tightly. Why only a few weeks? It's fine even if you need a couple of months. We will definitely look after you. Don't worry. Kyle wrinkled his nose at the sudden anger he sensed from the phoenix and realized she saw through his act. The others are okay, but don't tell Yue. I will treat you to something really special. Bia chuckled wickedly to herself. Only food won't suffice this time. Kyle let out a sigh inwardly. Okay, I admit I was definitely in the wrong this time. Bia interrupted with a grave voice. Just this time, Kyle amended his words. I have been wrong many times, now good. I will fulfill any wish you have in return. Bia nodded and quickly made herself comfortable on his head. That doesn't sound half bad. Kyle's eyes crinkled at her words, but his smile faded when Asher bent down before him and asked him to climb on his back. Since Kyle was having trouble walking, the half-dragon wanted to help him. However, Kyle just flicked his fingers and conjured a portal nearby with a deadpan expression. I am not able to walk properly, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything else at all. Asher stood up with a chuckle, and they all stepped into the portal. In the next second, they arrived at the area in the sacred divine land filled with many buildings and shops, the very place where Yue and those who had taken part in the gladiator arena had stayed for a while. That area was also attacked by the demons and the people from the dark race, but Kyle formed an array around a building to hide it completely and they went in to rest. Chapter 666. Oh, she is also here. Kyle stepped out from a bathroom within the building he had entered with the others, clad only in dark trousers. Water droplets sparkled on his wet hair, flowing down his neck towards his exposed upper body as he had just taken a bath. However, he waved his fingers and his entire body dried up in an instant. A frown appeared between his brows as he examined himself. There were no signs of injury on his body, not even a scar, yet his body temperature had risen inexplicably. Could it be because I used my bloodline to heal my injuries? It even went into my mind space and had become eerily quiet. I am not surprised though, given all the bones I broke due to Azazel and the bloodline fixed them in just an hour. He grabbed a shirt from his mind space and swiftly pulled it down his body. Let's just hope the bloodline doesn't wake up for a while. It doesn't bother me now, but I really don't like using it unless necessary. But now that I have gotten used to my body always being too cold, it's a bit unsettling when it had suddenly gotten warmer. He glanced at the room he was in. Bia was sleeping on the bed in her little form. She must be tired from all the things she went through in a short time. Kyle's eyes gleamed as he extended his scent perception skill in all directions. He shut his eyes and felt his skill pass through the array he had set up around the building before expanding to encompass nearly 80% of the sacred divine land. There are so many supreme ranks in the sacred divine land right now, and nearly half of them have been badly injured. Oh, she is also here. He opened his eyes with an amused expression because he had just sensed a familiar presence. Samara, the demon he encountered on the elven planet where he acquired the Fruit of Fate, was also present on the same land as him. I did ask her to come find me for a proper one-on-one, but I can sense she has gotten stronger. Did she discover a potent treasure in this land while searching for me? Kyle swiftly withdrew his skill when he sensed a few supreme rank catching onto him. Samara had attained the final stage of the supreme rank. He knew she was going to pose a challenge for him, but I suppose it could be a fun experience. Can I face off against a peak supreme rank? The undead I encountered in the tomb were mindless and didn't pose much of a threat. Suddenly, he leaped onto the bed, startling Bia out of her sleep and swiftly grabbed the blanket to cover half of his body. Bia cursed at him. What? The phoenix's words were abruptly interrupted as a knock echoed on the door of the room, and then Yue's voice resonated from the other side. Kyle, I'm here to see how you're doing. Are you feeling any better? Kyle manipulated the air around him, causing the room's door to creak open, providing enough space for the woman outside to enter. Yue stepped inside and her eyes immediately settled on Kyle. His hair was a bit messy, but he had removed his bloodied clothes and put on clean ones. Oh, he looks fine, she sighed with relief. She had left him in this room a while back and moved to the one next to it when the man shamelessly suggested they shower together. However, remembering that Kyle couldn't even walk properly, she grew worried and came back to check on him. Kyle met Yue's gaze. He could see she had changed into clean clothes. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. He swiftly hid the angry phoenix under the blanket, which suddenly bit his finger. I'm okay, just a bit worn out. Yue nodded in understanding. Take a nap. Asher mentioned he's keeping watch, so no need to worry. Alec and the others are coming here too after Regius told them about this place. She moved towards the bed and sat beside him to check his body once more to ensure he was truly okay. Surprise flickered in her amber eyes when she noticed Kyle's skin was quite warm. It couldn't be considered really warm, but it wasn't ice cold either. Kyle grabbed her hand and let out a sigh. My temperature just rose a bit. It's not a big deal. Anyway, where's Nox? He let out a chuckle as Yue started touching his face with furrowed brows. Okay, but it's kinda strange since I'm used to your cold temperature. Kyle took hold of her other hand as well and pulled her onto the bed next to him. Let's just rest. I'm sure my temperature will return to your liking soon. Yue blinked, feeling his hand encircle her waist as he drew her nearer. She closed her eyes with a hum as he began playing with her hair and eventually drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Bia emerged from the blanket with a furious expression. After cursing Kyle for the nth time, she stormed out of the room. After waking up so abruptly, there was no chance she could fall back asleep. She moved through the hallway lined with empty rooms on both sides and descended from the second floor to the lobby below, only to discover Asher seated with Regius. The pair had cleaned up the area, which was a complete mess when they arrived at the building, and even changed into clean clothes. What are they doing? Bia sat on a handrail around the stairs to observe the duo. However, as she looked down at the table the duo was sitting at, her eyes sparkled when she saw food. Damn, they found food in the building. How dare they eat without me? She zoomed toward the table at lightning speed, startling both Asher and Regius, who had not even touched the variety of dried fruits and wine they found stored in the room hidden beneath the stairs. Shur quickly grabbed the phoenix, who had begun eating without a care. Eat like a human, okay? The food isn't going anywhere, there's plenty. Regius raised a brow at his words. She is a phoenix, how can she eat like a human? She will eat like a phoenix. Asher stifled a chuckle at his words and released Bia, who glared at Regius. Right, you should eat properly like a good phoenix. No need to rush. He burst into laughter, causing Regius to join in. Bia's eyes narrowed at the two men who, for some reason, were annoying her. Why did they look so darn happy? Don't tell me they are mocking me. She moved back with solemn eyes. Eat like a human, huh? Why not? Hearing her sharp tone and noticing her deadly serious gaze, both Regius and Asher instantly quieted down. They thought they had surely upset the phoenix and wanted to apologize, but they shut their eyes when suddenly a dazzling, brilliant crimson light filled the space before them. Asher quickly rubbed his eyes, nearly blinded by the intense brightness. The light seemed unusually warm and caused an uncomfortable sensation in his eyes. What the? Bia. He blinked his eyes open, all set to give the phoenix a piece of his mind for the blinding light that could have seriously harmed both his and Regius's eyes. However, his words got stuck on the tip of his tongue, and his jaw dropped when he saw a beautiful girl in red feathered attire, hovering above the table. Regius, who had also managed to open his eyes, was just as shocked at the sight. Before them, strands of long golden hair danced in the wind before cascading down the girl's back. As the brilliant light faded, a pair of captivating crimson and golden eyes with blue slits gazed at the two men who were staring at her. Bia's bare feet landed on the ground next to the table, and she touched her wrists, where the golden symbols Kyle had engraved on the edges of her wings glowed brightly. Oh, my human form has gotten a lot bigger than the last time. She mumbled, completely unaware of the shock and disbelief she had caused the two men around her. Then she strolled toward the numerous empty chairs in the lobby and dragged one toward the table where Regius and Asher were sitting. She quickly settled onto it with a haughty expression. I can eat like a human anytime I want. But unfortunately, you two can't because one is an elf and the other is a half-dragon. Asher was still out of it. He shut his mouth and glanced at the girl who appeared to be 18 sitting in front of him. Was she really Bia? The same tiny bird, Regius mumbled beside him. What? How can her human form be so beautiful? Bia didn't even care about them and began eating once again. Suddenly, Mia's stunned voice sounded in the distance. She had arrived downstairs at the exact moment when Bia transformed into a human. Bia. Upon hearing her voice, Bia glanced at her and instantly her eyes sparkled. Oh, come on. Join me? Nox landed on Mia's shoulder, giving Bia a scrutinizing look. She's really quite pretty. Wait, how can I even think that? She's the devil who always beats me up. He scoffed inwardly and quietly mumbled under his breath. You think you're the only one who can turn into a beautiful human? Well, unfortunately for you, I can do it too, okay. Chapter 667, That Human is Not Simple at All. Quite a distance from where Kyle and the others were, a demon woman with 4 expansive wings behind her was floating under the sky with her eyes closed. Her fists were clenched tightly in concentration, and an evil smile was playing on the corners of her lips. He is here. I definitely sensed his pressure a while ago. Finally, I got a clue about him after searching for him for so long. Samara's eyes snapped open, and a sphere of darkness surged behind her, shooting up towards the sky, making it even darker. She glanced down at the demons fighting with the group of individuals who had just arrived in the sacred divine land in a flying ship to find and protect their people who had emerged from the massive portal. End them, her loud voice echoed in the air as the sphere of darkness, which had shot toward the sky, descended on the land, instantly obliterating everything in its path. The air reverberated with countless cries. Even the demons fighting below her were harmed by the sphere, but she didn't care. She had more pressing matters to attend to. I need to find that human. The tree of fate's branch, which bore the fruit of fate, still hasn't grown and he lives. That means he still hasn't consumed the fruit yet. She had found a powerful treasure in the sacred divine land. It was sheer luck. Who would have thought she would reach the peak of the supreme rank without the fruit of fate she had been chasing for years? Yet against all odds she achieved it. Nonetheless, her ultimate goal was to claim the title of a Shadow General. That bastard, third Shadow General, he just had to go and perish at the hands of a mere divine rank. Now the race for his title among everyone has begun. My dream of becoming the sixth Shadow General has become difficult all because of him. She cursed will and swiftly unfurled her wings to pursue the aura that had suddenly enveloped everything around her moments before. She was certain it emanated from the silver-haired man, the very individual who took the fruit of fate. A supreme rank elf and a supreme rank demi-human showed up before her. They wanted to eliminate her as she was the biggest threat from the dark side at the sacred divine land currently. Samara laughed wickedly, and suddenly pure dark energy burst out around her. Dark veins started creeping on her skin, visible through the tight gown she had on. You mere ants cannot even touch my hair. Who do you think you are to challenge me? The air shook as another big battle broke out in the sky that turned pitch black. In that moment, the two supreme rank individuals, who were specifically tasked by the first Shadow General to kill the nature's favorite and all his friends, also arrived at the scene, making the battle more chaotic. Samara's eyes chilled when one of the supreme ranks fighting alongside her informed her about the appearance of his target, the nature's favorite, silver hair and green eyes. She let out a laugh. So, the one who took out the third Shadow General was the one who had the fruit of fate all along. This is going to be quite fun, but I need to be careful. She glanced at the two supreme ranks who were here to eliminate the nature's favorite, and an evil glint flickered in her eyes. Of course, now she has two perfect baits she can sacrifice if things get dangerous. That human is not simple at all. Her objective was the fruit of fate and the position of Shadow General. The number of lives she needed to sacrifice was irrelevant as long as she reached her aim. Kyle's eyes snapped open when all of a sudden a chill crept up his spine. The room he was in was dark as he had closed off all sources of light when he began to drift off to sleep. His sudden movement made the woman in his arms stir, and when he glanced at her, the coldness in his eyes vanished. He hummed and placed his chin on her head. What was that just now? It's quite rare for me to get this feeling, but whenever I do, it's always connected to something bad that's about to happen very soon. Kyle's eyes were glowing in the dark. He wanted to extend his scent perception skill once again, but chose not to. His bloodline had become dormant, and even though he hated to admit it, if he put himself in extreme danger, he could very well endanger those around him. It's wiser for me to avoid risky situations, at least until I'm by myself. He knew he enjoyed the adrenaline rush that came with risking his life because he believed he could survive even if he was on the brink of death. Additionally, his ability to fight improved in more extreme situations. However, it was a different scenario if his recklessness harmed those around him. Kyle was jolted from his thoughts as Yue nestled closer to him. "You're awake," she nodded. She knew it had only been a short while since she fell asleep and was certain Kyle hadn't slept for long either. He probably stayed awake and only closed his eyes briefly, but he woke up so easily. "Well, we don't really require a lot of sleep now that we've grown so strong." She opened her eyes, and with a flick of her fingers, the dark room brightened because the orbs in the walls started shining once they were supplied with energy. Kyle rested his palm beneath his head to watch her as she sat down and began to tidy her slightly messy hair. Yue glanced back when she felt his intense stare, but let out a chuckle at his disheveled hair and clothes. "Get up, let's head downstairs. I can sense Alec and the others have arrived." Kyle slumped back. "I can sense them too. They got here a while ago, but strangely they're all gathered in the building lobby. I wonder what they're up to." Chapter 668. You destroyed my sleep. When Kyle and Yue arrived downstairs, the scene that greeted them left them stunned. Everyone in the lobby was seriously voting on who was the most beautiful between the two young individuals sitting confidently at the center of the lobby. Kyle's eyes narrowed at the golden-haired girl in the feathery outfit. He could sense Bia's presence even with his eyes closed, but upon seeing the little lady, he was skeptical if it was truly Bia. His gaze shifted towards the boy seated beside Bia on the chair, and upon observing Yue's shocked expression, he realized it was none other than Nox. What the hell are they doing? A sigh slipped from his lips as he looked at the two beasts with an amused gaze. They seemed to revel in the praises they were receiving for their beauty. He noticed that Bia's eyes were different from her phoenix form. They featured blue slits in the center, encircled by hues of gold and crimson. His gaze then turned to Nox, noticing the lynx's sparkling blue eyes that seemed to hold tiny sparks within them. Kyle glanced at Nox from head to toe. The lynx's hair was dark, and even though he had resumed a human form, there were still two horns on his head and iridescent scales on his body. Nox was wearing casual clothes purely made of divine energy, but even in them he looked good. His ears twitched when he heard Yue's faint exclamation. Nox and Bia are so pretty and cute. She swiftly stepped forward to join the others who were already captivated by the beauty of the two beasts. Kyle chuckled and pulled an empty chair to sit at a distance. However, he arched an eyebrow as they noticed Bia's unease. She is smiling proudly in front of everyone, but she really can't handle, or should I say retain, the human form for long. He was right, because after a minute, a brilliant light flashed and Bia resumed her little bird form. Nox laughed at her, saying she can't even maintain the human form longer than him, even though she's stronger than him, only to get a ball of fire thrown at his hair. He cried out, and Sinon quickly conjured water to extinguish the fire before his hair was completely singed. Bia sneered at the lynx. That's what you get for laughing at me. Consider yourself lucky I'm letting you go only at this much. She quickly spotted Kyle before flying towards him to sit on his head. Kyle smirked with a touch of pride in his eyes as many gazes turned back, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone was looking at the little phoenix. He raised his hand to caress Bia's head. Is it difficult to maintain the human form? Bia clicked her tongue. It is not difficult. I am just not accustomed to the human form. It will take me some time to get comfortable with it. Kyle hummed, but then all of a sudden Bia yanked his hair roughly and let out an angry chuckle in his head. I'm sure we have got a lot of scores to settle. I had your back and kept you in the dark about your fake inability to walk. And how did you repay me, huh? You destroyed my sleep, the sleep I managed after tossing and turning for so long. Kyle grabbed the phoenix as everyone before him started to take their seats around the tables in the lobby to chat or enjoy some food and drinks. Don't yank my hair, it doesn't hurt, but it's definitely going to make me bald one day. Bia hissed at him and grumbled. This was unfair. She needs revenge for the sleep she lost. Not to mention she has still got a bone to pick with him for what he did in the tomb. But her anger disappeared, and her eyes sparkled when she heard Kyle's next words. I've got many treasures that can boost your strength. Want to eat them? All of a sudden, Nine and Alec both pulled a table towards Kyle and dragged chairs to sit down before him with narrowed eyes. Seeing their serious expressions, Kyle understood what they wanted to discuss. Instantly, everyone in the lobby fell silent as Alec placed his hands on the table and stared directly at Kyle. So, how about we delve into what happened in the ancient tomb? However, the silver-haired man was clearly not in the mood to discuss it all. Bia, the phoenix, quickly understood he needed her help, and her eyes gleamed with an evil glint. It was finally time for revenge. Kyle, give me back the treasures I entrusted to you for safekeeping in the tomb. I am leaving you alone to chat with Alec while I go consume those treasures. Kyle's eyebrow twitched as Alec and the others' attention shifted to Bia. He wanted to give the phoenix a piece of his mind because instead of helping him, she was taking advantage of the situation. However, Alec intervened. Give her what she gave you in the tomb, Kyle, so we can talk. We all want to know why you put your life in danger. Nine nodded and Bia chuckled inwardly. Kyle was left speechless. He sighed and decided to resign himself to his fate. It's not like they would or should, he say, have the power to beat him up if he didn't answer. However, as he searched his mind space for some treasures to give Bia, he paused when he sensed the fist-sized fruit floating among many others in his mind space. He had nearly forgotten about the fruit after taking it from the elven planet. The Tree of Fate indeed told him not to eat it soon, but it's not because of that he didn't eat the fruit. It's because after thinking for a while, he had decided not to eat it at all. His fate was blank, and it always gave him an advantage when facing someone who could see or calculate the future. Chapter 669. It's just a spiritual treasure. Kyle glanced at Alec and Nine, then tilted his head with a thoughtful expression. He also glanced at the others. Whom can you all empty the divine and spiritual energy in your bodies? Alec furrowed his brows in confusion. They wanted to have a conversation with Kyle to make sure he would not put his life at risk again, but he was abruptly shifting the topic. Why? Kyle didn't reply to him and flicked his fingers with a solemn look. Immediately, symbols began to appear around him. He closed his eyes for a moment and created another powerful array around the building they were in, an array that would conceal all types of energies within. Asher leaned back in his chair and glanced at the silver-haired man. What are you doing? He couldn't make sense of the symbols Kyle created, but just like the others, he saw how they spread out in all directions. Kyle grabbed a knife and a fist-sized fruit from his mind space. The moment he took out the fruit, a wave of pure spiritual energy erupted in the lobby. Immediately, all eyes narrowed at the fruit because they could sense immense spiritual power from it. I found a treasure that can boost spiritual energy stat and soul strength a while back. However, it wasn't useful to me, so I kind of ignored it. Now that I was looking for some treasures for Bia in my mind space, I saw it and thought it would be better to share. He stretched out his hand towards Zeron, who was seated at a table in the distance. Plate, seeing the knife and fruit in Kyle's hand, everyone understood his intentions. Zeron's expression turned sour when he saw that, among so many people present, Kyle was singling him out to do the task. That kid had zero respect for his elders. He was itching to blurt it out, but considering it was Kyle, he held back and just handed over an empty plate to him. There was silence in the room, interrupted by Nine, who tapped the table to grab Kyle's attention as he started cutting the fruit. Hey, it's just a spiritual treasure, we could have consumed it later. You sure have a talent for changing the topic, huh? He rubbed his forehead with a sigh. I get it, you are the strongest of us all, and I can also see you don't want to explain why you risked your life in the tomb, but I hope next time you at least give us a heads up before doing something crazy. We are not that weak, we can have your back. He got up and headed towards the stairs to find an empty room in the building. I'm going upstairs to take a break, please don't disturb me. His words were abruptly cut off as someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Nine blinked and turned his head only to see the silver-haired man. He hadn't even noticed when Kyle got up from his seat. What? He swatted Kyle's hand away and asked with a raised eyebrow. Just moments ago, observing the indifferent expression on the silver-haired man's face, he thought that Kyle genuinely didn't care if his actions caused concern to those around him. Kyle stared at the man in front of him. He closed his eyes for a second. I am sorry. I appreciate that so many people are always concerned for me, even though sometimes I feel I don't deserve it. I didn't even tell you all that I lost my old memories and you had to find out from Azazel. I can't promise, but I will try to give you a heads up next time before I do something risky. Nine observed the sincerity in the green eyes fixed on him. His lips twitched slightly, threatening to curl upward into a smirk, but he maintained a stoic look. Oh, now you're sorry, and who are you to decide if you deserve our concern or not? It's up to us to decide, okay? Not to mention, even now you say you can't guarantee that you will let us know if you put yourself into another life-threatening situation, huh? He narrowed his eyes when he noticed Kyle's face shift to a serious demeanor. The silver-haired man reached out and grabbed his shoulders to stare into his eyes. I can't promise because I know I am going to do it again, put my life in danger, especially when it involves Azazel. I can't change who I am because I don't remember my past self. I hope you and everyone else can accept the new me. Nine's eyes crinkled with mirth as he watched the expression on Kyle's face. The mirth dancing in his golden eyes made the silver-haired man to narrow his gaze at him. Nine burst into a chuckle and punched him on the shoulder. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? You just had to say it. We can understand, you know. Give me a hug now. He extended his arms but tussed when Kyle moved back like always, proving once again he really doesn't like physical contact. So you can grab my shoulders, but I can't even get a friendly hug in return. That's pretty unfair, don't you all think? Nine looked at the others sitting around them who couldn't help but smile at the exchange he had with Kyle. They all just wanted to hear Kyle's thoughts, like why he did what he did. He wasn't obliged to follow their lead. He had the freedom to choose his path, but they just hoped he would ask for help when things got too risky. Nine returned to his seat with a satisfied expression, sat down, and then motioned for Kyle to take his place. Come sit down, let's savor some delicious food and wine. I'm going to leave the sacred divine land tomorrow to go meet my girlfriend on the elven planet. Who knows when we will see each other again after we parted ways. Kyle's eyes softened, and with a sigh he sat back in his seat. Nine suddenly noticed Alec and Bia's fixed gaze on the fruit the silver-haired man had been cutting earlier but left on the plate. He could understand Bia's interest as a foodie, but he was puzzled by Alec's intense focus on the fruit. With a smirk, he nudged Alec's shoulder. What's going on? Why are you spacing out? Are you tempted by the fruit? Well, it does seem quite powerful with all the spiritual energy it's radiating. Chapter 670. I got it from the elven planet. Alec snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at Nine. Unsure of what to say, he accidentally, or should he say instinctively, used the system's perception skill on the fruit Kyle brought out of his mind space to know if it was truly a powerful treasure. It took a minute for the system to check out the spiritual fruit, but when it came back with the details, it caught him off guard. Why do I keep checking Kyle's stuff? Just why, when I know they're never just ordinary? I need to turn off my perception skill around Kyle. I seriously need to do it. He chuckled at Nine and glanced at the screen floating before his eyes. System analysis. Fruit of Fate, grown on the Tree of Fate, the guardian of the entire elven race. Usage for the host. Can raise the host's spiritual stat to the supreme rank, can change the host's fate for the better. can boost the host's soul rank to the supreme rank, but it would take the host's body some time to consume the fruit completely. Special. Eating this fruit can up the chances of the host reaching the celestial rank. Host can even gain a new and more powerful fate by eating the seed of the fruit. I'm good, just got a bit distracted. No worries, I am totally fine. Alex's words had just left his mouth when the insistent message from the system flashed before his eyes. You should ingest the fruit. I know it's powerful, but it's clearly not mine. Don't you dare give me a headache with your constant messages, and don't you dare to speak in my mind either. He glanced at Kyle, who had once again started cutting the fruit, and his heart ached at how carelessly the silver-haired man was handling it. Taking a deep breath, he looked away. It wasn't his, so he shouldn't care about what Kyle did with the fruit. Kyle tossed the seed of the fruit into his mind space. After making sure he had cut the fruit into enough pieces for everyone in the lobby to take one, he pushed the plate in the center of the table he was sitting at. Bea tried to lunge at the plate, but Kyle quickly grabbed her to stop the phoenix from devouring everything. She grumbled under his breath and eyed the plate. Kyle chuckled and petted her head. Don't be greedy, everyone should take a piece. Also, you all need to cleanse your bodies of all kinds of energies before consuming it, so do that first. Bea closed her eyes with an annoyed look. It's just a tiny little fruit, not even equivalent to a snack. Why the heck does she have to go through so much just to eat it? Still, she quickly began emptying the spiritual energy and divine energy in her body. Alec also closed his eyes and followed suit, as did the others, doing what Kyle asked. Asher rose from his seat. Being at the supreme rank, it wasn't difficult for him to control the spiritual and divine energy in his body. He took a piece of the fruit from the plate and popped it into his mouth. Immediately, surprise flickered through the half-dragon's eyes as he glanced at Kyle. Where did you get this? I can feel it has a lot of spiritual energy even though I only took a small piece. He quickly went back to his seat and began digesting the massive amount of spiritual energy that surged through his body the moment he consumed it. Everyone else also grabbed a piece. Yue rested her hand on Kyle's shoulder as she arrived beside him. She sighed when she noticed he hadn't taken one. What about you? Kyle glanced at Bea, who quickly devoured her piece in less than a second. He grabbed the phoenix when she tried to snatch Nox's piece and then turned to Yue. It's not beneficial to me, or rather I should say it's better for me to not eat it. Yue tilted her head, a bit puzzled by his words. But when she saw him pulling out many more fruits from his mind space and eating them, she shook her head with a smile. How could she forget that his mind space is always brimming with treasures? Everyone started absorbing the spiritual energy after eating the fruit. Many of them asked what was different with the fruit Kyle gave them and the ones he was eating, but he just smirked, leaving them somewhat suspicious that they had ingested something they shouldn't have. Nine glanced at Kyle. He wanted to drink and eat tonight to enjoy with the others, but now he can't because of the immense spiritual energy flowing in his body. He shook his head with a wry smile. You probably got this in the tomb. Well, considering your luck, I'm not surprised you even found this type of treasure there, even though the environment in the tomb wasn't conducive to growing something like this. Kyle's lips twitched at his words. Not really, I got it from the elven planet when I went to find Yue. Nine, who had just leaned back in his chair with a yawn, immediately froze in his spot when he heard his words. The elven planet. Hold up, if I recall correctly, when I was taken there by Glacia, that planet was being consumed by dark energy due to the demons who were attacking the elves for the... He was taken aback by his own words, unable to believe what his mind was hinting at, and glanced over at Kyle. Does this fruit have a name? Please tell me it doesn't, right? His eyes dropped when he saw the smile playing at the corners of the silver-haired man's lips. Kyle wasn't really surprised that Nine caught on so easily. After all, the man had visited that planet before and surely knew what was going on there. It does have a name. The elves called it the Fruit of Fate if my memory serves me right. Asher choked on his breath because even though he had spent 100 years in the tomb, he knew about the Fruit of Fate. Ziron, Yue, and Nox also froze in their spots. They too knew about the Fruit of Fate. Chapter 671, It's time to purify this land. Asher coughed and pounded his chest a few times to steady himself. Oh my gosh, have I truly ingested a piece of the Fruit of Fate? The very fruit that was said to be unattainable by any other race, as the Tree of Fate only bestowed it upon the elven race. He shifted his gaze to look at Kyle, eyes brimming with newfound respect. The man had given him something so precious with such simplicity. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even tell anyone they had the Fruit of Fate, let alone sharing it with others. However, he noticed that the seat Kyle occupied earlier was vacant now. Where did he disappear to? He scanned the lobby like the rest, all a bit perplexed by Kyle's sudden disappearance. But before any of them could extend their senses beyond the building they were in to locate where the silver-haired man had suddenly disappeared to, Kyle's figure materialized on the stairs. Kyle's eyes were cold and his face was devoid of emotion. Seeing his expression, everyone immediately became alert. After all, even though Kyle typically maintained a nonchalant face, he always displayed this expression when something irked him or when facing his enemies. Yue swiftly approached him with Bia and Nox following closely behind. What's going on? Kyle glanced at the individuals around him. Currently, none of them were in a state to engage in combat as they had dispersed all the divine and spiritual energy within their bodies to consume the fruit of fate. Plus, since they had just recently reached the transcendent rank, he knew that even if they managed to confront supreme rank individuals, he wouldn't be able to help them in a life-threatening situation. You all need to leave this place. I sensed danger, so I exited the building to check the surroundings. I saw numerous divine and transcendent rank individuals from the dark side accompanied by 3 supreme ranks. They have picked up on the concealing array I set up around the building. Upon hearing his words, Alec quickly checked with the system. Both he and Soul were distracted because of the fruit of fate. Therefore, he was certain the system had neglected to monitor their surroundings, and his hunch was spot on as the system relayed the same information as Kyle. But a sudden thought flashed in his head. Why haven't they attacked yet then? They are right outside this building. His words echoed in the air, breaking the silence in the lobby. The people around him, who had begun preparing for any situation they might have to face after hearing Kyle's words, grew even more solemn. Kyle was crafting symbols for a portal that would directly transport everyone out of the sacred divine land and to a distant planet as he cast a glance at Alec. It's because they are setting up restrictions around the building to trap us all inside so nobody could run away. His words had barely faded when a massive portal formed in the lobby. He didn't have the coordinates of a safe planet far from this land, so he had connected his portal to the elven planet where he met Yue's mother. Leave immediately. Instantly, everyone exchanged glances. They knew they couldn't handle such a large number of enemies. After all, except for Asher, Alec, Kyle, and Zeron, the rest had recently reached the transcendent rank. But rather than moving towards the portal, Giant fixed Kyle with a scrutinizing gaze. What about you? You better not be thinking of staying behind alone. Asher nodded in approval. You can't handle that many individuals from the dark side, especially with 3 supreme ranks among them. Kyle took out his spear. I can't join you. I have to end someone from the group outside the building. Don't worry about me. If things get dangerous, I will use instant teleportation to escape. All the people around him let out a collective sigh of frustration. They just can't seem to halt this man, can they? He wants to take down a person currently encircled by numerous powerful adversaries. 9 glanced at Kyle and questioned with a grave yet serious expression. Should we stay? Do you think we can win if we all fought together? Kyle stared directly at him. It doesn't matter if we can win or not because I won't be able to protect all of you if anything goes wrong. The people outside this building can't harm me because I can escape, but if they capture one of you to get to me, then it's a whole different story. 9 jabbed his stomach, looking irritated. He knew that he and everyone else weren't as strong as Kyle. They didn't even possess a strong teleportation skill like him, but the man didn't have to make it seem like he would die if they joined him. Whatever, I'm out, just don't die. Otherwise, I will hunt down your soul to bring you back to life at any cost. He was the first to turn around to leave because Kyle was right. He could escape with his portals and instant teleportation whenever he wanted, but if any of them were captured by the enemies, Kyle would lose without a battle. The silver-haired man didn't show it, but 9 knew the latter would never put them in harm's way. Crazy bastard, he muttered under his breath and jumped into the portal. Alec glanced at Kyle and tossed a golden orb at him. It's an artifact. You probably don't need it, but it can create a shield around you and protect you for a minute from attacks by supreme rank individuals. He quickly followed 9 with the others. Giant smacked Kyle on the shoulder. Don't die. I know you have completely forgotten your old memories, but you still haven't fulfilled the promise that you would tell me about the special power you have if I reach the transcendent rank. Kyle blinked and gazed at Giant's back as the latter also leaped into the portal. Asher offered him a respectful nod. I appreciate the valuable fruit you shared with me. I'm truly thankful. However, I'm not ready to meet my end just yet. I trust in your ability to protect yourself unlike me. I look forward to our reunion in the near future. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at the sudden politeness oozing from the half-dragon's words. He tusked when Asher flashed him a wide smile and vanished into the portal. Suddenly, someone yanked his shirt to pull his upper body down, and his eyes widened a bit when he saw Yue's angry face inches away from him. She stayed silent and gazed into his eyes for a moment before leaning in to kiss his lips. Then she stepped back with Nox. Take care and let me know when you're done with what you want to do. Kyle stared into the empty space. He thought she would give him a piece of her mind or unleash some fury. But what Yue did was completely unexpected. Bia landed on his shoulder. Get a grip, will you? She's gone already. She shook her head and glanced at the portal that disappeared after Yue left. Oh, I thought you would throw me into the portal too. Don't tell me I have secretly become super strong and dependable. Kyle straightened up and scanned the vacant space around him. You are not going to fight alongside me. I need you to do something else. Bia glanced at him. What? He started walking and settled into one of the empty chairs, waiting for the people outside the building to make a move. If there are so many supreme rank individuals from the dark side here, hunting those who come out from the lost treasure tomb, doesn't that mean that to protect their people from the dark side, many strong supreme rank individuals from other races have probably also made it to this land? Bia's eyes narrowed with confusion. But then she blinked as she understood what Kyle wanted her to do. Ah, so you want to use them to pave your way and get rid of the person you desire, but will they help you? Kyle smirked. They definitely will once they know I am the nature's favorite, the one who took down the third Shadow General. They will surely attempt to recruit me to their side. He snapped his fingers and another small portal materialized behind him. I can't believe how utterly useless those array masters from the dark side are. It's been so long, but they still haven't put any proper restrictions around the building. If it was me, the enemies would have been buried 10 feet underground already. Bia glanced at the portal. Right, I am leaving. I will update you if I succeed in what you want me to do, if not. Well, you can just conjure a portal and vanish with the person you want to eliminate. Kyle gazed at the phoenix as she vanished into the portal and chuckled. That's not a bad plan, disappearing with the person I want to eliminate. However, my true goal is to eradicate everyone who had come here to harm me and the others. His eyes grew cold when the building he was in began to tremble. I guess it's time to purify this sacred land of all the filth and eliminate every person from the dark side from this land. His words had just barely faded when he noticed everything around him crumbling to dust, and he glanced up when Samara's familiar voice echoed in his ears. It's been a while, pretty human, hasn't it? Chapter 672. You are here for the fruit, right? After the remnants of the crumbling building surrounding him were engulfed in darkness, Kyle's gaze finally locked with the white slit pupils gazing down at him. The eyes fixated on him held a blend of anger, caution, and amusement. He cocked his head and rose from the seat he occupied as the darkness encroaching around him started to swallow it too. My name is Kyle. I would rather you stick with that instead of using something else. But yeah, you are right, it has been a while. Golden energy burst forth in the surrounding darkness, and Kyle knew without even spreading his senses that the restrictions the dark side was setting around the building had taken effect. He nonchalantly glanced at the darkness creeping toward him and then at Samara, who was floating above him. This little trick is quite dangerous, I must say, but how long do you think it can hold me, or should I ask, can it even hold me? Samara's eyes narrowed as she observed the absence of fear in the green eyes fixed on her, which held an eerie calmness. Moreover, she noticed with a solemn expression that whenever the dark energy tried to reach Kyle, it was immediately pushed back by an unknown force. Suddenly, recalling something important, she scanned Kyle's surroundings and extended her senses everywhere. Where are the others? She flinched in surprise as Kyle suddenly materialized right before her. So you knew I wasn't the only one here. His voice, once serene, now exuded coldness. Kyle gazed at the woman who released a sinister laugh. He was sure she had picked up from his words that he had sent everyone else in the building away. Samara retreated into the distance, and instantly, the dark energy surrounding them dissipated to reveal many transcendent and divine rank individuals from the dark side hovering all around, accompanied by 2 more supreme rank beings. So it's just you now, huh? Well, we can easily find the others if we have you. Kyle glanced at the supreme rank individuals first and noticed that they were from the human race. He then glanced at the powerful shield that had enveloped the area around everyone to seal it completely, so no one could leave. Just as I said, do you really think the barrier you set up can stop me? After all, it had miserably failed to prevent me from using my divine and spiritual energy. He grabbed his spear, and spiritual energy began to surge around him. Quietly, Kyle targeted one of the unsuspecting transcendent ranks flying behind the 2 supreme rank humans and aimed to vanish to kick off the battle by taking down an enemy. However, Samara said something unexpected to him. You know what I want from you, right? If you give me what I desire, I will make sure you don't meet a wretched end and no one will bother looking for your friends. Kyle chuckled. I was wondering why you didn't attack me after you saw me. You are here for the fruit, right? But what a pity I had consumed it just a moment before you arrived. Samara's eyes widened at his words. No way. I know you haven't consumed it yet. The branch of the tree of fate that bore the fruit still hadn't grown any leaves. Kyle vanished from his spot as his voice reverberated in all directions. Why don't you go check that branch now? I'm sure you would see some leaves on it. The 2 supreme rank humans, who had been quietly observing everything from the sidelines all this time, because they wanted to know why Samara suddenly offered to help them kill the nature's favorite and his friends, exchanged glances when they heard Kyle and Samara's conversation. So the fruit of fate that the first Shadow General was desperately seeking a while ago was actually taken by the nature's favorite, and he had even consumed it. With a nod, one of the supreme rank humans vanished from his spot. Unlike the demons and dark race individuals dressed in dark and extravagant attires, he wore a rather casual outfit similar to the other supreme rank human. His form flickered between two positions before Kyle, who was on the brink of killing a transcendent rank demon, was forcefully hurled toward the ground. The other supreme rank human swiftly approached Samara. Her eyes were blazing with anger and anxiety as she frantically tried to activate her communication crystal to reach out to the demons on the elven planet and confirm Kyle's statement. He snatched the crystal from her and gazed at her with solemn eyes. "You must clarify everything. Did you deceive the first Shadow General when you claimed that you had no clue about who took the fruit of fate? Are you aware of the consequences of lying to your superior?" Samara glared at the human before her. "Who the heck do you think you are to try and stop me? You darn human, you are just a lackey for the first Shadow General. You can't even defeat me, get lost." She took the crystal from him and shoved him away. However, she couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh when the demons she left on the elven planet didn't respond at all. The reason was clear. They feared she would kill them if they told her the fruit of fate had been consumed. "Kyle, you bastard, I will shred you into pieces. How dare you consume what was rightfully mine? I waited for that fruit for more than 100 years. Samara instantly spotted the silver-haired man, tangled up in a battle, or should she say being chased by the other supreme rank human, but her fury escalated when she saw Kyle flaunting a cold smirk as if victory was already his. Not to mention, his expression oozed confidence, as if daring them to try and take him down. She vanished behind Kyle as well and commanded everyone around her, even the supreme rank human whom she had shoved back earlier. "What the heck are you all waiting for, just watching the show? Finish him." Kyle, who was flying across the air inside the shield erected by the dark side, swiftly used instant teleportation when the hairs on his neck stood up. As he vanished, his former position was abruptly torn apart into pieces. He surveyed the shattered space in front of him and then glanced at the supreme rank human from the dark side, who had halted upon hearing Samara's angry words. "Tusk, I'm certain you have mastered a law of nature after reaching the supreme rank, haven't you? The power to shatter space, I have never witnessed it before. It's surely not a skill." That's quite irksome, though. He knew he could shatter the space with his strength and weapons, and he had seen many others do the same. But what set the man before him apart was not the use of strength to break the space. Kyle sensed it clearly that the space shattered on its own. The supreme rank human ignored Kyle and cast a glance at Samara before turning to his partner with a monotonic face. They were here to follow the orders of the first Shadow General, as their loyalty was with him. The moment the other supreme rank human locked eyes with him, he communicated via telepathy. "Let's deal with the nature's favorite first. That's our task, we can address Samara later. She deceived the first Shadow General and will surely face the consequences." After receiving a nod from his partner, he turned towards Kyle, only to realize the human had vanished once more. His agility isn't exceptional, but his teleportation ability is annoying. His eyes gleamed as he directed the space around him to pinpoint Kyle's location. The silver-haired human hadn't truly vanished. He knew Kyle was just using teleportation to move continuously within the vicinity. Kyle materialized in another spot using instant teleportation, but his eyes widened slightly when he found himself unable to teleport again as his body was suddenly engulfed by the surrounding space. He cursed as he sensed his body being thrown towards the ground, but quickly performed a backflip to regain balance midair. The transcendent and divine rank beings from the dark side employed their powerful skills, spells, and even lunged at the silver-haired human with their weapons upon seeing him materialize before them. Their objective was to eliminate this man as soon as possible to claim the rewards promised by the first Shadow General. Kyle wanted to disappear but chuckled darkly when he saw the space around him begin to shift once more. He knew the supreme rank human could not impede his use of instant teleportation once more with the same tactic. Nonetheless, he wasn't in the mood to play anymore. Gripping his spear tightly, he utilized all his agility and even used his swift step skill to double his speed to dodge the many attacks launched at him and attack the nearest demon to him. "You first," however, this time his body was thrown back by none other than Samara. The woman's eyes were seething with rage as dark energy erupted around her. But Kyle tilted his head and blue flames spread out of his body to consume the darkness. "Dark energy can't harm me. Also, it's truly a pity you haven't learned even a single law of nature when you have already reached the pinnacle of the supreme rank. That means you can never advance." Chapter 673, Seriously, a sneak attack? Samara's figure trembled upon hearing Kyle's mocking words. It's true she hadn't mastered any laws of nature after attaining the supreme rank, but did that matter? She had already attained a level that very few in the universe had achieved. A wicked smile crept onto her lips. "So, what if I can't progress now? Do you think I won't in the future too? If you do, then you're completely wrong. Let me see just how long your flames can withstand and consume the darkness I possess." The dark energy enveloping her began to escalate at a threatening pace. Kyle's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that even though his flames were overpowering and consuming the dark energy, there was a significant disparity in quantity. He moved back when the dark energy surrounding the demon woman surged towards the sky. Well, to be truthful, I couldn't care less if your strength can advance or not. His eyes gleamed brightly as he activated one of his bloodline skills, arcane visions, to glimpse into his own future. Specifically, he saw the potential paths he might tread in response to Samara's attack. His spiritual energy waned as he saw numerous scenarios, all ending with him getting injured. But now that he foresaw what could unfold, would he allow the woman to even lay a scratch on him? Absolutely not. Kyle remained rooted in place, slightly perplexing the two supreme-rank humans with his stance, as they could perceive the true power of the skill Samara intended to unleash upon the man. Yet what unfolded next left them both astounded. The moment the darkness in the sky showered down towards Kyle at a speed imperceptible to all divine and transcendent ranks, a massive dark portal lit up before the silver-haired man and instantly began engulfing everything. Samara's eyes widened, and she reached out to destroy the portal, but a shiver ran down her spine when the air behind her suddenly trembled intensely. Before she could turn around to obliterate the portal she sensed forming behind her, Kyle's figure materialized in front of her. He deftly raised the spear in his hand, directing its tip straight at her heart with icy eyes. Of course, he didn't forget that the demon woman flying before him was at the peak of the supreme rank. That's why it came as no surprise when she maneuvered to avoid his attack before striking his body with one of the four wings behind her, causing him to crash downward with astonishing speed. Kyle's eyes crinkled as Samara effortlessly tore apart the portal behind her, and he muttered under his breath, "Just a bunch of idiots." The two supreme-rank humans who had also left their positions after sensing the portal forming behind Samara paused when they spotted another portal emerging above the divine and transcendent-rank demons and dark race individuals. Their eyes widened as Samara's earlier attack, which had been consumed by the portal, reappeared to plummet down upon the divine and transcendent ranks. "Stop!" The supreme-rank human who could control space swiftly used his power to stop the attack approaching the divine and transcendent ranks. However, he was a tad late, as a few people cried out in pain from the sudden darkness that fell upon them. He clenched his jaw tightly and glanced at the silver-haired man who let out a hearty chuckle as his body crashed to the ground, scattering dust and debris everywhere. "He's dangerous. We need to eliminate him quickly because if we don't, he could pose a major threat in the future." His words echoed in the other supreme-rank human's mind, who nodded, and they both disappeared towards Kyle. Samara, who also witnessed the event that just unfolded, yelled at the divine and transcendent rank individuals. "All of you are utterly useless. There are so many of you, yet you can't even handle a transcendent rank. Just get lost." She also disappeared towards Kyle, who had started floating once more. Her speed was way faster than his. Not just her, but the other two supreme ranks were fast too. However, Kyle didn't budge even an inch from his position and clashed head-on with the first person who reached him. Kyle's jaw tightened, and a vein bulged on his forehead as he felt the impact of the clash reverberate through his body. He was certain that if his strength had been even slightly lower, he might have lost his arms. The supreme rank human who had just collided with him was left stunned as Kyle stood his ground firmly against him. How? He was the individual with the ability to manipulate space. Nonetheless, he had never imagined that a transcendent rank would stop his attack one day. Kyle's lips curled into a mocking sneer. He could feel his muscles tightening under the pressure of the strength in the human hand he was holding back with his spear. Yet, he couldn't resist a sense of amusement, perhaps because the knack for irritating others he acquired in the no-mana land was incurable. "Supreme rank, huh? It's not really as impressive as I thought it would be." His words echoed in the air, and his eyes gleamed with satisfaction when he saw the angry crimson veins beginning to flare in the eyes of the person in front of him. Instantly, the supreme-rank human intensified his strength, trying to grab the spear from Kyle's hands. But he backed off when icy blue flames erupted from the silver-haired man's body once more. Kyle shifted the spear in his grip to one hand and flexed the other because his hands had become numb. He quickly did the same with the other hand, all the while keeping his eyes on the two supreme-rank individuals who stopped for some reason. He clicked his tongue in disapproval when he sensed Samara launching a surprise attack at him from behind. Seriously, a sneak attack? Show a bit of honor as a supreme rank. He knew he was much weaker and slower compared to her, but that doesn't mean he can't take her on. As long as he had divine and spiritual energy within his body, he was sure he could fight with everyone around him without dying. He quickly utilized instant teleportation to reposition his body to face Samara, but his eyes contracted when the space around him froze, and the two supreme-rank humans closed in on him together. "Bastards!" His words had barely left his mouth when three attacks landed on him from different angles. Kyle somehow managed to absorb the force of Samara's strike with his spear, but he couldn't fend off the other two, even after his efforts to shield himself. Kyle spat out blood, and despite the pain coursing through his body, he quickly used instant teleportation to vanish. In a flash, he reappeared in the distance only to crash to the ground. But he gritted his teeth and glanced down to inspect his body. Seeing no visible injury, he believed he hadn't sustained any major harm, or so he thought. However, his eyes darkened as he felt something wet trickling down his back, catching the faint scent of blood in the air. The scent of his own blood. He chuckled and gazed at the two supreme-rank humans. Instantly, his eyes drifted towards their bloodied hands, and he noticed the tiny sharp blades amidst the gaps between their fingers. It's weird. Why didn't I feel the sharp edges of the blades piercing my skin? He questioned loudly, finding it peculiar. He only sensed the force of the attacks and no other sharp objects touching his body. So when did they use the blades? He rose to his feet as spiritual energy emanated from his body to heal the injuries on his back. The supreme-rank human who could manipulate space tossed the blades in his fingers away and quickly wiped his hand with a handkerchief. It's because we lace the blades with a poison that dulls the pain when they are piercing flesh. The poison serves multiple other purposes too, but I believe I don't need to elaborate further. Kyle, who was healing his injuries without much concern, immediately extended his scent perception skill upon hearing the man's words. His gaze chilled when he detected the unfamiliar particles infiltrating and spreading within his body. Samara smirked, a bit amazed by the move the supreme-rank humans pulled off. However, all three of them were caught off guard when, instead of freaking out, Kyle erupted into a hearty laughter. He clutched his stomach, attempting to suppress his laughter but failed. An angry vein bulged on the forehead of one of the supreme-rank humans. "What's so funny? Have you lost your mind knowing your impending demise?" Kyle shook his head and hurriedly healed the injuries on his back. Now, how would he reveal to them that the toxin they cunningly injected into his body was easily consumed by his bloodline? All their scheming had been in vain. "You just realized I'm crazy? Well, let's keep this fight going. I seriously doubt that poison's gonna have any effect." He disappeared in a flash, leaving both supreme-rank humans in disbelief, as they believed the poison would immobilize him. They exchanged solemn looks and launched their attack at Kyle too. After all, they were determined to bring down this silver-haired man today. Samara's eyes blazed with contempt for the two supreme ranks. "They are worthless too," she then vanished towards Kyle. The divine rank and transcendent individuals in the vicinity could only watch with solemn and fearful faces as Kyle, a transcendent rank like them, faced off against three powerful supreme ranks. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of Kyle, let alone follow his figure with their eyes, so they began to wonder if this human was truly just a transcendent rank. But one thing was crystal clear. If any of them dared to confront the human, they would meet their end. Chapter 674. "Bia, where are you?" Kyle coughed up blood and could see that injuries had started to pile up on his body. Despite putting up a good fight, he was aware that his spiritual and divine energy was depleting rapidly. After all, he had to use instant teleportation continuously to keep up with their pace. Quickly and skillfully maneuvering his spear, he deftly blocked Samara's sharp nails aiming to rip apart his heart. However, the supreme-rank human, who could manipulate space, attacked him from behind and slammed him into the ground. "Damn it, Bia, where are you? I can't hold them off much longer." He really wanted to tear apart the three supreme ranks around him, and he knew he would have cut them into countless pieces if he was just a bit stronger. Suddenly, his eyes lost their anger and coldness. They became emotionless when the other supreme-rank human stepped on his leg while he tried to stand up. Kyle tilted his head back to look at the man who had just tried to break his leg but failed because his body wasn't that weak. "I guess I should demonstrate how to properly break someone's legs. You obviously need a tutorial." The supreme-rank human smirked at his words and assessed his condition. Indeed, the human was powerful, but unfortunately not strong enough to survive under three supreme ranks. However, his smirk faltered, and he instinctively stepped back when he locked eyes with Kyle. Witnessing him retreat so abruptly, the other supreme-rank human who could manipulate space furrowed his brows and launched another assault on Kyle. He was taken aback when Kyle did nothing to block his attack this time, and dust and debris scattered everywhere as his tightly clenched fist landed on the latter's body. Samara also attacked the human lying on the ground with an evil and satisfied grin. Her sharp nails effortlessly pierced Kyle's skin when they encountered no resistance, yet he lay motionless on the ground. "Did he die?" she whispered, a blend of confusion and caution evident on her face, as she could distinctly hear his faint breathing and the voice of his beating heart, even though it was beating at an unsettlingly slow pace. Her eyes narrowed as she made the decision to end the human. Just like her, the supreme-rank human with the ability to manipulate space shared the same intent and extended his spiritual energy to quickly detach Kyle's soul from his body. However, right before Samara's sharp nails could reach Kyle's heart and the supreme rank human's spiritual energy could touch his body, he vanished from his spot. The duo's eyes widened, but before they could search for Kyle, the supreme rank human, who had previously taken a step back upon meeting Kyle's gaze and was observing from afar, cried out when a familiar spear pierced one of his legs. The crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated in the silent air, sending chills down the spine of Samara and the other supreme rank human. They both swiftly charged at Kyle, who yanked his spear back, causing blood to splatter all around. Kyle glanced at the two supreme ranks charging at him with an expression he hadn't shown throughout their battle. The amusement in his eyes, the coldness, anger, everything had disappeared. He swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself when Samara clawed at his face, followed by a punch from the supreme rank human. However, despite his firm footing, he was still forcefully pushed backward. His spear slipped from his grasp after he blocked the two attack, the faint sound of cracking bones ringing in his ears. He didn't even get the chance to stop his sliding body when suddenly a blade slashed his stomach, followed by the familiar sensation of nails digging into his body. Kyle's arms stayed crossed until the two individuals attacking him paused, as a cold, threatening aura emanated from his body. They both thought he would use his strange icy blue flames again, but he didn't. Instead, he lowered his arms, spat out the blood that had gathered in his mouth before casting a glance in their direction. "Why you two so mad? I merely taught him how to break someone's leg, that's all." He looked at the supreme rank human whose leg he had broken, and his eyes showed disappointment when he saw that the man had halfway healed himself. Well, that was to be expected. He had reached the so-called supreme rank after all. Tusk, what a pity. He wiped the blood from his mouth and immediately his spear soared back to him, then silently began hovering behind his back as if waiting for his command. Samara's gaze locked onto the man who, despite being riddled with injuries all over except his face, didn't collapse to his knees. The chilling aura emanating from his body remained, but no flames appeared. She shouted at the supreme rank human who could manipulate space. "Kill him? What the hell are you even waiting for? End him, he is already half dead." The human snickered at her. If she was so eager, why doesn't she attack him herself? He knew the nature's favorite was surely up to something, so he had to stay cautious. He glanced at his partner who had finally completely healed his leg, and catching his solemn gaze, the other supreme rank took out a dark ring from his mind space. Then he discreetly tossed the ring toward Kyle, and it silently rolled on the land before stopping a bit of a distance from Kyle. Kyle noticed the dark ring as his senses were on high alert. He was tending to his internal injuries, especially his arms, with his spiritual energy. That's why he just cast a spell to envelop his body in a cold aura. It wasn't harmful but effectively halted the three supreme ranks. After quickly healing his arms, he chose to leave the other injuries as they were since he had depleted all his spiritual energy. He grabbed his spear and locked his emotionless gaze on Samara. With no energy left in his body, now he could only rely on his physical strength to fight. First, Chapter 675, the barrier could never stop. In an instant, Kyle harnessed all his agility and charged toward the woman. The spear in his grasp hummed and started to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Samara's eyes widened as she saw him running straight toward her. At first, she was startled, but she noticed that this time he didn't utilize instant teleportation or any other skill to boost his speed, making him appear somewhat slow to her. A glint of disbelief shone in her eyes. He had clearly exhausted all his spiritual and divine energy. She shouted with wild laughter and firmly stood her ground as Kyle's spear reached her, colliding with the attack head-on. A surge of pure power burst forth into the air, unleashing a wave of force that rippled in all directions. The atmosphere fractured under the sheer force Kyle exerted to drive his spear into her heart, yet she grasped the weapon with both of her hands, the tip hovering just an inch from her body. Samara's eyes dilated, and her smile disappeared because, even though she managed to stop the silver spear, she could clearly see her hands holding the weapon were trembling, indicating she might not be able to hold it back for much longer. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead as she let out a scream and attacked Kyle with her wings to shove him backward, but a look of panic crossed her eyes when her efforts proved unsuccessful. She looked at Kyle. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine as she saw his green eyes fixed on the tip of his spear. He clearly wanted to drive the spear into her heart. "Help me," she shouted as he pushed forward, a vein flaring on his forehead. Witnessing the scene, the two supreme rank humans swiftly punched and kicked Kyle, but he remained steadfast, continuing to press on. The eyes of the two supreme humans darkened as they saw Samara being pushed back by Kyle. The dark ring that was thrown at Kyle previously started glowing on the ground, and suddenly darkness erupted from it, surging towards Kyle. As the darkness started wrapping around his lower body, the two supreme rank humans moved back. Samara clenched her jaw tightly, red veins blazing in her eyes. A little mistake and she knew that spear would go right through her heart. How is he so damn strong? Why can't I push him back? She cursed the two supreme rank humans in her head. They had halted, not taking any action even though the darkness entwining Kyle's lower body couldn't stop him. Immediately, dark energy burst from her body to seep into Kyle's body forcefully. If she cannot stop him, she would let the dark energy consume him completely. Suddenly, the supreme rank human who could control space grabbed a huge stone nearby and smashed it into Kyle's head. Kyle's vision blurred from the unexpected blow to his head, causing his firm hold on the spear to finally loosen. Samara seized the opportunity and swiftly kicked him backward. She fell on her butt, fear evident in her eyes, and urgently placed her hand on her chest, sensing her thundering heartbeat. This bastard, she looked at Kyle, who shook his head, clearly trying not to lose consciousness. The movement caused his sparkling silver hair to turn entirely red from the blood seeping out of the wound in his head. Samara instinctively moved back, completely forgetting to even stand up, because even after enduring so much, Kyle still hadn't fallen to his knees. The dark energy coming from the ring had engulfed almost everything below his chest, but he was still standing on his feet. She knew about the ring the supreme rank humans had used because she had seen it before with a fellow demon. The dark energy trapped within the ring was specifically used to bind those at the initial stage of supreme rank. But now it was not even able to bind a transcendent rank. The supreme rank who had smashed a stone on Kyle's head earlier flinched when the human raised his gaze to stare at him. "I swear I will kill you with my own hands." Kyle then lifted his eyes to stare at the shield that enclosed the area around him and everyone else, ensuring no one could escape from this space. Ah, she is finally here. The supreme rank who could manipulate space wanted to attack Kyle again to end him completely, but his eyes dilated when he suddenly sensed countless powerful people surrounding the place he was in. He instantly snapped his head up and saw a massive fire phoenix outside the shield he and the others had crafted around the area. They were so the nature's favorite, and his companions wouldn't escape. Samara's face also fell when she sensed a few supreme ranks outside the shield. The many divine and transcendent rank demons and dark race individuals, who had been quietly watching everything from the sidelines all this time, panicked too. After all, they would be the first ones to die. Seeing the strength the nature's favorite displayed, they had lost all their confidence and just knew they were doomed. The three supreme ranks on their side were useless. They can't even handle the nature's favorite, how would they even save them? However, the supreme rank human capable of manipulating space snickered at Kyle and reassured everyone around him. "Have you all forgotten that no one can breach the shield around us? Not even the supreme ranks can. We can teleport directly and escape this place with its assistance." He quickly grabbed a blade from his mind space and moved closer to Kyle. "Let's finish him off and get out of here." Kyle looked at him and chuckled. "I told you, didn't I?" He clenched his fists to clear his vision. The human coming towards him stopped as he raised his finger and pointed at him. "Did you really think that barrier you put up could actually hold me back? Let me lay it out for you. It could never stop me if I wanted to escape." He pointed his finger toward the shield, and under the gaze of everything present around him, a massive crack formed in the shield. Many symbols began to light up all around, the very symbols Kyle had secretly carved everywhere while fighting. Chapter 676. Too slow. Kyle locked eyes with the supreme rank individual who could manipulate space, as the shield surrounding the area became filled with countless fractures. The symbols glowing in his surroundings quivered, and with a resounding snap, the shield shattered completely, its fragments scattered in the air like sharp shards of glass before vanishing into thin air. Right away, the divine rank and transcendent rank demons and dark race individuals in the vicinity cried out as golden flames consumed the sky above them. And a colossal phoenix descended into the area with numerous others individuals following behind her. Kyle felt a surge of amusement as he noticed the solemnity and panic on the faces of those around him. However, unfortunately, his physical state prevented him from laughing at them. Despite this, he remained standing on his feet. He wasn't done yet and would finish what he had started to end certain individuals. "Kyle," Bia's loud voice echoed in his ears, but he was in no condition to respond. She quickly scanned the area from above to find him. It took her a while to return here because, while she was searching for supreme rank individuals, she spotted Ronan and Wesley, the two supreme tank elves she had encountered with UA previously. They were searching for their people who had come out of the lost treasure tomb earlier than expected and had successfully rescued many of their young ones. When Bia transformed into her phoenix form and informed them that Kyle was in danger, they hesitated but then agreed to help, because suddenly Ronan said he wanted to reciprocate the assistance Kyle had provided them in the past, aiming to make everything even between them. On the journey, due to Bia's massive size, old Hal found her. The old man had been searching for Kyle and his companions with Ned and Vexana, and had come across Bia solely because of her noticeable presence. Because of Ned's irrelevant questions about why Kyle was fighting 3 supreme ranks alone and where the others were, Bia had to explain to the group following her. That consumed a lot of time. That bastard, I am going to kill him if anything happened to Kyle. Behind her, Old Hal, Ronan, Wesley, Ned, and Vexana, alongside the many divine and transcendent rank individuals, attacked the demons and dark race people attempting to escape in different directions. The supreme rank from the dark side, who could manipulate space, staggered back as he witnessed the countless figures in the sky attacking the people with him. Damn it! He muttered a curse under his breath, and his eyes turned crimson with anger when he noticed Samara fleeing the scene. That witch, his fists clenched tight and dark veins started popping on his neck as he charged at Kyle with full speed. If you die, it's all worth it. At that moment, he cared not for the casualties on his side. Eliminating the nature's favorite meant removing a threat that could potentially become unstoppable for them in the future. The other supreme rank human noticed his partner and instantly joined him. Together, they both ran toward the silver-haired man, whose entire lower body was enveloped in the dark energy coming from the ring. Bia's eyes widened as she finally laid eyes on Kyle. She didn't catch the 2 supreme ranks rushing towards the man due to their incredible speed, only the eerie darkness that had crawled up to his neck. Kyle! The Phoenix's loud cry caught the attention of both Old Hal and Ronan as she charged straight toward Kyle's location. Old Hal's gaze sharpened because he instantly spotted the 2 supreme ranks rushing towards Kyle, unlike Bia. Stop! His shout echoed everywhere. The air quivered intensely as his blue eyes shone, turning completely white for a split second, causing everything around Kyle to explode into pure natural energy. However, the 2 supreme rank humans charging at Kyle didn't stop, even after they sustained injuries when Old Hal suddenly used the natural law of disintegration. Simultaneously, dark, curved blades appeared in their right hands, enveloped in an aura of ominous energy. The razor-sharp edges gleamed with malevolent intent. One of them would end Kyle's physical body and the other would destroy his soul. That's what they had mentally agreed on. Kyle didn't lift his gaze but closed his eyes. He could feel the 2 men coming at him, the dark energy enveloping his lower body and inching towards his face. He could even hear Bia's voice and the remnants of the noise from the explosion that had occurred around him ringing in his ears. But now, with both of his eyes closed, everything felt eerily slow to him. Too slow, he let out a soft breath and experienced a kind of pain, unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was as though someone had just stabbed countless needles all over his soul. The pain didn't go away. Instead, it intensified into an all-consuming inferno that incinerated his thoughts, leaving his mind a desolate, hollow void. Just one word kept echoing in his head, slow with the torment, ready to break his sanity. When he reopened his eyes, everything around him genuinely slowed down. No one took notice, not even he, as the green hue in his eyes faded and his pupils turned completely white. The sky above him cracked open with a deafening sound because he tapped into a power he wasn't allowed to yet. Even his bloodline, which had been sleeping in his mind space after the stunt he pulled in the lost treasure tomb, was jolted awake. Kyle's mind went blank when he raised his gaze towards the nearest person to him. The darkness enveloping him dispersed as he moved from his position, and the silver spear that had fallen in the distance shot towards him at a speed rivaling that of a peak supreme rank. In the next moment, a loud, agonizing cry tore through the air. Old Hal, who was just about to deploy another of his powerful skills to save Kyle, felt a sudden chill run down his spine upon hearing the loud cry and sensing the subtle shift in his surroundings. Not just the old man, every supreme rank present in the area felt it when a powerful natural law was forcefully invoked in their surroundings. And to make it frightening, they were all affected by it, even though they weren't supposed to be impacted to this extent as supreme ranks. Old Hal slowly lowered his gaze and noticed a bloodied figure of a familiar man tightly holding a silver spear above another. One half of his spear was deep inside the heart of the man under him. Completely shocked, the old man slightly staggered in the air and sucked in a deep breath to calm his wildly beating heart. True monster, did Kyle just use the natural law of time to slow down everything around him? Chapter 677. Don't you dare to interfere. Kyle's eyes regained their original hue and clarity began to return to his mind. He gradually shifted his gaze downward to look at the man in agony below him. A hint of confusion flickered in his bleeding eyes as he observed the spear in his hand. It was deep inside the heart of the supreme rank human who could manipulate space. He didn't know what happened and his mind wasn't providing any good answers. He just remembered suddenly feeling an intense pain and his mind struggling to grasp something he wanted to control. Kyle's hand, holding the spear, trembled a bit as the pain that was completely numbed before when his mind shut down and went blank resurfaced in his body once more. Even though he couldn't quite recall how he had subdued one of the supreme ranks or why his body felt like it was about to break, he still sneered at the man below him. I told you, didn't I? I will end you. With my own hands. His consciousness was fading, and he could sense his bloodline rushing within his body, probably to heal his injuries. Amidst this, he gripped his spear with one hand and leaned down to place the other hand on the head of the man beneath him to sever the latter's soul from his body. Kyle could have severed his soul from his body using his spiritual energy alone, but right now, the spiritual energy in his body wasn't even equivalent to a glass of water. So he was resorting to physical force. The pain it would inflict upon him didn't concern me, as my goal is to end him. The supreme rank human beneath him exerted all his might to fight back but cried out for help in desperation when he found himself unable to move even an inch, and was horrified to discover that it was due to the spear deeply implanted in his heart. The strange energy emanating from the spear was compelling him to remain still. His eyes dilated when he suddenly felt a faint buzzing noise from the spear, as if it was commanding him to obey. He hurriedly controlled the space around him to tear Kyle's body into fragments, yet the human towering over him didn't even flinch under the intense pressure. Behind Kyle, the other supreme rank human halted in his steps as the silver-haired man he was meant to eliminate with his partner disappeared from his spot. The dark energy meant to restrain Kyle dispersed in various directions once the person it was restraining left. Upon hearing his partner's cry for help, the supreme rank human instantly whipped his head towards the place he heard the sound, and his eyes chilled at the sight he saw. He lunged at Kyle to intervene. "You bastard, stop!" His weapon didn't even get a chance to reach Kyle when an elven man materialized in front of him and kicked him away into the distance. Ronan gazed at him with a cold look and rolled up his sleeves. "Don't you dare to interfere, now your opponent is me." The supreme rank human cried out with a crazed look and attacked him immediately. He had to save his companion. However, the weapon in his grip fell to the ground with a soft thud, and he dropped to his knees with a sinking expression when he felt his companion's soul departing his body without a shred of consciousness. "No. No," Ronan glanced at him and shook his head. Seeing the man's expression that screamed he had lost everything, he wondered if the two supreme ranks were actually brothers. Placing his hand on the man's head, he whispered with an emotionless gaze, "Go join him." Bia also appeared above the scene. Anger blazed in her eyes when she finally noticed the two supreme rank humans. However, she couldn't really do anything at the moment since one of them was already killed by Kyle, and the other was being killed by Ronan. Golden flames danced in the air as her massive form hovered above Kyle with a concerned and solemn gaze. "Hey, you still breathing?" She lowered her body next to Kyle and tilted her head to gaze at his face, only to find his eyes tightly closed. He was still standing but not completely conscious. This jerk, spiritual energy erupted from her body to envelop his form. She wanted to help heal the injuries on his body, so she didn't hold back and let all her spiritual energy out. But when she assessed his condition, she was utterly shocked. There wasn't a single part on his skin that wasn't bleeding. Bia had seen Kyle getting injured many times since they reunited in the sacred divine land because he always willingly put himself in danger to get stronger. However, this was the first occasion she had seen him in such a critical condition. She instantly grew fearful for him and began inwardly hoping that nothing bad happened to him while trying her best to heal at least his external injuries. Ronan also moved towards Kyle to reposition his body. He too wanted to assist, but took a step back when an eerie, chilling aura radiated from the silver-haired man's body. It didn't harm Bia, but it instilled a sense of impending danger in him, as if approaching Kyle would lead to his end. "What the? I just want to help, you know." Old Hal arrived beside him and gazed at the silver-haired man with a sigh. "Aren't you shocked? This young human before us just manipulated a natural law. I cannot believe his body is still intact and didn't crumble under the immense pain and pressure it had to endure." Ronan tousled his cyan hair and glanced at his people fighting the enemies in the sky. They had nearly subdued all the demons and dark race individuals in the vicinity. "I am more envious than shocked at him. I am sure you know, even I, who achieved the supreme rank long ago, cannot manipulate any natural laws yet. So how the hell did Kyle do it? I can clearly sense that he is only at the transcendent rank. He isn't allowed to manipulate nature yet. Don't tell me he did it instinctively to save himself." Chapter 678. "He is dangerous." Old Hal glanced at Ronan. He had met the elven man a few times before as they had fought together in the war happening at the other end of the universe. Ronan joined the war when he was only at the divine rank. He arrived with the individuals who came to represent the elven side in the war. The man had indeed grown immensely powerful within a short time. "Don't be envious. I think Kyle is favored by nature. Maybe that's why he chose the title of nature's favorite for himself." Ronan hummed. He didn't really care. He just felt envious because the young man could do something he couldn't yet. His voice turned grave for a second. "No matter, Kyle is dangerous, so I am going to leave him alone and make sure my race never gets on his bad side. As an old subordinate, I advise you to do the same, old man. Leave him alone. Old Hal shook his head with a chuckle. I know he is quite dangerous, that's why I can't leave him alone. He can be a great asset for us to win the war that has been ongoing for so long. But why did you say that? Are you scared of the young man? Ronan turned around, clasped old Hal's shoulder, and gazed directly into his eyes with a solemn gaze. I am not scared of him, I just don't want another Azazel to rise in this universe. One is already enough and can end us all. He gave the old man's shoulder a few shakes and then started to float towards Wesley and his people to put an end to the battle raging in the sky. Old Hal gazed at his back and then once again turned to look at the phoenix and the bloodied figure of the silver-haired man. Does he need my help or not? He wanted to assist Kyle, but changed his mind when he noticed strange ice starting to form on Kyle's body. I reckon he doesn't need any help. Old Hal's eyes narrowed at the shining ice. He didn't have to get near the ice or touch it to know that it was healing Kyle's injuries at a speed that he had never seen before. What a strange human. If you had such a powerful skill to heal yourself, why didn't you use it earlier? Bia's eyes also flickered with relief when she noticed the sparkling ice forming on Kyle's body. Yet confusion danced in her eyes as she recalled something. Wait, didn't Kyle say he can only use this skill every 6 months? If I recall correctly, he had used it before in the tomb. So how is he able to use it again when 6 months haven't even passed yet? She furrowed her brows and circled Kyle. Don't tell me his bloodline is interfering with his body again to heal him. Well, that's good actually. He needs help right now. She was wary of all the people around them, but in this situation she could not just run away with Kyle's unconscious body. What if someone powerful from the dark side attacked them again? It was better for her to stick around old Hal and Ronan for now, at least until Kyle woke up. Bia let out a tired sigh and continued to channel her spiritual energy to heal Kyle. She just couldn't rely solely on his bloodline to heal him completely. I guess it's gonna take him a while, actually maybe a good while to wake up. She groaned, but her eyes widened with surprise when Kyle's fingers holding the spear twitched ever so slightly. The ice forming on his body intensified its pace upon sensing his movements. It crept up to his face, but then it started cracking and dispersing into bright particles. Hey, are you finally awake? Speak up, will you? Bia quickly leaned her head on his shoulder to see if he had woken up, but she stopped when they let out a painful groan. Kyle slowly opened his eyes but nearly lost his balance when he saw Bia's angry eyes glaring at him. She was in her massive form, so suddenly seeing 2 big round eyes so close to his face, he was a bit startled. Get a bit of distance away from me. His voice sounded very dry, as if he hadn't spoken for many months, very unpleasant indeed. Kyle fixed his gaze on the body below him, and his immediate action was to harness the little bit of divine and spiritual energy that had gathered in his body. Instantly, blue flames spread out of his body to envelop the lifeless body, turning it into an ice sculpture that scattered into particles. The moment Kyle's spear lost its embedded place, he lost his balance and fell backward. His back met the ground and he let out a soft sigh as Bia's eyes narrowed at him. So you managed to survive. I was half expecting you to meet your end. The phoenix clicked her tongue disapprovingly and placed her massive paw on his stomach, ready to deliver a beating, but halted when he hissed in pain. What's this? I thought your wounds had fully healed. Are you still feeling pain? Kyle glanced at her and his eyes crinkled with amusement. Don't worry, I am fine, but I guess I broke my body too badly this time. It's gonna take me a while to heal completely. The encasing ice skill that was all of a sudden triggered by my bloodline managed to heal all my external injuries but not the internal ones. Bia barely held back from smacking him, worried she might accidentally harm him. Yet her eyes clearly showed she was equally angry at him as concerned. Suddenly, Kyle's gaze turned icy. How did I suddenly drive my spear into the body of one of the supreme rank humans? I can't remember. And what about Samara? Did she escape? He tried to move despite the pain coursing through his entire body. I must go find her to end her. But once again, he dropped to the ground with a painful groan and a frustrated look. It was at that moment that old Hal moved closer to him and stood next to him. Young one, the one thing you need most right now is rest. Do you even know what you did? I guess you don't, considering you just said you don't remember. I will tell you, so just rest for a while. Chapter 679. What's happening to your hair? The natural law of time. Kyle whispered softly as he glanced up at the crystal-clear sky, his expression dazed. Memories of the intense pain that still sent shivers down his spine flooded back, and he was amazed that he could control a natural law at just the transcendent rank. Is it due to my bloodline? I remember wanting to halt everything around me when I sensed the supreme ranks coming at me, and because of that sudden thought, my mind wanted to grasp something powerful, but I can't believe I actually pulled it off. He raised his hand and tried to grab the natural light around him inside his fist. But as usual, it slipped away from his grasp. So in conclusion, my mind instinctively comprehended and used a natural law to slow down everything around me when I was in danger due to the supreme ranks. Old Han, seated beside Kyle, nodded in agreement. He had explained everything to the silver-haired man. Ronan and Wesley, along with their race individuals, were seated in the distance, attending to those injured in the battle that had ended easily once Ronan joined in. Vexana and Ned were assisting them. Kyle sat down slowly, crossing his legs. He released a deep breath and could vividly feel his bloodline working diligently in his body to heal his internal injuries. I am sure if I can manipulate the natural law of time once, I can do it again. Old Hal shook his head at him. This young man really can't rest, not even for a second. Just how long has it been that Kyle went through a life and death battle, yet here he was once again trying to exhaust his mind? Nevertheless, after hearing what Ronan said to him, now old Hal was a bit hesitant to ask Kyle outright to come with him and join the war to fight the dark side. So he was waiting for the man to recover or maybe for the right time. Kyle furrowed his brows as he tried to remember the exact feeling he experienced when he controlled the natural law. The first thing he recalled was pain, extreme pain, and after that his mind just went blank. He attempted to use his bloodline to manipulate the flow of time around him, thinking that if his bloodline had aided him before, it would do so once more, but his bloodline didn't even respond. He blinked with surprise when he felt the movement of his bloodline slowing down in his body, as if it was very tired. It had healed all his internal injuries, and under Kyle's watch, it slowly inched towards his mind space before withdrawing into a secluded corner. There, a frosty embrace enveloped it entirely in a massive cocoon. What just happened? Kyle closed his eyes and attempted to extend his senses towards the icy cocoon to investigate what the hell was happening. He had noticed his bloodline going dormant in his mind space many times before, but this was a new occurrence, as if it had sealed itself completely. No, his mind suddenly supplied, and he understood immediately that this was definitely not his thought. So, now that I am on the verge of reaching the supreme rank and also had the power to manipulate a natural law in danger, could it be that it is about to awaken completely and merge entirely with my body because my body has become strong enough to hold it? Kyle's abrupt words caught old Hal's attention, who had been closely watching his every single action and raised an eyebrow in response at him. What are you talking about? The old man didn't even have to make an effort to check Kyle's strength because the silver-haired man hadn't hidden his rank at all and was actually boasting that he was at the peak of the transcendent rank by letting his aura be felt by all around him. Old Hal simply wondered what mysterious power Kyle was referring to that was about to awaken and merge with his body. Kyle let out a hum. I am going to work on my physique. I need that the most right now, so I can absorb as many mystical spirits as possible. He grabbed the bright, glimmering, winged light that had quietly crept up behind him. It exploded into pure spiritual energy in his firm grip and swiftly entered his body. Old Hal's mouth hung open, but he quickly composed himself. This was actually the third mystical spirit Kyle had absorbed, so he shouldn't be surprised anymore. Nevertheless, he wiped the sweat off his forehead because it was the first time he had seen someone absorb many mystical spirits so casually, when even finding one in the sacred divine land was a dream for everyone, including himself. It was fortunate that none of the people around Kyle dared to challenge him, given his strength and daring nature. After all, he could see that the silver-haired man was attracting many envious gazes. Kyle noticed the old man's serious expression and shifted his attention to where he could feel another spirit approaching him. I guess I owe Alec a thank you. He secretly gathered all the mystical spirits drawn to me. Because of him, I learned that absorbing the mystical spirits is not dangerous at all. The spirits are quite valuable, but they choose to come to me by themselves, so they can't blame me for absorbing a few. Bia, who had been sitting beside him all this time, rolled her eyes after hearing his words in her head. He was feeling kind of calm for some reason, even though he had just gone through a life-and-death battle. You noticed Alex secretly nabbing the spirits drawn to you? I thought you didn't. Kyle touched her feathers. She remained in her phoenix form because anything could happen at any time with so many enemies wandering in the land they were in. I did. It wasn't hard because he would capture the mystical spirits every time any came to cling to my body. Bia nodded and glanced at him, but her eyes widened when her gaze suddenly landed on his head. What's happening to your hair? The phoenix's sudden outburst caught everyone's attention. Kyle furrowed his brows and waved his hand to create water to see his reflection. His eyes narrowed as he saw the bright silver shade of his hair fading. It slowly turned gray and then completely black. Old Hal's expression grew serious as he looked at Kyle's hair that had darkened. Are you feeling okay? Kyle looked at his reflection in the water before him and couldn't resist a chuckle. His eyes crinkled with amusement as he reclined onto his back with a sigh, a sense of amusement dancing in his eyes. Nothing, it's all good. He paused for a second and suddenly gave old Hal a scrutinizing look. Actually, old man, I thought that the next time we crossed paths, you would be after my life because of the stunt I pulled in the gladiator arena alongside my friends. But now seeing you concerned about me, I realize I was completely mistaken. Kyle glanced at the sky, feeling conflicted about his bloodline but not overly so. So my hair color wasn't natural. It was influenced by my bloodline, and now that the bloodline has sealed itself, my hair has reverted to its original shade. Doesn't that mean I can't access the bloodline's power for the time being? He closed his eyes. What a shame. It was rather handy. Old Hal glanced at him, not even aware that Kyle had just changed the topic to divert his attention from his hair. Well, I suppose I am not taking any action against you because I am hoping you would join the war and fight against the dark side. Kyle sneered inwardly. He had some information about the war going on at the other end of the universe. His master, Hubert, had briefed him about it. He had actually plans to visit the war zone, but he would never go because of someone else. He would only go when he wants to. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, and he sat down with a thoughtful gaze, glancing at Old Han with a smirk. I will think on it, you see, joining the war if you lend a hand in what I aim to do at this moment in the sacred divine land. Immediately, Old Hal inquired for more details, but the old man was left speechless upon hearing Kyle's next words. I want to wipe out every person from the dark side lurking in this land and cleanse the air tainted by their presence. But I can't do it alone. I need many people who would follow my orders. If you agree, I will think about joining the war. Old Hal was at a loss for words. Kyle wants to cleanse the sacred divine land. Does this young man even know just how vast this land is and the number of dark side individuals here currently? It might take months or even a year to completely cleanse this land of the dark side if he truly agreed to Kyle's demand. Give me a minute. Old Hal quickly left Kyle's side and moved to a distance to reach out to Elizabeth and the other elders. He needed to figure out whether to agree with Kyle or not. However, he was taken aback and somewhat shocked when Elizabeth informed him that James had instructed him not to return unless he could bring Kyle and Kyle's companions with him. Old Hal's role in the war wasn't crucial currently, as things had quieted down after the first Shadow General was severely injured by James and the second Shadow General disappeared. Old Hal let out a dry chuckle as he closed the communication crystal. It appears he's going to remain in this sacred divine land for some time. He then returned to Kyle. I agree, but I'm not sure about Ronan and the elves. They aren't with me, you know. He muttered with a sigh but grabbed his aching temples when Kyle swiftly took out his spear with a wicked grin. Well then, what are we waiting for, huh? Chapter 680, Cleaning the Sacred Divine Land. Part 1, Kyle's eyes sparkled as he stood up and stretched his tense muscles before walking over to Ronan and Wesley. He conveyed Old Hal's agreement to them. The duo exchanged glances, and after a moment of quiet discussion, Ronan turned to him with a serious look. The others from my race won't fight alongside you, but once Wesley and I have escorted them back to the elven planet, we will join you. We want to seek justice for the many members of our race who fell victim to the dark side in this land. Kyle nodded, a satisfied smile on his lips. Well, even though our numbers won't be high, I am sure having 3 Supreme Rank and 2 Transcendent Rank individuals accompanying me should suffice. Currently, all he needed was enough folks to wrap things up in the sacred divine land. Kyle was confident in his abilities to handle everything alone, but after the recent battle, he knew if he suddenly encountered more Supreme Ranks, it would be a problem. My body is completely healed thanks to my bloodline, but it's best for me to steer clear of getting injured again for a while. Nevertheless, when he thought about Samara, who had escaped, his eyes flashed with a touch of anger. That demon woman slipped away from him. He knew that if he didn't find her and deal with her soon, she would become a hassle in the future. After leaving the no-mana land, it's actually the second time someone I wanted to end slipped away from my grasp. First Sino and now Samara. Suddenly, amid the many thoughts swirling in his mind, he remembered something very crucial. Kyle startled Ronan, who was just a short distance away, by leaning towards the man with a solemn expression. I forgot to mention but inform your queen. My friends are currently on the elven planet. I hope the elven race won't cause them any harm while they are there. He actually shook Ronan's shoulder to make the man understand his words. Ronan let out a sigh. So Yue and the others who were with Kyle had gone to his planet. Regardless, he was quite annoyed at the way Kyle was talking to him when he was clearly much older than the man. I can tell you are not threatening me because your aura is calm, but a bit more politeness wouldn't hurt, right? Perhaps you should throw in a please next time if you need to ask someone for a favor. Kyle raised a brow at him. You got me wrong, I am not seeking a favor. I am just worried about the safety of the elven planet. Because even though the others can't face off against Supreme Ranks right now, trust me, together they could bring down the entire elven planet. Bia, who was flying above him in her massive form, nodded her head. Nox and the others were a bit foolish, but they were powerful just like her. Ronan's eyebrow twitched. He didn't dread Kyle or his companions, not even a bit. But he knew it would be wiser for the elven race to not get on their bad side. Right, I will contact the queen. He hurriedly departed, leaving Kyle be before the human uttered words that would truly infuriate him. Wesley and he left the area with the other elves. The duo would first send their people back to the elven planet before reuniting with Kyle. Eventually, only Ned, Vexana, and Old Hal stayed by Kyle's side. Bia glanced at Kyle as he absent-mindedly played with his spear. Ned groaned under his breath, clearly reluctant to follow Kyle's lead. The human had beat him up in the gladiator arena. There was no way he would follow the man. However, upon hearing his protest, Old Hal smacked his head with narrowed eyes. "If you don't behave, I will send you to join the team currently on the demon's planet searching for the second Shadow General." Ned's expression paled. "No, not the demon planet. I would rather follow Kyle than go to that insane place." His loud voice snapped Kyle out of his daze, and he looked back at him with a snicker. Bia had told him how Ned wasted time on the way when she was bringing supreme ranks to help him. "I guess the lesson I gave him in the gladiator arena wasn't enough. I need to make sure he understands who he can mess with and who he can't." Kyle whispered under his breath and scanned his surroundings. His spiritual energy had fully recovered thanks to the spirits he consumed. "As for divine energy, I believe I don't need to worry about it since my body has already absorbed a lot from the surroundings." His eyes gleamed as his feet lifted from the ground. Old Hal fell silent when suddenly he sensed a wave of powerful senses. His eyes widened as he looked at Kyle. Why are his senses so strong? They are actually comparable to a supreme rank. Kyle's gaze turned cold as he detected numerous individuals from the dark side. "Let's start by cleaning up the folks from the dark side who are nearby, and then we will attack the place in the sacred divine land that the dark side has conquered." He glanced at Old Hal, who was staring at him, then at Vexana and Ned. "Make sure to stick close. I don't want any of you falling behind, otherwise I will leave that person behind. Honestly, I don't expect much from you all. Maybe in the end I will have to clean up this land alone." He sure did ask the old man to fight alongside him, but that doesn't mean he fully trusts the old man. He would ditch him and the two people with him if they turn out to be rather useless. Old Hal furrowed his brows at his words. He had years of battle experience beyond measure, that's why he easily understood Kyle's implications. He started to levitate with Ned and Vexana. "You think I would slow you down, even as a supreme rank?" Kyle shrugged. "We will find out soon," he gestured to the west. "So get ready because we are going to battle and nothing else until I deem this divine land sufficiently cleared." He vanished towards the spot he pointed to, and Old Hal trailed behind with a sigh. "This young man is quite annoying. He ought to work on his manners." He shook his head, but he was soon shocked to see Ned and Vexana struggling to match the human speed. He could keep up, but he knew he would be in the same situation as Ned and Vexana if he wasn't at the supreme rank. Chapter 681, Cleaning the Sacred Divine Land. Part 2, 2 weeks later in an entirely destroyed section of the Sacred Divine Land. The bright sky above the terrain was filled with nothing but dust and smoke clouds. Above the destruction, a black-haired man was floating in midair with his eyes closed, as many anguished cries of demons and dark race individuals echoed around him. It was Kyle. Golden flames erupted all around him, yet he remained unfazed. Bia floated over to his side but paid him no attention. Instead, she snickered at the many people below on the land. "You weaklings from the dark side. You have called upon my fury. Count yourselves lucky to perish under my flames." Her thunderous voice echoed everywhere, and immediately the golden flames in the sky rained down upon the many demons and individuals of the dark race scurrying around on the land. Old Hal's eyes widened at the flames, and he cursed before quickly darting away from the path of the flames. "At least give us a warning before using a dangerous wide rage attack." His condition was a far cry from 2 weeks ago when he agreed to follow Kyle. He looked haggard and his clothes had a few holes in them. As a supreme rank, he don't need sleep at all, but he was so tired that he knew he would immediately fall asleep if he just closed his eyes. Just like the old man, Ronan and Wesley, who had joined Kyle after sending their people back to the elven planet, also quickly moved away from the path of the golden flames that crashed down on the land. Wesley stopped in the distance and wiped his sweaty forehead. His and Ronan's state was no better than Old Hal's. He watched as the golden flames began to further destroy the already devastated land. The demons and dark race individuals engulfed in the flames screamed out as their bodies started to burn. "We may be supreme ranks, but Bia's golden flames are too darn powerful. Where in the world did that human find such a powerful bonded companion?" Ronan clicked his tongue at his words. "You're pondering that? Meanwhile, I'm regretting the moment I agreed to follow Kyle and fight alongside him." Wesley gazed at him with a blank expression. "Just like Bia said, be grateful. At least our situation is better than Ned and Vexana." He gestured towards the distance where two figures were crawling, desperately trying to escape the flames. Ronan eyed the two battered figures and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just like Old Hal, he and Wesley also believed it would take months, or even a whole year, to cleanse the sacred divine land of all the individuals from the dark side, but Kyle proved them all wrong. In just 2 weeks, that scoundrel had cleared almost 70% of the sacred divine land. Now, the only territory held by the dark side in the sacred divine land was the area they had conquered. I have never fought this long and hard, not even in the war happening at the other end of the universe. Is this normal, fighting nonstop without eating or sleeping? Wesley gave a wry smile. I guess it is normal. Kyle seems to be perfectly fine. I can't spot a single scratch on him, and you know what's the most infuriating part? His clothes are spotless too. It's as if he didn't battle at all when he is the one fighting the most. Ronan rubbed his eyes. We had already agreed to fight alongside Kyle. Now we can't take back our words, especially not when that bastard always says that we are too slow. He shook his head to push the bad memories to the back of his mind. Kyle didn't talk much with them, but whenever the human did, it was always to point out they were falling behind or to urge them to hurry up because he doesn't have all day to wait for them. Ronan eyed the black-haired figure in the sky, donned in a pristine blue hoodie, and narrowed his gaze sharply. What's he doing anyway? He suddenly stopped fighting and closed his eyes. We could have wiped out everyone from the dark side here if he hadn't stopped. Old Hal arrived beside him and Wesley. I wonder that too, but is it just me, or can you two also see that the air around Kyle is getting disturbed? Upon hearing his words, both Ronan and Wesley narrowed their eyes at Kyle. They easily noticed what old Hal was referring to. The atmosphere around Kyle was indeed growing turbulent. Wesley rubbed his white beard with a contemplative look. Is he sleeping? He knew his words sounded foolish, but he wouldn't be surprised at all if they were true. After all, among them, Kyle needed rest the most, considering the man hadn't even sat down for a minute in the past 2 weeks. But he was proven wrong when suddenly the air around him began to turn silent. Old Hal's eyes widened. Wesley and Ronan exchanged stunned looks when the old man exclaimed loudly, "Don't tell me he's attempting to harness the natural law of time." They knew that grasping and using a natural law was very taxing on the mind and body. Kyle was at the transcendent rank and had yet to reach the supreme rank, where one is allowed to manipulate the nature. Last time he used the natural law of time instinctively because his mind sensed the threats coming at him. However, this time he was not in any danger and knew it would strain his body. Yet he was trying to manipulate the time around him. Old Hal shook his head. He is just putting his body in pain. It's not that easy to manipulate nature. He needs time to grasp. His words were cut short, and his eyes widened with disbelief when suddenly the air around him slowed down slightly. It lasted only for 3 seconds, but old Hal, Wesley, and Ronan felt it distinctly when the time around them was interfered with. Wesley's mouth fell open. He used it again. And this time not instinctively but by his own. Chapter 682, Cleaning the Sacred Divine Land, Part 3. Kyle opened his eyes when he sensed everything surrounding him began to slow down, yet despite his efforts, he couldn't hold on to the time around him for more than a fleeting few seconds. Tusk, he scrunched up his nose in distaste. Even though he had been battling alongside old Hal and the others for the past 2 weeks, in his mind, he had been endeavoring to comprehend the law of time by repeatedly pondering the feeling he experienced when he first wielded the power of time. Despite straining his mind, he only managed to succeed for a fleeting few seconds. He looked back when he heard Bia's menacing laughter behind him. She's having a good time, isn't she? He chuckled and watched the phoenix as she controlled the golden flames, engulfing everything beneath her. Kyle's gaze shifted to Ned and Vexana, who were sprawled on the ground in a distant location. Kyle shook his head. The duo was at the peak of the transcendent rank just like him, but both of them were very weak. He was certain that Bia, who was at the initial stage of the transcendent rank, could easily defeat them with her flames alone. Nevertheless, I reckon Ned had learned his lesson. Because if he dared to get on my nerves again, I am going to finish him off directly instead of wasting my time. He sensed Wesley, Ronan, and old Hal's eyes on his body, but he paid them no mind and cracked his knuckles. Let's tidy up this battlefield. His words hadn't even faded in the air as he disappeared from his location. The next second, a muffled, painful cry echoed in the area as one of the dark race individuals, attempting to flee from Bia's golden flames, suddenly noticed a silver spear piercing his heart. Kyle's figure briefly flickered before his horrified eyes as his body dropped to the ground with a soft thud. Similar agonizing cries echoed throughout the area as one person after another from the dark side began collapsing lifeless to the ground. Bia's gaze narrowed. She could feel Kyle's presence on the land, but she didn't control her flames because she knew he could easily avoid them, unlike some others. I guess the battle is going to end soon. Her words were indeed proven right as within mere minutes all the enemies in the vicinity met their end. There was no supreme rank, and nearly all of them were injured, which is why it didn't take Kyle long to finish them all off. He pulled out his spear from the tanned body adorned with bat-like wings and shook it to clean off the blood. Ronan and old Hal approached him to understand the extent of his mastery over the natural law of time. Not many in the universe could manipulate time. Even those who could do it can only slow it down or speed it up in a specific area. Yet after witnessing what just happened, they were confident that Kyle would soon master the natural law of time. However, before they could say anything, Kyle began floating. His eyes flashed with fatigue as he let out a yawn. Clean this place up. Then we will head to the area in the sacred divine land that the dark side has conquered. Hopefully, we will be done here in a few more days. He finished speaking, not even allowing the two supreme ranks a moment to respond, and promptly disappeared towards Bia. The phoenix was astonished when he suddenly landed on her body. Kyle reclined on her back and closed his eyes. I'm taking a short rest. Tell me when the others are finished cleaning up the mess. Bia rolled her eyes. So finally you want to rest? I thought you wouldn't until you collapsed. She started floating above the area to watch the supreme ranks, who gazed at her with speechless expressions. The phoenix laughed inwardly at them. She was the only one in the group who had slept in the past 2 weeks above Kyle's head whenever she felt tired. Thus, she understood that, like Kyle, the others were also exhausted. On the land, Ronan let out a sigh and glanced at Wesley, who was assisting Ned and Vexana. He shook old Hal's shoulder. I'm going to take a short break as well. Just use your natural law of disintegration to clear away the remnants of the battle. He swiftly distanced himself from the old man, who stared at him with sharp eyes, and joined Wesley and the rest. Ronan let out a chuckle when he heard Ned's pleading voice. The man was actually requesting to be sent to the demon planet to assist the team currently searching for the second Shadow General. At least there he don't need to fight so strenuously. Ronan leaned against a boulder, and Wesley glanced over to see if he had any updates on how well Kyle had gotten with the natural law of time, but he shook his head with a sigh. He's taking a break. We should rest too. After all, who knows when we will get the opportunity to rest again, since he just said that we would be soon launching an attack on the area in the sacred divine land conquered by the dark side. He closed his eyes, but Wesley and the two others individuals nearby caught his words as he whispered softly in a serious tone. I'm sure Kyle's mental fortitude is exceptional, unlike that of regular people. Or should I say he has an innate gift for easily understanding everything. He briefly opened his eyes to look at the sky where the phoenix was flying. That's a bit unjust. Wesley tracked his gaze and also shut his eyes to take a break. However, the four of them had barely dozed off when Bia's loud voice resonated next to their ears. Wake up, sleepy heads. Ronan pinched his brow and looked at the small bird flying nearby. He easily spotted Kyle's familiar figure sitting atop a raised area in the distance with old Hal. He's awake already. Ronan clicked his tongue and intended to wash his face. But he was surprised when Kyle told him and the others to freshen up and change into clean clothes. They agreed and left the area for a short while. Simultaneously, Kyle grabbed Bia by her neck. Instantly, the phoenix let out an angry huff at his audacity, but before she could fight back, he conjured water in the air and tossed her into it. Clean yourself too. You have become dirty and smelly. Bia's eyes widened with disbelief. You bastard, that's how you gonna repay the favor I did by letting you sleep on my back. I will beat you. Her words faded as more water materialized around her, engulfing her body completely. After a few seconds, the water scattered in the air, leaving behind a drenched, angry phoenix. Kyle held back a chuckle when he saw Bia shaking off the excess water from her body and preening her feathers with furious eyes. She appeared clean, but he was certain she would attack him any second by the way she was glaring at him. He was right spot on because Bia lunged at his hair and began pulling them out. Her enraged voice echoed everywhere. I can easily clean myself with just a blink of my eyes, so why do you always have to toss me in water every time? He swiftly grabbed her and placed some food in front of her to calm her down. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as she harumphed and settled down to eat. It's fun, but dangerous for my hair. Kyle was looking at Bia when old Hal and the others came back. He arched a brow as they all leisurely took their time to reach him. Ronan rolled up his sleeves and took hold of his weapon. So, when are we moving? Bia landed on Kyle's shoulder as he leaped down from where he was seated. Instantly, the silver spear materialized behind him. Now, no one was surprised at his words anymore and quickly followed him as he disappeared with the phoenix. Ronan and old Hal took the lead and floated alongside Kyle. Not because the others didn't want to, but because the duo was the only ones who could match the humans' agility. Old Hal furrowed his brows as they approached the area completely enveloped in dark energy. Despite it being daytime in the sacred divine land, the clouds above that region were ominous and dark. What's the plan? Are we gonna sneak in and start eliminating the other side quietly? His eyes went blank when he heard Kyle's nonchalant response. No, I can only sense 2 supreme ranks in the area and 100 transcendent ranks, so we will face them head-on. It's not like they are fools and unaware what we have been up to in the last 2 weeks. He chuckled with cold eyes. They for sure know we have taken out many of their folks. I wouldn't be surprised if they are actually waiting for us to show up so they can finish us off. Ronan looked over at Ned and Vexana, who went pale at the human's words. If there are 100 transcendent ranks individuals, I am sure the divine ranks must be almost twice that number. Can the seven of us handle them all? Chapter 683, Seven Against Countless Enemies. Kyle stopped in midair as they arrived at the threshold of the shadowy expanse. A smirk crept across his lips as he detected many demons and individuals from the dark side covertly lurking in the vicinity ahead. Seven against countless enemies. It sounds tough, but I'm confident we can defeat them all. You know why? Because I'm in the mood to cause chaos. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He chuckled when his eyes caught sight of a colossal, rectangular prism in the midst of the dark area before him. It was the object that was drawing in divine energy from the air, transforming it into dark energy, and then dispersing it into the atmosphere. So that's the device they're using to saturate the air with dark energy. Quite impressive, I must say. Kyle glanced at Bia as she left his shoulder and transformed into her phoenix form. Your main target is that prism. Destroy it the instant you get the opportunity. Bia nodded and gazed towards the distant location where dark energy was emanating from the top of the colossal prism. Kyle tightened his grip on his spear. I will handle the transcendent ranks. Old Hal and Ronan, you two take care of the supreme ranks. Ned, Vexana, and Wesley, it's on you three to handle the rest. The three supreme ranks nodded in agreement. Although Vexana and Ned were reluctant, they had no other option but to comply given how far they had come. Strangely, the area before them remained eerily silent, almost as if beckoning them to step into the darkness. But before anyone could move, Kyle raised his spear. I can sense traps. Let me start the battle. The spear's body gleamed as Kyle infused it with spiritual energy. Its tip sparkled with a powerful force, and swirling wind currents encircled its form, causing the surrounding air to tremble intensely. He whispered the last move of the spear Art Hubert had taught to him, Whirlwind Cataclysm. Just as the energy within the spear was about to erupt, he hurled it into the space ahead with all his might. Old Hal, Ronan, and Wesley's eyes narrowed as the spear sliced through the silence. The instant it plunged into the ground, a destructive whirlwind burst forth from its core. The whirlwind unleashed by the spear immediately enveloped a vast radius and started causing chaos for everything and everyone caught within its path. The people from the dark side who were hiding in the vicinity, waiting for Kyle and his group to step into the traps they had set up, all cried out and swiftly attempted to flee from the furious whirlwind. In that chaos, Kyle's voice echoed in the air. Now attack! Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned towards his location, but he had already disappeared. Bia's eyes narrowed as she gazed at the prism in the distance. That's my target. Let's go, she flapped her wings, and golden flames danced around her body as she swiftly made her way into the dark area. At that moment, a supreme rank from the Nightkin race emerged from the chaos and hurriedly extinguished the whirlwind. His crimson eyes quivered with anger. You bunch of useless fools, all you had to do was to lead the nature's favorite and the individuals with him into the traps, but you can't even manage that. Now stop hiding and attack the enemies. Even though he was angry and yelling, deep down he was actually freaking out. He had confirmed, just like many others, how easily the nature's favorite had taken down the third Shadow General. Now that very nature's favorite had come to battle him, how could he not panic? His ghostly pale skin turned even paler with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Those useless Shadow Generals. Why do I have to face an enemy they created? I was enjoying a life of luxury in this land. My peace has been shattered. His eyes dilated and he disappeared from his spot when Old Hal attacked him. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted in the sky between the two supreme ranks. Countless transcendent ranks and divine ranks from the dark side flew out from the distance, with another supreme rank from the dark race flying before them. The man flapped his bat-like wings and shouted at the numerous people behind him. Attack! End them! We outnumber them and together we can easily defeat them. His speech got interrupted when he saw a kick coming for his jaw. He hurriedly flew back, but Kyle reappeared behind him and landed a solid blow on his back, causing him to lose his balance in midair. The man let out a surprised cry, but just as he was about to regain his balance, Renan tightly seized his collar and flung his body skyward with a wicked smirk. You are my opponent. Ronan disappeared behind him, and the two began fighting under the dark sky. The air crackled when the dark energy clashed with divine and spiritual energy, forming a stunning display of light sparks flashing through the dark curtain. Kyle's silhouette streaked through one place after another as he began to kill all the transcendent ranks within his reach. Wesley, Ned, and Vexana joined him. They were surprised when the people from the dark side started to scatter upon noticing that the two supreme ranks on their side were losing their battles in the sky. Wesley glanced at Kyle's figure, who suddenly landed next to his spear and yanked it out of the ground. And here we all thought it would be a difficult battle for the seven of us against so many. But at this pace, I believe we can crush the dark side on the sacred divine land within just a single day. He shook his head as a horde of people charged at him. A powerful force erupted from his body, sending them all flying. Wesley quickly eliminated the closest individuals before deftly navigating the area to avoid being surrounded by the multitude of people simultaneously. Witnessing the enemies fleeing, Ned and Vexana, too, grew confident. Their fighting style became fiercer and bolder. Kyle disappeared from his spot and materialized among a sea of divine and transcendent rank individuals. Instantly, the air around him trembled. His eyes turned completely white as the time in his vicinity slowed down under his control, causing everyone around him to slow down. His lips curled into a content smile as he employed instant teleportation numerous times to travel at a speed rivaling that of a peak supreme rank. Kyle hadn't learned a lot about the natural time law because the information old Hal gave him was kinda useless. Currently, he could only tweak the time in his surroundings to slow down everything for a few seconds. However, he was confident he was making progress. Blood splattered through the air, echoing cries filled the scene as his spear pierced the bodies of many. Kyle wrinkled his nose in annoyance when he had to take the time to detach the souls from the bodies of the people he was eliminating. The flow of time around him resumed its usual rhythm as he paused at a distance, his spear deeply embedded in the body of a transcendent rank demon who was looking at him with terror-stricken eyes. Kyle kicked the man away. That wasn't bad. This time I managed to slow down time for 5 seconds. He glanced at the individuals who were still alive flying around him. However, instead of facing him in combat, they all scattered in different directions to flee. He clicked his tongue and vanished behind them. There was no way he would let them escape. Wesley, who had just seen Kyle manipulate the natural law of time yet again in a single day, took a deep breath. "He's getting better," he murmured and vanished from his spot as a transcendent rank attempted to strike his left shoulder with an artifact. The old elf used his most powerful skill and destroyed a large area beneath him, causing the demise of many people in the process. The air quivered with the echoes of battle and myriad cries. The dark sky started to adopt a crimson tint due to the amount of blood flowing beneath it. Those from the dark side were plummeting at an astonishing speed, and every time a member of Kyle's group faced danger, he stepped in to clear their surroundings. At the same time, in the distance, silently flying above the rectangular prism, Bia's eyebrow twitched at the scene. The Phoenix couldn't believe how chaos had erupted in the area so effortlessly. After old Hal started battling one of the supreme ranks, she took an alternate route to head straight for the rectangular prism to destroy it since Kyle gave her that job. She was fully prepared to confront anyone who tried to impede her progress. However, not a single individual came to fight her, let alone stop her. All of them were focused on Kyle and the others. Her imposing, majestic, and massive presence was ignored just like that. Are the people from the dark side blind, or do they simply not care about this prism? She fixed her solemn gaze on the prism and employed her golden flames upon it. "Those bastards from the dark side, how dare they overlook my majestic presence? I will obliterate you to quell my fury." The prism quivered as the Phoenix screeched and began assaulting it from every angle. Chapter 684. So what if he's alive? Under the veil of the dark sky, Bia panted with a look of frustration, her eyes fixed on the numerous glistening shattered pieces of the prism strewn across the ground. "Now I feel a tad better," she nodded, a sense of contentment washing over her. After she shattered the prism, the dense dark energy enveloping the area began to slowly but surely dissipate. It didn't vanish completely, but with the device spreading the dark energy now broken, the malevolent energy that had been extending outward from this location to consume the divine energy ceased its advance. Bia looked over at the chaotic battle happening in the distance. Many from the dark side were fleeing to save themselves, but she saw Kyle targeting those who were attempting to escape first. Her eyes paused on Ned and Vexana. The duo was breathing heavily and drenched in sweat from head to toe. Nevertheless, they didn't stop fighting because they knew the enemies would overpower them if they did. "But why do I feel like that their divine and spiritual energy is running low?" Bia's eyes narrowed, but she shrugged it off. It's not like she cared whether they survived or perished in this battle. Ned had become her foe when that man delayed everyone from reaching Kyle. So why would she even bother about him or anyone linked to him? The Phoenix tusked disapprovingly as she soared towards the battle. Her gaze sharpened at the many people from the dark side who had ignored her up until now as if she didn't exist. "Hee hee, I guess if they won't face me, I will jump into the action myself." She let out a loud cry, startling everyone engaged in the battle or trying to run away. Golden flames erupted from her wings to engulf everything before her. Kyle chuckled at the Phoenix and disappeared from his location to appear above her figure. "You broke that prism." "Good job," Bia gazed at him with a speechless expression. She knew he had extended his scent perception skill in this area to ensure no one from the dark side could escape alive under his watch. That's why she was sure he would have sensed the moment she shattered the prism, yet he was still inquiring if she had broken it. Her eyes narrowed at him. "Hey, why do I feel like you're overly excited?" I know you enjoy fighting, but it's rare to sense so much excitement from you. No, scratch that, it's more like amusement. Why is that? Kyle's eyes crinkled at the phoenix's words. He wasn't surprised at all since she could sense a fraction of his emotions. Suddenly, he tossed the spear in his hand, and it trembled with powerful force before taking down a fleeing transcendent rank. Then he glanced at Bia. You noticed. It's because I can feel someone's eyes on us. A pair of eyes is silently watching our every move. His eyes were full of amusement as he abruptly looked up at the dark sky. The instant he did, the gaze he was feeling on himself vanished as if it never existed. Bia's eyes widened at his words. What? Someone's watching us, but I can't sense anyone. A bad feeling crept up in her chest. Don't tell me it's Azaze, her words got cut off by Kyle. No, not him, I'm sure of that. His gaze is always empty, and there's no way I could feel his stare with my current strength. The gaze watching us is unfamiliar. It showed up when we started fighting in this place. I could sense a clear threat from it, so I am sure it belongs to an enemy. Bia's frustration reached its peak, and she let out an exasperated sigh at him. Why do your enemies keep multiplying? Isn't the dark side enough? I feel like I would die young alongside you one day. Suddenly, she recalled something. Wait, you're not young, considering the years you spent in the no mana land. Kyle vanished before she could finish her words, prompting a chuckle from her. I never realized you had turned so much older. How old are you anyway? Bia's loud voice echoed through the air as she maneuvered between the enemies with golden flames dancing around her body. 40, 50. Hold on, you spent roughly 40 years in the no mana land. Wow, you're really ancient, Kyle's eyebrow twitched. This phoenix, he hadn't aged that much, okay. The time inside the no mana land was different from the outside world. 1 year outside was equivalent to 10 years in that land, so he had actually only spent around 4 years in that land. Bia's loud laughter echoed in the air. She could sense clear annoyance coming from Kyle, who asked her to quiet down and focus on the enemies. Finally, she found something to get on his nerves. She should definitely share this with the others when she meets them to double the fun. While they clashed with their foes in a distant location, a pair of intense azure eyes snapped open with pure fury swirling within them. These very eyes were the ones Kyle had felt watching them. And the eyes belonged to none other than the first Shadow General, Damien. The man rose from where he was seated and glanced at the countless skeletons scattered all around him. That human is dangerous. I need to eliminate him before he becomes an even bigger threat. But I can't leave this location for the time being since Elizabeth and the other elders might be searching for me to finish me off, especially now that James has wounded me again. He couldn't leave, and because of this very reason, he sent 2 supreme ranks to hunt down the nature's favorite. But who would have thought he would receive news that both of the supreme ranks he sent had perished at the hands of Kyle? I wonder how Samara slipped away from his clutches. She has grown powerful, and if she had not informed me about the 2 supreme rank humans' failure, I would still be clueless about it. Damien gazed at the sky. The majestic crest atop his head shimmered as the sky started to transform under his control. His sculpted and muscular form contrasted sharply with the gray shirt and dark breeches he wore. It's strange. Why hasn't Master summoned us all to meet him yet? Could it be that he is disappointed since none of us found a single celestial spirit in his absence? His azure eyes turned solemn. Azazel woke up a few years back, but instead of making his army strong, he vanished. Damien chuckled at his thoughts. Azazel never cared about the people on his side. All that man ever wanted was to obtain all the celestial spirits and break all the seals blocking the path beyond this universe. Seals blocking the path beyond this universe. Or should I say seals guarding the realm designated for the dead? Among all the Shadow Generals, only he and Sino knew the true contents of the seals they were shattering. On the other side, amidst those striving to safeguard the seals from being breached, only James and Odiak were aware of this fact, thanks to the universe's will, which had been interfering with Azazel's plans to keep the realm for the dead in this universe closed. The 3rd Shadow General has fallen. Suddenly, now I feel that the future for our side has become more challenging. At first, I believed victory would come easily, but things have become quite complicated. If only Master hadn't fallen asleep for so long, we would have already conquered this whole universe. He closed his eyes and remembered the first time he met his master, Azazel. The first thing he recalled were his empty eyes. He was seated on a throne made of dark energy, with a nonchalant expression, gazing down at everything below as if he could obliterate it all in an instant. I was drawn to that power he held in his gaze alone. However, that very gaze felt so empty, so detached. You promised me and Sino that you would assist us in attaining the true celestial rank if we served you. Never forget your words. After all, I betrayed my own kind for that power. Damien laughed out loud at his words and recalled the water dragon race, his race. It was renowned as the mightiest race in the universe after the blessed race. It was he who brought an end to that race to claim the title of the first Shadow General. I wonder if Hubert is still alive. He was stronger than me before I turned to the dark side, and among our whole race he was the most resilient. His words were interrupted when a voice sounded behind him. So what if he's alive? Damien jerked his head back, only to be met with a familiar pair of golden eyes staring at him with a raised brow. It was a young man in a large robe with peach-colored hair, styled in a high ponytail that flowed down his back. Sino, well, I am not surprised since it was about time you show up. Chapter 685, Don't Tell Me He Left. Under the dark sky, saturated with the pungent scent of blood, Kyle's breathless form darted amidst the chaos. Ronan and Old Hal had also joined Wesley and the others after defeating their opponents. Even though they were close to victory, every single one of them was so worn out that they could collapse from exhaustion at any moment. And to make matters worse, neither they nor the folks from the dark side could leave the area as Kyle, that bastard, had drawn an array to seal it off entirely. While no one noticed when amidst the battle Kyle sketched the array, they all saw as he pulled out many treasures from his mind space. The instant he brought out the treasures, they disintegrated into particles, and a massive shield emerged from the ground to enclose everyone inside. Ronan kicked aside a divine-rank demon trying to claw at his back with a grave and frustrated expression. Despite his trembling hands and legs from exhaustion, he knew he couldn't afford to stop fighting. By the stars, I swear after this all ends I will never fight alongside Kyle. The people from the dark side, who initially wanted to escape to save themselves, had now shifted to desperate measures. With all escape routes sealed off by Kyle, the only choice they had now was to face the enemies head-on. Ronan could see that many of them had accepted their fate and were striving to bring down an enemy with them if they were bound to die. He gritted his teeth and shielded his upper body with his arms when a few individuals attacked him simultaneously. Normally, he could effortlessly eliminate many divine and transcendent opponents, but currently, his spiritual and divine energy were running low. Moreover, his body was overwhelmed with exhaustion. In an instant, a surge of power exploded from his body, sending the people around him flying. He glanced at the others. Both Ned and Vexana were clinging to Bia's feet, looking like they would faint any second. Wesley and Old Hal were in no better condition than him. There are still 50 or so enemies alive. At this rate, we all are going to collapse from exhaustion. Should I use an artifact? He pondered as he fought against the people around him and was ready to use one of the powerful artifacts he possessed, but his eyes widened when suddenly a faint feeling of dread crept into his chest. Ronan wasn't affected by it much, but everyone attacking him froze in their spots and began trembling with horrified eyes. Huh. He darted his eyes around and observed that every living person from the dark side in the area had frozen in their tracks. Their eyes bore nothing but fear, as though they were sensing something truly dreadful. Wesley and Old Hal, too, stopped momentarily, surprised by the sudden turn of events. They quickly took out the people in their vicinity while scanning around to find Kyle, who had once again vanished. What's going on? Ronan's words had barely faded when Bia's furious voice echoed in the sky. Bastard. If you could use fear skill to halt all the enemies from the start, why the hell didn't you employ it earlier? Immediately, everyone knew who the Phoenix was referring to. Their eyes filled with a mix of speechlessness and anger, emotions they couldn't release. So Kyle possessed a skill that could instill fear in others' hearts, yet he refrained from using that powerful skill until now. Even though he could clearly see all of them grappling with such suffering, Ronan and the others scanned the area to find the human, but they couldn't discern his whereabouts. They extended their senses, yet they couldn't detect Kyle. Old Hal rubbed his forehead and glanced at the two supreme ranks around him. Let's deal with the remaining enemies first, then we can search for him. Wesley and Ronan agreed with him. With the remaining individuals from the dark side under Kyle's fear skill, they could eliminate them swiftly without much resistance. Bia grumbled under her breath, silently cursing Kyle. Some of her feathers were soaked in blood, not her own but from the enemies she had eliminated. She was in her phoenix form, but keeping that form was getting more and more challenging with each passing second. She abruptly turned her cold gaze towards the two individuals clinging to her feet, and with a furious shout, forcefully tossed them away from her body. Ugh, I only let you two cling to me because you were getting in the way of my flames. Yet both of you decided to make yourselves at home here, huh? Ned cursed under his breath and quickly steadied himself in midair. Vexana also swiftly regained her balance. The duo glanced at the Phoenix and understood she was directing the anger she harbored towards Kyle onto them. But they knew they couldn't argue with her in their current condition, because if they did, they would be the ones suffering in the end. Bia noticed their gaze and glared at them. She was all set to get into a fight with the duo to show them just who had the upper hand right now, but stopped when a familiar voice echoed in her head. Don't start a fight, we're leaving. Let the supreme ranks deal with what's left. Bia snickered at the duo. You two count yourself lucky. Her words had barely faded when a massive portal lighted up above her. She flapped her wings and swiftly entered the portal, which disintegrated into particles under Ned and Vexana's astonished eyes. Ronan halted in his tracks when he saw Bia's figure vanishing into the portal. He eliminated another of the living individuals from the dark race, all currently under Kyle's fear skill, and looked up at the sky. Don't tell me he left. Old Hal swiftly dealt with the enemies around him and began searching for Kyle. No, he can't just suddenly disappear on me. I followed him to bring him to the war. I can't go back if he didn't go back with me. Wesley chuckled at him. Did he agree to go with you? I just remember he wanted to rid this land of every person from the dark side. Old Hal furrowed his brows. Now that Wesley mentioned it, he remembered that Kyle never explicitly agreed to go with him and join the war. Kyle had only mentioned he would consider it if Old Hal assisted him in accomplishing his own goals. That's little something. His entire body was overwhelmed with exhaustion, yet there were still some folks from the dark side alive in the area. Moreover, they needed to clear the battlefield, which was strewn with dead bodies and blood. Otherwise, the bodies would decay and harm the land. Old Hal clenched his fists and quickly shouted at Ronan and Wesley. I need to find Kyle. His fear skill is still affecting the enemies, which means he hasn't gone far. Hurry up and finish off the remaining people from the dark side. Ronan and Wesley exchanged glances. They were sure Old Hal would never find Kyle since he had left on his own. But they didn't shatter the old man's hope, and in a short amount of time, together with Old Hal, they eliminated the remaining people from the dark side in the vicinity. Wesley slumped onto a boulder stained with blood, yet it was the cleanest spot in the vicinity. Ronan sat beside him, trying his best to calm his breathing. Suddenly, a sigh slipped from Wesley as he gazed at the dark sky. The shield that Kyle had crafted earlier with the help of an array was dispersing into brilliant particles above the devastation where they were seated. I can't believe we actually eliminated every being from the dark side in this land. It's all thanks to that crazy human. Ronan agreed with him. It sounds so simple now that we have succeeded in such a short amount of time, but if it were that easy, someone else would have accomplished it long ago. The duo had not even calmed their breathing when Old Hal asked them to clean the aftermath of the battle. The old man looked exhausted, but he dragged Vexana and Ned with him to find Kyle. Ronan glanced at the old man's fading figure with a speechless expression. We aren't even getting anything in return. So why do we need to clean up the mess? Screw it, I'm not doing it. I'm too exhausted and can't even move a finger right now. He collapsed onto the boulder, only to jolt back up in the next second when the stench of blood assaulted his nose. Darn it, couldn't Kyle just use his flames to clean this place before disappearing? Wesley glanced at him. Let's rest for a bit, then we can clean this place because we can't leave it like this. The duo rested for a while, and after regaining their divine and spiritual energy, they began cleaning the area. Completely unaware that a bit of distance away from the area, inside one of the many structures that the dark side had established around the rectangular prism, Kyle and Bia were both sleeping peacefully surrounded by a presence-concealing array. Chapter 686. Hey, are you tipsy? In the sacred divine land, the sky above the battleground where Kyle and others clashed with the individuals from the dark side was getting brighter by the second because the dark energy in the atmosphere was slowly getting cleansed by the nature. In the midst of the ruins, Wesley's exhausted figure drifted towards a nearby boulder where Ronan sat. After a long day, they had finally cleared all the dead bodies in the area. Right now, all they desired was to return to their planet to rest. Ronan glanced at the old elf who sat down beside him and took out a flying ship from his mind space. In their current state, they definitely can't fly towards their planet. They could draw a teleportation array, but they weren't proficient with arrays and knew it would take another day to finish it. So it was better for them to use a flying ship. Wesley trudged his tired body towards the massive ship adorned with intricate leaf patterns and a majestic tree at the bow, with Ronan trailing close behind him. They both decided to activate the presence-concealing artifact in the ship to make it invisible and rest during their journey back. However, as they ascended the ship via the stairs that descended from above, another yawning figure, surrounded by numerous sparkling symbols, strolled towards the ship from a distance. Kyle glanced at the ship with droopy eyes. The loose white shirt he wore over trousers was completely clean but wrinkled. He carefully placed the sleeping crimson bird in his hands above his head. Then a portal materialized in front of him, and in the next moment, he was leisurely climbing the stairs of the ship. The symbols gleaming around his form entirely masked his and Bia's presence as he arrived on the ship and scanned his surroundings. The stairs disappeared behind him. Kyle spotted Wesley and Ronan's figures in the distance. They were starting the ship with an artifact rather than their strength. He looked back at the section of the ship that housed rooms and casually chose one. He was pleased when he saw that he had picked quite a luxurious room for himself. The room featured a spacious bed in the center, accompanied by several chairs in one corner surrounding a table. He placed Bia on a pillow, then swiftly nestled under the blanket and went back to sleep. Outside the room, Ronan, who was tinkering with the artifact, suddenly glanced back with furrowed brows. Did I make a mistake? Wesley followed his gaze as the ship started to ascend into the sky. You noticed too, I didn't sense anyone, but I had this feeling like someone just walked by behind us. Strange, they both gave each other a solemn look and swiftly extended their senses, yet even after a minute they couldn't detect anyone on the ship, let alone around it. Ronan even proceeded to check a few rooms. In the end, he found no one and glanced back at Wesley. I suppose it's because we're tired. Wesley nodded at him, and after entering the coordinates of their destination into the artifact operating the ship, they each chose a room and went to rest. They didn't sleep, instead they began meditating. The instant the ship departed from the sacred divine land, Kyle's eyes snapped open. His body felt like it was wrapped in a warm embrace as a familiar yet foreign energy flowed through him. Mana, Kyle blinked his eyes to regain his focus, and directed the mana entering his body to flow inside him like a gentle stream. It had been a while since he last used mana. After leaving the no-mana land, his body did absorb mana, but when he stepped into the sacred divine land, it was also devoid of mana. This scenario caused his mana stat to stay stagnant for so long. It was about time for my mana state to advance. Even though mana is weaker than divine and spiritual energy, in the end, it's still a form of natural energy. He sat on the bed and started absorbing mana from the surroundings. He couldn't help but notice how easily the amount of mana his body could hold increased. It was no surprise, given that his body had become significantly stronger than when he was only at the divine rank. After a while, Kyle glanced at the image displaying his stats from the corners of his eyes. Name, Kyle Race, human/semi-celestial bloodline, celestial soul rank, supreme rank, initial stage rank, transcendent last stage stats. Strength, supreme rank, middle stage mana, transcendent rank, initial stage divine energy, transcendent rank, middle stage spiritual energy, supreme rank, initial stage agility, supreme rank, middle stage talent, celestial luck. S plus unique ability, nature's favorite, unlocked due to S plus rank luck, skills. Kyle closed his eyes and sensed he was on the verge of reaching the supreme rank. He had already realized that his strength operated differently from others, so he wasn't surprised when he saw almost all his stats were higher than his true rank. I can break through if I consume a few powerful treasures, but it's not beneficial right now to move to the next rank. He slumped back onto the bed. He hadn't extended his senses and sent perception skill to avoid alerting Wesley and Ronan, so he was feeling a bit off. After all, he always kept an eye on his surroundings. It's too peaceful. Regardless, I will advance to the next rank when all my stats have reached the peak of the supreme rank. This way I can ascend straight to the peak of the supreme rank. Kyle had just shut his eyes, intending to drift back into sleep. Thoughts could wait, but at that moment the communication crystal buzzed in his mind space. He sighed and ignored it. After all, who else but Alec and the others would be reaching out? In the last 2 weeks, the group had reached out to him many times. He answered a few to chat with Yue and assure her of his well-being. But mostly he disregarded the rest. He let out a groan when the buzzing persisted and glanced at Bia, who had been sleeping like a log from the moment they were done with the battle. His life just had to be so difficult. He quickly grabbed the communication crystal from his mind space, prepared to silence it if it was Alec, Nine, or anyone else. However, upon hearing Yue's familiar voice, he promptly sat up on the bed. "Are you still in the sacred divine land?" Kyle rested his hand beneath his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips as he picked up on the worry in her voice. "Perhaps I am, perhaps I am not. Do you want to see me? If you do, I can come to the elven planet to see you." There was silence on the other side. Kyle let out a silent chuckle because he was certain Yue was speechless at his words. Then he heard a faint voice, a sound he would never have picked up if his hearing sense wasn't so sharp. "You say you can come see me if I want, but I know you won't since you always do whatever you want." Kyle raised an eyebrow. The way she put it, he could practically feel her frustration and a tinge of resignation, as if she had knew that he wouldn't make the effort to come. "Really? Well, what if I showed up before you this very moment? Wouldn't your words be falsely accusing me then?" Yue giggled heartily at his words. "Right this moment, according to your communication crystal's location, you are quite a distance away from me. So how do you plan to show up before me instantly? Just keep doing what you're doing and when you are done we can meet." Kyle furrowed his brows. She was right. He had just left the sacred divine land not long ago and was currently on the ship. It would indeed take him some time to reach her, but that didn't mean he couldn't get to her instantly. He could always draw an array and use instant teleportation. Did she maybe overlook these facts? No, that didn't seem possible. It was only then that Kyle noticed Yue's speech was a bit faster than usual and she sounded more cheerful. "Hey, are you tipsy?" Instantly, a response came. "No, I'm not." Kyle rose from the bed with a shake of his head. From her voice, it was evident she wasn't in danger, but he couldn't leave her alone if she was truly drunk. "Just how did you manage to get tipsy as a transcendent rank? What did the elves give you to drink, or did you accidentally consume something?" He let out a chuckle when he heard her grumbling in an annoyed tone. "I told you I'm not." All right, suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he lowered his voice. I trust you, but if I were to show up in front of you right now, how about you marry me in return? How does that sound? There was total silence and Kyle had to make sure the communication crystal connection wasn't lost. He did say something unexpected, but if Yue was truly tipsy, he was sure she would agree without much thought. He was right on the mark when he heard a faint response. Okay, Kyle chuckled and vanished from his spot. Bia, who had woken up due to the sound of chatter, gazed at the spot where he had stood just a second ago with a speechless and utterly incredulous look in her eyes. Did that bastard forget about me? Chapter 687. Why did his hair lost their brilliance? On the elven planet known as Planet Luminara, renowned due to the massive and extensive Tree of Fate that covered almost half of the planet's terrain. The sky was cloaked in dark clouds, yet the moon between the clouds bathed the towering Tree of Fate in its radiant glow as its branches swayed with the wind. Below the tree, amidst the winding paths and quaint wooden abodes aglow with the soft light of lamps and glowing stones, the merry chatter of many elves filled the air. Many of the elves were talking about the group of individuals that had arrived on their planet a little over 2 weeks ago. They were discussing how these newcomers had begun aiding the elves by battling the demons who had taken over a portion of their planet and had previously caused harm to the Tree of Fate. The talk about the silver-haired human who purified the dark energy from the Tree of Fate was sometimes mentioned, but since that very human took the fruit of fate, which should have belonged to their race, many chose not to talk about him much. Today, the elves were rejoicing because a few days ago, their race had successfully defeated numerous demons. The group of individuals who had recently come to their planet helped, but their powerful warriors also played a crucial role in the victory. In the middle of the lively atmosphere, inside a large restaurant, many female and male elves were enjoying the elves' special drinks and dishes. But they all shared a common feature, the emblem on their clothing displaying a graceful tree with intricate branches and leaves. Alec, Nine, Carcel, Sinon, Jayan, Regius, and Asher were seated at a table in the bustling restaurant lobby, where many servers were busy serving food and drinks. The one who blinked first would have to foot the bill. Susan and Jan were seated at a nearby table with Mia, Lara, and Ellie, whom they had met on the elven planet. Ziron had vanished a week ago, and they had no clue where the old dwarf had gone. They were just hoping the old man hadn't started stealing things from the elves. Meanwhile, Yue was seated at a table by the window, with Nox dozing on the table. She was looking at the moon through the window with a flushed face. Her hand held a communication crystal tightly. All of them also donned clothing adorned with an emblem depicting the graceful tree with intricate branches and leaves. And the reason. When the group reached the elven planet via the portal Kyle created, they tried to conceal themselves, but the Tree of Fate exposed their whereabouts to the elves. The elven queen herself arrived to find out just who they were, and they were promptly put into confinement except for Yue, as the elven queen was familiar with her. However, fortunately, before the ones confined could escape and cause a scene on the elven planet, Ronan contacted the elven queen and they were released. The elderly elf who freed them told them that they were welcome to stay on the elven planet for as long as they wished. Ultimately, to repay the favor, the group decided to actively help the elven warriors battling the people of the demon race who had seized a part of their planet. A few days back, the group, along with numerous other elves, had successfully triumphed over many demons. They had just returned today after clearing the area where the battle took place, and the fellow elves suggested they visit this famous restaurant on their planet, exclusively reserved for the wealthy elves. Alec and the others had assumed the food and drinks at this restaurant wouldn't be too expensive given their massive wealth. However, they were shocked when the servers informed them that even the most affordable bottle of wine here cost at least 1,000 mana stones, something the group currently lacked. Despite the substantial bill, they didn't argue with the elven servers because the drinks in the restaurant were truly powerful. They could easily intoxicate even the supreme rank individuals. Alec, Nine, Carcel, Sinon, Jayan, Regius, and Asher could easily convert one of the many treasures they had into mana stones at the restaurant, but they simply did not want to. Obviously, they could not let the ladies in their group pay, nor could they allow the two old men with them to do so. So one of them had to handle the bill. That's why they decided the first one to blink would pay the bill. However, it's been nearly half an hour and none of them had blinked even once. It was no surprise. With their strength, they could easily go without blinking for days if they wanted to. Nine slammed his hand on the table with a frustrated expression. Then he pointed his finger at Alec's nose with narrowed eyes. You pay the bill. I know you are the richest among us all. I am tired and feeling tipsy due to all the drinks I have consumed. Alec's eyes widened slightly and he shook his head with a serious look. No way, you keep doing this to me. I still haven't forgotten the time when we went to a restaurant together for the first time. You, Carcel, and Kyle all dashed off after eating, leaving me to cover the bill. At that time I wasn't even well off. Just simply take out a treasure from your mind space and use it. Why is everyone being so stubborn? As Nine and Alec engaged in a heated discussion, Giant intervened with a serious expression on his face. Let me clarify something. It's not Alec who is the wealthiest among us, it's me. 1105 he pointed confidently at himself. Undoubtedly, he was the wealthiest in the group since he had gathered numerous divine rank herbs in the lost treasure tomb, all thanks to Kyle who shared the location of the herbs with him. Instantly, all eyes turned to the red-haired man and Sinon smirked at him. Then you pay, it's decided, Giant's expression deadpanned. I was joking, I am poor. He turned his gaze away before anyone else asked him to pay the bill. But then he saw a figure approaching Yue in the distance. Who's that? Alec and the others followed his gaze. They furrowed their brows as they laid eyes on the back of a dark-haired man who casually pulled out the chair opposite Yue and sat down in front of her. The uncowned man wore a crumpled shirt, and his disheveled hair indicated he had just rolled out of bed. None of them could sense the man's rank, but all of them were shocked beyond words when that jerk leaned in to touch Yue. To make matters even worse, Yue started laughing at him with a flushed face. Asher blinked a few times, unsure of what to make of the scene he was seeing. Suddenly, Nine stood up with a dark and angry expression. It was evident from Yue's face that she was drunk. How dare that bastard hit on her in front of all of them? Nine cracked his knuckles. Whoever that person is, I reckon he will be paying the bill after I give him a beating. Alec and the others stood up too. They weren't sure how strong the man was, but they believed together they could give him a good lesson. They left their table and made their way over to Yue and the man. Mia, Ellie, and Lara were also surprised. Along with Jan and Susan, they planned to follow Alec and the others, but then out of the blue, Knox jumped onto their table. The lynx grumbled under his breath. His sleep was disrupted by an unexpected visitor and he had to leave Yue's side. Knox clicked his tongue with annoyance and cast a glance at Mia and the others. No need to worry, it's him. The three ladies and two old men around him were caught off guard by his words. They understood what he meant. With a chuckle, Mia settled back into her seat. That surprised me, but what happened to his hair? Why did they lose their brilliance? Lara glanced at the black-haired man. He was sitting in a way that they couldn't see his face, only his back. Additionally, he lacked presence and even his rank was concealed, so it was actually challenging for them to recognize him. Did something happen in the sacred divine land that harmed him in some way? She murmured under her breath with a solemn look. Mia and Ellie were also puzzled about why Kyle's hair suddenly turned dark. Susan glanced at the dark-haired man and narrowed his eyes with a thoughtful look. On the blue planet, he had sensed the powerful essence in Kyle's body. Now a sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps that powerful essence in Kyle's body was what caused his hair to turn dark. Chapter 688. You don't want to clear up the misunderstanding. Not long ago, Kyle's eyes gleamed as he used instant teleportation without pause. He was astonished since he only needed to use the skill thrice, ensuring he locked onto Yue's precise location as his destination. In a moment, he found himself in a bustling restaurant teeming with elves. He felt many eyes on him and sensed an aura of power emanating from everyone in the restaurant. Nevertheless, his attention remained fixed on the elven woman seated at the table beside the window. She was gazing at the moon through the window with a flushed yet calm face. The communication crystal she held hadn't lost connection yet, but she had fallen silent. Disregarding the many eyes on him, Kyle approached her table and pulled over the chair opposite her before sitting down with a smile on his face. Yue was startled when suddenly someone sat before her, but her eyes widened when she saw his face. Kyle tilted his head and tapped the table lightly to bring her back from her daze. So you gonna keep your words, right? Yue's face flushed even more as she remembered their earlier conversation. How did you get here so quickly? I thought you were very far. She quickly glanced at the crystal in her hands, convinced she had just picked up Kyle's location through it a few seconds ago, and he was definitely far away. Kyle chuckled as he watched her hastily checking the communication crystal. You claimed you're sober, but those fumbling hands tell a different story. Plus, don't forget I can simply conjure a portal to appear in front of you since I can track your location through the mark I placed on you. She wanted to argue that she wasn't drunk, but before she could, Kyle leaned in on the table and pinched her nose. Don't lie, besides it's too loud here. Let's leave here and find a quieter spot. His other hand accidentally brushed against one of Knox's horns, startling the lynx out of his sleep. Knox caught sight of Kyle's face and left the table with an annoyed look. Why does my sleep always get ruined whenever he's around? I don't dislike him, but he's annoying just like Bia. Knox paused and looked back to find the phoenix. If Kyle had made it to the elven planet, she should have too, but his mood soured even more when he didn't spot her. Where is she? Well, it's not like I care. He grumbled under his breath and quickly made his way towards Mia and the other ladies. Kyle glanced at the lynx's figure. He has become more powerful. Yue pushed his hand away from her face with an annoyed expression. Nevertheless, she still responded to him. He got stronger after consuming the fruit you provided everyone. Kyle hummed and reclined in his chair, fixing his gaze upon her with intensity, causing her to look away. His eyes absorbed every feature of the woman sitting before him. Her amber eyes with a hint of coral, her long honey-colored hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a flowing robe embellished with an emblem depicting a graceful tree with intricate branches and leaves. "You look stunning as always." Yue's face flushed even deeper. The crimson hue spread towards her neck as she glared at him. Don't you realize everyone around us can hear you since they are all powerful?" Kyle blinked, looking puzzled. "So I'm not saying anything untrue." His eyes crinkled as Yue rolled her eyes at him and he cleared his throat. "Well, now that I'm right here in front of you, I have held up my end of the deal, so it's your turn to keep your promise. We could have a wedding beneath the tree of fate. That idea isn't bad at all. It's been on my mind for a while now." His words were cut off by a hand that gripped his shoulder tightly. Then a familiar yet angry voice echoed behind him. "You really do have some nerve, huh? Flirting in front of so many people, and with none other than someone whose partner could easily put an end to your entire existence alongside your family." Nine glared daggers at his head. The moment Nine, Alec, and the others took action against the unknown man who had just appeared in the restaurant, every single person surrounding them fell silent. The bustling atmosphere quieted down, and all the elves who had been keeping an eye on Kyle were prepared to ensure the situation didn't escalate if Nine and his group indeed began to confront the unknown man. Sinan advanced and grasped Kyle's opposite shoulder while waving at Yue. "Don't worry, Yue. We will deal with this man and guarantee he never dares to gaze at a woman again in his life." Yue caught Kyle's gaze midair, observing the speechless expression in his eyes. His mischievous demeanor had faded, replaced by clear annoyance. Her lips briefly curled upward into a smile, but then she quickly adopted a serious stance. "Oh, okay." Kyle suppressed a chuckle at her words. "Does she want the others to beat him up?" He removed the array he had previously set up around himself and Yue to prevent their conversation from being heard by others. "Really? You don't want to clear up the misunderstanding?" "That's unexpected." Nine, who finally caught his voice, narrowed his eyes with a serious gaze. "Why does this man sound so familiar?" He glanced behind to find Alec and the others who should have been standing behind him but saw no one except Sinan, who had grabbed Kyle's other shoulder. Where did the others disappear to? His words faded midway when the man whose shoulder he was holding, the very man he wanted to beat up, suddenly raised his head to meet his gaze. "Haha!" Nine let out a wry laugh at the familiar pair of green eyes staring at him with amusement dancing within them. "It's you!" He swiftly released Kyle's shoulder. Sinan followed suit. The pair scanned the area and noticed Alec and the rest had long returned to their table, engaged in conversation as if they had never gone to confront the dark-haired man who was flirting with Yue. "Those scoundrels," Nine cursed under his breath, a tad irritated but nonetheless glad to see Kyle again. His eyes flashed with a smile, and he wanted to sit beside Kyle to inquire about why his hair had suddenly changed color. However, an old memory suddenly flashed in his mind. "Huh?" He stared dazedly at Kyle. The familiar dark hair. He knew Kyle originally had dark hair in the past. But he had also seen a future version of Kyle with dark hair, the one who told him the dark contract's location. Nine recalled the emotionless stare of the future Kyle who gazed at him as if he were already dead, and a sense of foreboding rose in his chest. He snapped out of his thoughts when Kyle rose to his feet. "I will pay the bill. I know you all were fighting over it. Enjoy. I will leave with Yue." Kyle shook his head at him and the others who cheered in the distance upon hearing his words. He signaled a nearby server and inquired about the bill. The middle-aged elven man scrutinized him from head to toe, as if etching his face into memory, and told him of the total amount due. Kyle was taken aback by the sum. "Just how much did you all eat?" Sinan chuckled at his words. "Not food, the drinks here are pricey." Kyle gave him a baffled look, then grabbed a storage ring from his mind space filled with mana stones before handing it to the server, who bowed and left them alone. He looked at Yue and reached out his hand toward her when she stood up. "Come with me." But then his eyes narrowed abruptly, and he swiftly evaded Nine's touch when the latter attempted to make contact. "What was that sensation just now?" Nine's hand halted in midair. He stared at Kyle for a while and then withdrew his hand. Right now, many eyes were watching them. He actually wanted to employ his spiritual gaze on Kyle to glimpse into the man's future. But it appears he can't for now. "I forget you don't remember anything." Kyle touched his neck. He felt a weird vibe from Nine all of a sudden, as if the man was trying to peek into his soul. Kyle furrowed his brows at him. "Next time, give me a heads up before doing anything strange." Nine nodded and rubbed his fingers. Kyle noticed the swirling golden threads in Nine's eyes but didn't ask anything and left with Yue. Sinan glanced at Nine when he saw the solemn look on his face. "What happened? I thought you would be glad to see Kyle back in one piece. Why are you wearing such a serious face?" Nine hummed. He let out a smile and swiftly changed the subject. "Nothing. Let's have some fun for a bit and then leave since Kyle took care of the bill." Chapter 689. So it really is Kyle. Inside a study room, before a round table scattered with papers, the elven queen, dressed in a beautiful, elegant robe, stood. She was scrutinizing the papers on the table one by one. Her gaze lingered on a sheet filled with symbols she had been trying to decipher when suddenly, another female figure materialized behind her. What happened? The queen didn't turn around since she recognized the presence behind her. It was her shadow. The white-haired woman behind her moved closer. I saw a new face with the group. The queen's hand paused and she glanced back with a calm expression. A new face with Yue's group. Is he the nature's favorite, the one who killed the third shadow general? However, the white-haired woman shook her head with a sigh. I'm not sure since I couldn't see his face because he left the area with Yue. But his hair was dark, not silver. I can't confirm if he is Kyle, the one who took the fruit of fate. The queen nodded. She had ascertained that the nature's favorite and the individual who took the fruit of fate were one and the same from Ronan's description of Kyle. Leave it, we will figure out if the new face is Kyle or not when Ronan and Wesley get in touch with me or return to the planet. My only concern is that if that person is indeed Kyle, his presence might attract the dark side's attention towards us. The white-haired woman nodded and disappeared into the shadows. The queen glanced at the papers strewn across the table and disappeared from the study. She reappeared under the dark sky to look at the tree of fate. Her eyes narrowed as she detected a trace of joy in the air surrounding the tree branches. So it really is Kyle. Otherwise, why would you be so joyful? Why do you even favor him? Is it because he's unique? All she got in return was silence. She glanced down to observe the people of her race. It was peaceful, too peaceful. Nearly every elf under the Tree of Fate was reveling in the joyous atmosphere, and the area was vibrant with festivities. But she couldn't shake the feeling of unease, like it was the quiet before a storm, and she felt her shadow had also picked up on something major coming, something that could threaten her race. He is the source of your joy, but it would be better if he and those associated with him leave this planet as soon as possible. At the same time, beneath the Tree of Fate, amidst a cluster of small wooden houses, Kyle stood before Yue, holding her hands. His deep gaze locked onto hers as he rested his forehead against hers. So now it's just us, let's pick up from where we left off, she giggled. The branches of the Tree of Fate swayed around them, and suddenly tiny flowers made of spiritual energy began to bloom around them. Kyle glanced at the soft brightness twinkling around them. A hint of speechlessness crossed his eyes when he saw the bright spiritual energy behind Yue forming words in the air. Don't forget I am here. He stepped back with furrowed brows. He really should have uprooted this tree after he took the fruit of fate. As if sensing his thoughts, the spiritual energy behind Yue began to form words once more. Ungrateful, aren't we? Yue caught the sudden shift in Kyle's demeanor. She advanced towards him and tilted her head slightly, unaware that the Tree of Fate was conversing with Kyle. Why are you stepping back? You don't want to marry me anymore, she said teasingly, but her eyes crinkled when Kyle responded instantly. No, that's not it, she raised a brow. Oh, really? Kyle let out an indulgent sigh. He could sense Yue was enjoying herself from the smile on her face, so he just gestured towards the writing behind her. He wasn't sure why the Tree of Fate had suddenly become so enthusiastic. The last time, it didn't chat with him until he reached the fruit of fate, but now it was actively trying to communicate with him. This made him wonder if the Tree of Fate had regained all its strength after he purified the dark energy within it. Yue glanced back, but the bright writing in the air had already vanished, so she didn't see anything. Suddenly, she released Kyle's hands and called out for the person who had been secretly watching them. Mom, you can come out now. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She had actually brought Kyle to this location. It was close to the restaurant and also where she, Mia, and everyone else were given a house to live by the elven race. Her mother hadn't joined them at the restaurant because she wasn't feeling well, but now Yue was embarrassed to be seen in such a state by her. Kyle glanced at the middle-aged woman who stepped out from the wooden house directly behind them. Her hair color was similar to Yue's, and he easily recognized her since he had met her before when he was searching for Yue. Iva glanced at her daughter with a smile and then at the familiar young man beside Yue before she cleared her throat. I didn't mean to interrupt, I was just about to step out of the house for a walk. When I saw you two, don't mind me, you two just keep doing your thing, I will head back in to make something delicious for you both. Yue's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what her mother was saying. Mom, however, to her mortification, Kyle bowed slightly towards her mother. Thank you, Auntie. Iva waved her hand at Kyle with a chuckle, ignoring Yue's growing red face. I overheard your conversation, so you better start calling me mother or I might not give you my daughter. Kyle's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile when he heard the word mother. Yue had informed him that his biological mother had passed away a long time ago, but he had forgotten his past, so he wasn't sad. Rather, he didn't feel anything. Iva, who had just said what she said to lighten the mood, was a bit surprised when Kyle actually referred to her as mother. Yes, mother. She burst into laughter when Yue smacked Kyle's shoulder with a red face. Kyle hissed, hamming it up, and blinked at the woman beside him with a hurt look in his eyes. What was that for? If she's your mother, it's only fair for me to call her mother too now that we're both getting married. Yue rolled her eyes. But I don't recall saying yes yet, Kyle shook his head shamelessly. Nope, you sealed the deal when we were talking on the communication crystal. His words earned him another smack on the shoulder, and Yue stomped her foot on the ground before she turned around and swiftly entered the wooden house, leaving both Kyle and her mother outside. Iva glanced at Kyle. I think you really ticked her off this time, so you better go after her. Kyle nodded. He remembered being pretty rude to Yue's mother when they first met on the elven planet, and he even brutally killed Glacia in front of her. But despite all that, the woman remained surprisingly calm towards him. With a smile, he spoke up. I apologize for my past behavior. I hope you can trust me. I will take care of Yue and make sure she's always safe. Iva let out a sigh. She walked toward him and softly patted his shoulder. Just don't make her sad. That's the only thing I want from you because my daughter is strong. She can protect herself. Now go. Kyle quickly headed towards the wooden house but then abruptly halted in his tracks. Iva noticed his sudden pause. What happened? He scratched his chin. Nothing, I just feel like I am forgetting something very important. He shook his head and pushed the thought to the back of his mind, then quickly went after Yue. Iva gazed at his back for a while and released a melancholic sigh. Yue has grown up so fast. She glanced at the huge tree above her, feeling a bit sad that she had to give her daughter away to another, but she was happy that Yue had found her partner. After strolling around for a bit, she also entered the house to prepare a good meal for the couple and have a chat with Yue. The next day, the elves were all surprised when a massive flying ship appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Their cheers echoed loudly when they spotted the familiar insignia of the elven race on the ship. The ship landed on a grassy field beneath the Tree of Fate, and Ronan and Wesley's disheveled figures staggered out of it. They were cursing Kyle, that bastard who had left his bonded beast in their ship. The fact that they were still on their feet after Bia transformed into her phoenix form in the flying ship and caused a commotion was already a miracle. The elves gathered around Ronan and Wesley's ship to welcome them, all quickly moved back with startled expressions when behind the duo. A huge phoenix surrounded in golden flames flew out of the ship. Bia's blazing eyes scanned every single person around her to find Kyle. You jerk, where the hell are you? This time I want a proper one-on-one to teach you a lesson. How dare you leave me behind? Chapter 690. Don't tell me you left Bia behind. Bia was taken aback when all of a sudden, the branches of the massive tree above her began to sway and tried to encircle her. She swiftly flapped her wings and flew back to avoid the encroaching tree branches. What the hell? She wanted to unleash her flames to incinerate the green branches, but her eyes flickered with surprise as spiritual energy began to radiate from the branches. It enveloped her body gently, as if attempting to calm her anger. Huh! Bia blinked with a mix of confusion and caution as the warm and soothing spiritual energy pressed down on her body, trying to guide her to land on the ground. The many elves gathered in the area were astounded by the sight as they witnessed the Tree of Fate engaging with the phoenix. They whispered to each other, not sure how to comprehend the unfolding situation. What's happening? The Tree of Fate is responding to that phoenix. I'm not sure, but if the Tree of Fate is showing interest in the phoenix, it means she is incredibly powerful and should be treated with respect. That phoenix is truly captivating. I can sense it's a bonded beast, but which lucky person does it belong to? Bia touched down on the grassy terrain, a sense of drowsiness creeping over her due to the spiritual energy surrounding her. Her earlier anger faded away, and now she just wanted to know what was happening. She surveyed the area and noticed the numerous elves present. Her ears perked up at the sound of their whispers. Instantly, a wave of satisfaction washed over her as she saw the elves looking at her with respect and admiration in their eyes. These elves have got some serious insight. They just saw me and they already recognize my majestic presence. Bia held her head high with a hint of pride. Wesley and Ronan exchanged tired glances and sighed simultaneously. At least the phoenix had calmed down. Out of the blue, a large shadow loomed over Bia and the phoenix glanced up, only to see Nox flying above in the sky. Everyone on the elven planet had seen the lynx before and knew who the beast belonged to, so they weren't surprised to see it. However, they were taken aback when Nox landed beside Bia and started circling her. Here you are. I was wondering why I didn't see you with Kyle last night. Bia's gaze narrowed at the mention of Kyle, but she was distracted when she noticed the lynx had grown more powerful. She noticed the growing crowd around them and shifted into her smaller form before landing on Nox's back. Take me to Kyle and the others. Nox blinked but soared into the sky. His iridescent scales shimmered brightly as he swiftly left the area under the many eyes. Wesley and Ronan didn't follow the two beasts since Bia had informed them that Kyle was on the elven planet. They decided to speak with the elven queen first before determining their next steps. Regardless, Ronan, who was called back from the war happening at the other end of the universe to safeguard the elves entering the gladiator arena, had completed his task and now had to go back to rejoin the war. I suppose I will talk with Kyle to see if he wants to come with me. If he agrees, I will also inform old Hal about it. Wesley and Ronan disappeared from the spot as well, leaving the murmuring crowd behind. Meanwhile, in the sky, Bia squinted at the enormous tree. What an odd tree. Even though I didn't witness it, I just know Kyle got the fruit of fate from this tree. It appears to be fond of me, so can I also get a fruit of fate? Her eyes sparkled. She was eager to sweet-talk the tree to gather a few fruits of fate for herself to get stronger. But Nox dashed her hopes even before she could try. But I heard that the tree of fate can only yield one fruit after thousands of years, so I don't think you can get one. Bia glanced at the tree and tusked. What a waste of space then, it's so massive but utterly useless. She was angry that nobody but Nox had come to fetch her and decided inwardly to teach all of them a good lesson. But she was left speechless when she and Nox finally reached the area filled with wooden houses, only to find almost everyone fast asleep as if they would never wake up. Now what's going on here? Nox shrank into his smaller form and climbed a branch, swaying around him. Last night they all had a strong wine, I doubt they will wake up anytime soon. Bia closed her eyes to take a deep breath. She needed to stay calm. What about Kyle? Nox pointed behind Bia with his paw to a spot where Yue, Iva, and Kyle were seated at a table outside the wooden house. They were enjoying a good breakfast. There. Can't you sense him? Bia's eyes narrowed as she glanced back. I just wanted to make sure that bastard is really behind me. 10:04 in the distance, Kyle suddenly felt an angry glare on his back. He stopped eating when he sensed a familiar presence approaching him and let out a dry chuckle. Both Yue and Iva were surprised when they saw him suddenly wiping his forehead, even though he wasn't sweating at all. Yue looked at him with concern. He hadn't shared with her yet why his hair had turned dark, so she was worried that something might be wrong with his body. Are you okay? Kyle let out a chuckle. I'm okay, but unsure about the future. His words had just finished when Bia landed on his head with angry eyes. Yue glanced at the little phoenix and a sudden realization struck her. She hadn't seen the phoenix with Kyle last night. Don't tell me you left Bia behind. She stifled a chuckle when Bia started tugging Kyle's hair. The phoenix even tried to ignite a fire on his head, but fortunately before she could, Kyle swiftly grabbed her, only to have his fingers bitten. Kyle glanced at the amber-eyed elven woman laughing at him silently. You do know it's your fault I'm suffering. Yue shrugged her shoulders and motioned towards Bia with a smile on her lips. Concentrate on Bia. I doubt she will calm down anytime soon. Try your best. Iva was also amused by the scene unfolding before her. She never imagined she would see Kyle being tormented by his bonded beast, given his personality. But perhaps he only showed this side of himself to those he held dear. Kyle let out a sigh. It took him a while to soothe Bia after enticing her with many treasures and beautiful jewelry. Bia hermped and left his side. She landed on the table to eat, but her gaze stopped on the lynx, who was eating on the other side silently. She swiftly moved towards Nox and ruthlessly kicked him off the table. Kyle and everyone around were stunned and rendered speechless upon hearing Bia's explanation for kicking Nox off the table. He is getting fat and needs to eat less. Nox's eyebrow twitched furiously at her words as he quickly maintained his balance midair. He so badly wanted to ask why she was directing Kyle's anger at him, but he held back, aware that he would be the one to face the Phoenix's wrath in the end. No one's taking my side either. Yue and Kyle were busy trying to cheer up Bia, leaving him feeling excluded. The lynx grumbled inwardly and climbed a nearby tree branch to rest for a while. I will take my revenge one day. Enjoy it while you can, Bia. Kyle caught sight of two familiar figures heading towards the table, Nine and Ellie. The duo joined them at the table. Iva got up to make something good for them too, and since Kyle and Yue had finished eating, they went to assist her. After a while, the others also began to emerge from their designated wooden houses, albeit looking a bit worse for wear. It was to be expected since they indulged in wine a bit too much last night. After everyone had gathered under the tree of fate, Kyle suddenly cleared his throat and dropped a bombshell on them. Yue and I are getting married. Giant spat out the water he had just sipped and coughed loudly. He looked at Kyle with a blank expression. Why so soon? I haven't even found a partner and you're getting married. Asher, Sinon, and Regius shared the red-haired man's sentiment. However, the old people were just surprised when they saw the rare delight in Kyle's eyes. It seemed the human was genuinely happy. Yue was shocked by the sudden announcement. Kyle hadn't discussed anything with her yet, what a jerk. The trio, Alec, Nine, and Carcel, quickly exchanged thoughtful glances. The idea wasn't bad. If Kyle was going to tie the knot on the elven planet, then they could consider it too. However, their partners seemed to have read their minds and shot them disapproving looks, halting their fanciful thoughts. Chapter 691, Welcome to my humble place. Inside a dimly lit room, the soft glow of the mirror illuminated Yue's figure as she stood, gently brushing through her long hair. Her reflection stared back at her in silence. Across the room, Kyle lounged against the doorframe, his eyes locked on her. The duo had just come inside the house to freshen up and changed into clean outfits after everyone had finished breakfast. The air between them crackled with unspoken words, a silent exchange of emotions that hung heavy in the dimly lit room. Yue's delicate movements with the brush contrasted with Kyle's strong, silent presence as he stood in the distance. Yue secured her hair in a ponytail and looked back at him, a pout forming on her lips. "Shouldn't you have discussed with me first before announcing in front of everyone that we are getting married?" Kyle inched closer to her. It wasn't just about getting married, because marriage isn't the key element when two people love each other. His actions were driven by his wish to care for and protect the woman he loved. "I reckon I might have approached this the wrong way from the beginning. My bad, I should have asked you properly first." Yue blinked as he stopped in front of her. She was surprised by his sudden move as he knelt down on one knee in front of her, then extended his hand towards her. "What do you say, will you marry me? I know I am a bit crazy, and I am certain I will get myself into risky situations in the future just like in the past. But I vow to protect you and love you for all eternity, as I can't bear the thought of you with another." Kyle's eyes flickered with a touch of nervousness as Yue remained silent. He thought proposing would be simple, but when he had to articulate his innermost thoughts, he never imagined it would be so nerve-wracking. He hadn't felt this edgy even when facing countless enemies. His heart, which usually beat at a slow pace, now throbbed loudly in his chest. A sigh of relief escaped his lips when Yue finally took his hand, but he was caught off guard when she leaned down to place her forehead on his. Yue gazed into his eyes, those familiar deep eyes. She could feel the love they held for her. Currently, Kyle's eyes weren't distant or icy. They were brimming with nothing but affection for her. She smiled and whispered softly, "I love you too." "But what about the ring? Are you really proposing without one?" Kyle stared at her, and the moment her words sank in his mind, he blinked. "Ah, a ring." He quickly sifted through his mind space, filled with numerous treasures he couldn't even tally. Still, he couldn't find the perfect ring to present to the love of his life. Seeing the sudden urgency and panic in his usually nonchalant eyes, Yue let out a chuckle. "It's okay, you can give me one later. We can get married first." "I agree." Kyle stopped searching for the ring. He smiled at her words, then stood up and encircled her waist with his arms before resting his head on her shoulder. "That's a relief." After a while, Kyle stepped out of the wooden house upon sensing an unfamiliar supreme rank presence around himself. He was wearing gray pants and a brown shirt as he looked in a certain direction. "How long are you going to hide? Do you truly think I can't sense you?" He looked back when he suddenly felt Alec's familiar presence behind him. Alec met his gaze, a bit surprised. He had been in the vicinity after the system warned him about an unidentified presence circling around Kyle and Yue, planning to deal with the mysterious person discreetly. However, upon hearing Kyle's words, he understood that the man must have also detected the presence and came out of hiding. He stopped next to Kyle. "You felt that presence too?" Kyle nodded silently. He had sensed the unknown presence a while back. He didn't feel any threat from the presence towards him or Yue, it just lingered around them so he didn't pay it any mind. But now it was starting to get annoying. His gaze turned icy when the concealed person didn't come out. He could clearly sense that the person was nearby, and he knew that the moment he used his scent perception skill, he would pinpoint the person's exact location. "Didn't you hear me? I said come out, or do you want me to drag you out?" Alex smirked at his words. He should give these words a shot sometime too. The duo narrowed their eyes when an elderly elven man clad in a light blue robe stepped out of the space before them. The elf sighed as he glanced at Kyle and Alec. "So you both sense my presence. I suppose Ronan and Wesley were correct when they told the Queen that you aren't ordinary folks but rather extraordinary." Kyle tilted his head, his eyes exuding nonchalance, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Yue moments earlier. "So you have an issue with it?" The elderly elf was surprised by his words and burst into laughter, shaking his head. "I mean no harm, I'm just a messenger. The Elven Queen wishes to see you." Kyle nodded at the elf. "I was wondering why she hadn't summoned me yet. I suppose it was about time she sent someone to me." The elven man couldn't help but chuckle at his words. This human was indeed full of himself, and the old elf wasn't the least bit displeased because Kyle's overwhelming strength granted him that privilege. He made a portal and motioned for Kyle to step inside, to send him straight to where the Elven Queen awaited. Yet, his eyes widened a bit as he felt Kyle examining the portal with his senses. His shock peaked when he felt the strength of Kyle's senses. They outmatched his own even though he was a supreme rank. This human, where on earth did he come from? His senses are already so strong at the transcendent rank. What will happen when he reaches the supreme rank? The old elf didn't think any more and watched as Kyle stepped into the portal. He was about to go after him, but Alex stopped him and looked at him seriously. "I will go with him. I think the Elven Queen won't object to Kyle having some company." The old elf blinked and then let out a chuckle at the blue-haired man. Go ahead and do as you please. My task was simply to guide Kyle to the Elven Queen location. It's your choice whether to accompany him or not. Alec entered the portal and disappeared as well. The elderly elf was about to follow but stopped once more, this time not because of someone else, but because he sensed a pair of eyes on him. He looked back and saw a set of golden eyes staring at him from a window in the far wooden house. It was 9. Ah, they're all freaks. I'm sure these youngsters are gonna shake up the power dynamics in this universe soon. But it's up to them to choose which side to take. The old man sighed and hurriedly entered the portal before the golden-eyed man could come and question him about where he had sent Kyle and Alec. In the next second he found himself in an empty hall and saw no guards around. I guess they took Kyle to the Queen. With a sigh he departed the area. He was already too old for these sorts of tasks. Not to mention, he had spent his entire lifespan saving other people in the war. All he desired now was to spend his remaining years peacefully on his planet. At the same time, outside the hall, in a narrow alleyway filled with numerous rooms, Kyle and Alec strolled alongside the 2 elven guards dressed in fairly relaxed attire but armed nonetheless. They walked a short distance before stopping in front of a door engraved with a tree symbol. Kyle and Alec glanced around. They were somewhat taken aback because they had imagined the Elven Queen's residence to be luxurious, but it turned out to be rather modest, though spacious. The door in front of them swung open and the 2 guards gestured for them to enter. With a nod, the duo stepped into the room, only to find an ordinary study. An elderly woman in a robe stood before them. Kyle recognized her immediately. He had seen her when he took the Fruit of Fate. The Elven Queen gazed silently at the 2 humans before offering a faint smile. Welcome to my humble abode. Please have a seat and make yourself at ease. Kyle's eyes shifted downward to the Queen's shadow when he sensed a powerful presence concealed within it. He had actually felt that presence before. While Alec slightly bowed to show respect to the Queen, Kyle simply nodded. Thank you for the warm welcome. Chapter 692. He noticed my presence. Alec shot Kyle a bewildered look. He coughed and stood tall as well. If Kyle is not doing it, he shouldn't bow either. They are not from the Elven planet, so they do not really need to bow to the Queen. Kyle surveyed the study, noting the numerous bookshelves that lined the walls. However, his gaze lingered on the round table behind the Elven Queen, heaped with papers, for a moment longer. He then strolled over to the many seats positioned in the corner of the study and settled in comfortably. Alec and both the Elven Queen gazed at him for a moment before they both joined him and settled down on the seats around him. Kyle's eyes flitted about quietly. He wasn't typically intrigued by many things, but he had to admit, the many books on arrays around him piqued his curiosity. Although somewhat tempted to check the books, yet as a guest he restrained himself. Glancing at the Queen, he inquired, "So what do you want to talk about?" The Elven Queen caught his subtle gaze as he scoped out the study but chose not to address it and got straight to the point. Let's not waste time in trivial talks. I permitted your friends to stay on this planet. Now you are here too, but with all the enemies you've made so far, wouldn't it be better for my people's safety if you leave this planet promptly with your friends? Alec noticed the atmosphere around him shift. However, he observed that the Elven Queen still had that same smile she had displayed when they first saw her. She's quite blunt, I must say. He then looked at Kyle, noticing that the man seated beside him wasn't bothered at all. Kyle nodded at the Elven Queen and a smile appeared on his face. I understand your perspective and you're correct. I shouldn't endanger others due to my presence, but don't you think your race should repay me for what I did for them? Alec was perplexed by his words, but he noticed how, for a brief moment, the Elven Queen's smile faltered before she regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Kyle. Are you talking about the Tree of Fate? I recognize your help in cleansing the dark energy that endangered the tree, but you took the Fruit of Fate in return. I believe that's ample repayment for your help. Alec's eyes widened a bit. So that's how Kyle snagged the Fruit of Fate. Ever since he set foot on the Elven planet, he had been wondering how Kyle took the fruit right under the noses of so many elves. Anyhow, why do I feel like I'm being left out of the conversation? Kyle shook his head. Do you honestly believe that such a tiny fruit could repay the favor I did by purifying the dark energy from the Tree of Fate? It was something your whole race together couldn't accomplish. The Queen was left speechless by his words. They were discussing the Fruit of Fate, not just any ordinary treasure. But it appeared to Kyle the Fruit of Fate held no greater significance than a mere trinket. She furrowed her brows. Don't tell me Kyle is not aware of the purpose of the Fruit of Fate. I know he has consumed it since the branch of the Tree of Fate that bore the fruit had grown leaves. I need to enlighten him about the power that tiny fruit he consumed holds. However, before she could explain the immense power of the Fruit of Fate to Kyle, especially the fact that it can reshape a person's fate, he began to speak again. I know you're expecting something in return for letting us stay on your planet, so just go ahead and tell me what you want. Do you want me to owe you a favor or something else? Kyle scanned his mind space. He possessed a lot of treasures right now. He was certain his wealth exceeded that of the woman sitting in front of him. Therefore, he was confident he could offer her adequate compensation to let him and the others stay on her planet. But the queen just sighed at his words. Young man, that's not my intention. I merely want to protect my people. Having conversed with Ronan, I have an idea of your personality. Hence, I harbor no wish to impose upon you. My sole request is for you to leave my territory. That is all. Kyle gazed at the woman before him. He didn't detect any threat in her words, but he felt the gravity behind each of her words. Does she truly not want anything? He was somewhat taken aback. She displayed wisdom in her approach. He was certain that if it were someone else, they might have demanded a favor in return for their help or something similar. Alec glanced at Kyle and finally intervened when he noticed how Kyle and the queen were silently locked in a gaze. We will leave. Our initial plan wasn't to remain on this planet for long. The elders in our group have decided to go find James because they said he is their master. Kyle's eyes moved to Alec. Why didn't he know about this? As he continued to listen to the man, his gaze grew more intense. Asher will leave tomorrow. He mentioned he would search for the people he knows to see if they are still alive. Giant informed me he intends to go back to our planet to meet his friend. Regius and Iva will go with him. The rest of us are getting ready to join the war. 23 o'clock. Alec finished his words but swiftly averted his gaze when he caught Kyle's piercing stare fixed on his head. The queen let out a silent sigh of relief. Trust me, if you all were just regular people, I would have never asked you to leave. But sadly, the circumstances didn't allow me to let you stay on my land. Alec nodded in understanding. With Kyle's list of enemies growing, if he found himself in her position, he would done the same. Kyle's eyebrow twitched as the queen and Alec began conversing. She cleared her throat and gave Alec a smile. Wesley and Ronan are also getting ready to head back and join the war now that they have completed the task I gave them. If you are interested, you and your friends can join the 2 supreme ranks. Alec didn't immediately agree and said he would discuss with the others first. He then inquired about the war, and the queen was more than willing to address his queries. The two were talking when Kyle clicked his tongue, rose from his seat, and made his way to the bookshelf behind him. The elven queen didn't stop him, so he didn't think twice and grabbed a book about arrays that was closest to him. Kyle flipped through the book pages. A single glance at each page was sufficient for him to grasp everything. He knew the queen wasn't watching him, but he could sense the presence lurking in her shadow, keeping an eye on his every move. He put the book back after a few seconds, then swiftly picked up another and began flipping through its pages. He noticed how both Alec and the queen became quiet. In the end, the only sound in the study was him consistently flipping the pages. Alec cracked a polite smile at the queen, clearly puzzled by Kyle's behavior before glancing at the man behind him. He spoke directly in Kyle's mind. What are you doing? If you want to read them, just pick some. Why are you flipping through the pages? It's not like you would understand anything this way. Kyle paused in his actions. He believed the books here would be beneficial, but after examining just a few, he realized they were somewhat pointless. His understanding had surpassed the content within them. Got it. He turned back but didn't return to his seat. Instead, he gazed at the table in the middle of the study. He noticed many papers piled on the table, but before he could approach it, the elven queen gestured with her hands and created a barrier that blocked his path. Her smile had disappeared completely as she locked eyes with him. You and Alec should go. I have finished what I needed to discuss with you. It was indeed a pleasure meeting you both. Alec sensed the sudden awkwardness in the air and realized there was no chance the queen would entertain any more of his questions. What a shame, he was eager to learn more about the war. He stood up and was on the verge of instinctively bowing again but halted just in time. It was delightful conversing with your highness as well. The queen nodded at him, but her eyes widened upon hearing Kyle's next words. It was also a pleasure for me, your highness Ariana Silverleaf, but I would like to chat a bit longer. He returned to his seat, disregarding the shock in the elven queen's eyes. He knew she was curious about how he knew her full name, but he couldn't confess that he had read some of the papers on the table the moment he stepped into the study. Actually, I'm planning to get married. But since everyone I know is gonna go their separate ways soon because of you, I'd like to have a wedding under the tree of fate before they leave. I believe it won't take much time. A day would be enough. Alec almost choked on his breath when Kyle's words shattered the serious mood. The queen's lips twitched as she looked at Kyle, who waited for her answer with a serious look. She closed her eyes for a moment and then let out a sigh. You are truly unexpected. There are places on my planet that host weddings for the elves, but instead of going there you want to have one under the tree of fate. She rose from her seat. The fact that Kyle knew her name might be a coincidence. He could have picked it up from someone else. It's not as if her name was a secret, so she didn't dwell on it much. Very well, I will instruct some of my people to make arrangements. She paused for a brief moment. And, I reckon with this, my people no longer owe you anything. Kyle looked at her shadow and stood up with a contented expression. The elven race isn't as bad as I thought, however I hate owning others, so I will remember every word we talked today. He motioned to Alec and began striding towards the study exit. Time to leave, Alec nodded at the queen one final time and swiftly trailed behind him. After they both exited the room, the woman hiding in the queen's shadow emerged behind her with a solemn expression. He noticed my presence. Ariana, the elven queen, simply sighed. Well, that's not surprising. He took down one of the shadow generals. How could you expect he won't detect you? The woman behind Ariana pondered for a moment before she approached the books Kyle had checked a while ago. He skimmed through the pages so effortlessly. At first, I thought he grasped nothing, but then I noticed the intensity and peculiar gleam in his eyes. I can't believe that his comprehension abilities surpass even mine. He undoubtedly comprehends every page he saw with just a glance. Ariana rubbed her forehead. What a unique individual. He possesses both strength and intelligence. It's truly a shame he's not from our race. But then suddenly she chuckled. Regardless, I never thought he would get married on the elven planet and I would be the one preparing for his wedding. Chapter 693, The Wedding. Part 1. After Kyle and Alec left, the Elven Queen dispatched a team of elves to prepare for the wedding Kyle had requested. A sizable space next to the Tree of Fate's trunk was cleared, and the elves commenced crafting a beautiful setting for the ceremony. The abrupt stir caught the attention of many elves in the vicinity, prompting them all to join in when they saw the Tree of Fate actively aiding in the preparations. Not many knew about the identity of the couple tying the knot, but the elves worked seamlessly, their laughter and whispers enveloping the air with delight. They decorated the area with flowers and positioned crystals that shimmered in the sunlight, creating a dazzling display. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation, a tangible excitement that seemed to dance among the leaves of the Tree of Fate. As the preparations continued, tiny flowers made from pure spiritual energy started to cascade from the branches of the Tree of Fate, creating a soft, colorful rain. The elves were thrilled to witness this rain. It was the blessing of the Tree of Fate that hadn't been seen for countless years. Kyle and the others who were informed about the wedding venue by Wesley and another elven woman were amazed when they arrived at the location in the evening. Yue extended her hand to touch the numerous flowers crafted from spiritual energy floating around her. She stole a glance at Kyle, who was standing next to her, and her heart skipped a beat. So, we're really getting married, she fiddled with her dress, feeling super nervous yet excited simultaneously. Yue closed her eyes for a few moments and took a deep breath. She recalled how not long ago they had all talked about their future plans. They would all separate after her and Kyle's wedding. She hadn't yet decided if she would follow Kyle or the others to join the war since Kyle hadn't decided his next move yet. Thinking about all this, she finally felt much calmer. Kyle noticed her flushed face and drew nearer, encircling his arm around her waist, oblivious to the fact that his gestures once again sparked her nervousness. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he observed the growing number of elves in the vicinity with each passing second. This place looks good, but why are so many elves preparing for the wedding? Do they even know who's tying the knot? Yue blushed and pushed him away. How would I know? Kyle laughed and started observing the elves working around him. He glanced at Bia and Nox. The two beasts were flying in the distance, playing with the flowers made of spiritual energy. Or perhaps, he mused, were they secretly absorbing them? Just a couple of strides from him, Jian glanced at the tiny flowers made of spiritual energy cascading down from the branches of the Tree of Fate and sighed. I'm so envious. I want a partner too. I want to get married as well, he muttered quietly. Asher, Regius, and Sinon sympathetically patted his back, knowing they shared the same wish. Jan and Susan chuckled at the red-haired man before Jan slapped Jian's back. Why do you want to get married? Given your luck, I don't think you will ever find a partner. However, staying single isn't bad either. You can always get married when you find the right string in the universe. Jian's lips curled into a wide smirk as he deftly pushed Jan's hand back. You never know, maybe my luck's taken a turn for the better. It might be on par with Kyle's now. I mean, I got rid of that pesky artifact Xeron placed in my body. He was left speechless as Jan and the others gave him sympathetic glances as if they could empathize with his suffering. Jian clenched his jaw in frustration. I am telling the truth, my luck has gotten better, why don't you guys believe me? Nine nodded at him, yet his golden eyes were telling a different story altogether. Jian muttered a curse and glanced at his luck stat displayed on the image, showing his stats from the corners of his eyes. Name, Jian race, human soul rank, divine rank, transcendent initial stage stats, strength, divine rank mana. Transcendent rank initial stage, divine energy, transcendent rank middle stage, spiritual energy, transcendent rank initial stage, agility, transcendent rank initial stage, current physique rank, divine rank talent. Supreme rank influenced luck B+ special skill, can manipulate any kind of flames in the surroundings provided they are hot, skills. Alright, don't trust me, Jian let out a chuckle. His mood improved when he checked his luck stat. It used to be just in the past, but now it's at B+ rank. Everything had changed now. It's not like if no one believed me my luck would plummet because I'm certain I'm as fortunate as Kyle now. Alec and Carcel approached Wesley, who had just arrived at the scene, to inquire if the elves had arranged an outfit for Kyle similar to what they did for UA. 2301 Wesley simply provided Alec with the location of a nearby clothing store, wearing a weary look after glancing at the duo. He glanced around and noticed Kyle standing quite a distance away from him and the others with UA. Well, it's his day. I doubt I will have a chance to talk to Kyle alone before leaving for the Blue Planet. I wanted to remind him of the promise he forgot, but it's his biggest secret. Maybe it's best if I don't pry into it. Jian was startled when Alec and Nine pushed him back and headed towards Kyle. Nine swiftly grabbed Kyle with a frown. What the heck are you two doing? You both need to change into nicer attire. The wedding location is nearly ready. He intended to ask Mia, Ellie, and Lara to help Yue get ready, only to notice that they had already surrounded Yue, with several other elven women who were informed by an elf that Yue was the bride. Iva smiled and silently followed behind as the ladies escorted Yue away. Kyle gazed at Yue's fading image for a moment. A smile played on the corners of his lips. He hadn't anticipated that the Elven Queen would organize everything in such a short time, but he appreciated it. I will express my gratitude to her later. He looked at Nine and the others who had arrived beside him with a sigh. Really, my outfit is already fine. He was taken aback when Sinon suddenly grabbed the collar of his shirt. This is not okay at all. This is too plain. Let's go ask the elves. I'm sure they have prepared a good outfit for you too. Kyle swiftly withdrew his hand with a strained smile. Okay, but don't grab the shirt. Alec and Carcel approached Wesley, who had just arrived at the scene, to inquire if the elves had arranged an outfit for Kyle similar to what they did for UA. Wesley simply provided Alec with the location of a nearby clothing store, wearing a weary look after glancing at the duo. I am not sure what kind of clothes Kyle prefers. Take him to this place and he can choose what he wants. The pair left him be and together with others dragged Kyle away. They didn't really have to do anything, but they would at least assist him in choosing a nice outfit. Kyle sighed and went along with them. Chapter 694, The Wedding, Part 2. As the sun completely dipped below the horizon, Kyle finally returned to the place where the wedding was set to happen. Annoyance flickered in his green eyes, softly gleaming in the dim light. He had thought selecting an outfit would be an easy task, but little did he realize it would end up taking so much time. He glanced at Alec, Nine, and the others. All of them had satisfied expressions on their faces. It's all their fault, but why are they all so darn happy? However, he had to admit, the outfit they settled on in the end was pretty good. Kyle adjusted his cuffs and checked himself. He was dressed in a black suit, complete with a crisp white dress shirt paired with black shoes. The suit jacket hugged his frame elegantly, displaying a subtle sheen under the soft surroundings lights. The trousers were perfectly tailored, draping just right over his shoes. To complete the look, a simple green flower decoration was gleaming on the lapel of his suit. The best thing is this is comfortable. As he and the others strolled toward the only elevated area before the Tree of Fate's trunk, everyone around them was stunned. Kyle looked stunning, but to add even more flair, every single person walking alongside him had also opted for elegant suits. They all looked incredibly handsome, so all the elven ladies in the area were captivated when this group of handsome young men walked before them together. But the elven men were a bit irked because they were hosting just one single wedding. Why did this group have to dress like they were all ready to walk down the aisle? Kyle ascended the elevated platform decorated with flowers and crystals, now finally starting to feel a bit nervous. He scanned the surroundings. The flowers crafted from spiritual energy continued to cascade from the Tree of Fate, but Yue and the others with her hadn't arrived yet. Nine, Alec, and the rest of the group stood below the platform on either side, chatting and laughing. Now all they needed to do was wait for the bride to arrive. Suddenly, Wesley started to float. The elderly elf coughed to redirect everyone's attention from Kyle, and the group gathered around the platform before declaring the arrival of the Elven Queen. Everyone, please welcome Her Majesty Queen Ariana Silverleaf to the gathering. The elves in the area were shocked, but they all respectfully bowed at the sight of a flying elderly woman dressed in a regal and elegant attire in gold and silver tones. She donned a silver crown and exquisite gold jewelry as she descended in the vicinity accompanied by two guards. Ariana's eyes reflected the lights around her. She gestured for the elves around her to rise and carry on with their activities. Her gaze turned to Kyle, and she was surprised when he bowed slightly in her direction. A chuckle slipped from her lips. Is this even the same individual who had conversed with me earlier this morning as though I were just an ordinary person? She shook her head and headed towards Wesley, who stood in the distance. Ronan also showed up in the area, but he was kinda taken aback that, unlike him who had been just lounging around, Wesley still had the strength to organize such a grand wedding for Kyle, not knowing that the old man was on the verge of collapsing. He slapped Wesley's back with a sigh. You may be older than me, but you have got more energy than I do. Wesley nearby stumbled. A vein bulged on his forehead, but he couldn't react to Ronan in the presence of the queen. In the midst of the whispers filling the air, Kyle turned around upon feeling a familiar presence behind him. He acknowledged the old elf standing there. It was the supreme rank who had previously alerted him when the queen wished to speak with him. The old elf arched his brow at him. Pleasure to see you again, young man. I never thought I would meet you again so soon as the one who would guide you through your marriage vows. He pointed ahead with a faint smile when Kyle wanted to speak with him. Look, your partner is here. Kyle swiftly turned his head, and he was dazed when he finally caught sight of the woman who would soon be his wife. Yue entered the space with Ellie and Mia by her side. Iver and Lara followed behind her, while Beer and Nox hovered above her. The two beasts, especially the phoenix, appeared content after being fed by Iva. The old elf near Kyle coughed softly, yet Kyle's gaze remained locked on the elven woman walking toward him. Yue was dressed in a long white dress embellished with intricate lace and light blue embroidery. A delicate white fabric flowed down her back, accompanying her cascading honey-colored hair. The silver hairpins and jewelry she wore glistened under the softly lit surroundings with each step she took. Beautiful, Kyle murmured. However, his voice was heard by the old elf and everyone standing below the platform because the area had fallen silent when the bride arrived. Sinon, Regius, Giant, and Asher laughed quietly at him, but they were left speechless when they witnessed Nine, Carcel, and Alec in a similar state as Kyle, all gazing at the women surrounding Yue. Unperturbed, Kyle stepped down from the platform and made his way towards Yue. He extended his hand towards her with a warm smile, and after she clasped his hand, they both ascended the platform where the old supreme rank was standing. Under the glowing flowers gently falling from the branches of the Tree of Fate, the couple stood, gazing into each other's eyes. All attention was on them as the supreme rank old elf behind them began the wedding ceremony by reciting the vows. The old man first turned to Kyle. Do you, Kyle, take Yue to be your lawfully wedded wife to have and to hold from this day forward for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health until death do you part? Kyle grabbed both of Yue's hands, and with unwavering affection in his eyes he replied, I sure do. The old elf then turned to Yue. She tightly clasped Kyle's hands as the old elf began to speak, and her eyes welled up slightly with overwhelming emotions. Do you, Yue, take Kyle to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health until death do you part? Yue nodded her head, her voice softer than usual, but it was heard by everyone. I do, chapter 695, The Wedding, Part 3. Kyle let out the breath he was holding. It was unbelievable how such simple words had intertwined his and Yue's lives together eternally under the eyes of so many. The old elf smiled and withdrew. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you both husband and wife. Instantly, the surrounding crowd erupted into joyous applause, cheering loudly and showering the newlyweds with heartfelt congratulations and well wishes. The crowd grew even louder as Kyle grabbed Yue's waist and pulled her in for a kiss. The flowers falling from the Tree of Fate seemed to pause in their descent. The moonlight shone brightly above the enchanting and joyous scene. In that moment, Kyle's hold on Yue tightened as his eyes shifted to the man who had arrived on the scene a while ago. Kyle had brushed off the man's presence earlier as he wanted to finish the wedding. Nonetheless, his gaze subtly gleamed with a mocking glint as he locked eyes with the man floating in the distance, whose golden eyes sparkled with amusement. I was wondering why everything was proceeding so smoothly when peace never lasts long in my life. I guess I will just enjoy the moment until that man is quiet. Yue wanted to step back when she noticed Kyle's sudden distraction, but he drew her closer and gazed into her eyes. Focus on me. Yue's face flushed at his bold words. They were in front of a crowd after all. However, when she caught the intensity in his gaze, her eyes widened as she instantly grasped his unspoken message these could be their final moments together. She grabbed his collar and pulled him in for another kiss, causing their friends who had just climbed the platform to halt awkwardly in their tracks and avert their gaze. The awkwardness on the platform shattered when suddenly wild laughter echoed in the distance, followed by the sounds of clapping hands. Everyone in the area was alerted because the laughter didn't blend with the surrounding noise. Instead, it grew louder and louder. The supreme rank individuals, including the Elven Queen and her shadow, eyes widened as they saw the familiar man with golden eyes and long peach-colored hair tied up in a high ponytail floating in the distance. Sino stopped clapping when he noticed Kyle completely ignoring him. What a stunning sight. I originally came here to steal a piece of the Tree of Fate's core, but who could have imagined I would witness such a lovely wedding? Instantly, Ronan and the supreme rank individual who had just guided Kyle and Yue through the wedding vows surrounded the second Shadow General. The duo knew they couldn't defeat the man, especially when he was stronger, but considering that Kyle had injured him before, they could at least try to prevent him from harming their people. Wesley's booming voice echoed across the area, grabbing the attention of all the elves. This is an order. All of you evacuate this location immediately. He hovered next to the queen and her guards with a solemn expression. The elves in the vicinity were puzzled and startled by the sudden turn of events, but they followed Wesley's command without question and began to leave the area. Amidst the fading crowd, a divine-rank elven man with green hair and brown eyes paused momentarily and glanced at Yue's figure one last time before letting out a sigh. Sebastian wiped his moist eyes. I guess I will give up on you now. His elderly father, who had been with him, smacked his head and dragged him away. It was already a miracle that Sebastian lost in the gladiator arena and returned alive, and that the old man survived Kyle's beating. Therefore, the two of them should remain as quiet as possible in Kyle's presence. As the elves began to depart, the Elven Queen and Wesley joined Ronan and the other supreme ranks to surround Sino. Ariana seized her weapon and fixed her gaze on the second Shadow General. I know you are stronger, but you made a grave mistake by coming here alone. If you don't leave immediately, don't blame us for the consequences. The Elven Queen had heard what Sino said earlier, and it only fueled her anger. This bastard was here to steal a piece of the Tree of Fate's spiritual core. The core of the Tree of Fate held all its power and even its consciousness, and if anything happened to it, the tree would fall into a deep slumber until it recovered. However, Sino completely ignored the people around him. His eyes were fixed on Kyle, who wasn't even looking at him. That's a bit irritating. I thought he would at least greet me, considering our history. But he's busy talking with his bride. He paused for a second. Should I kill her? His words had barely left his lips when every individual around Kyle shot furious glares at him, as if they would rip him to shreds if he ever dared to come near. Sino let out a chuckle. His eyes gleamed as he attempted to use one of his skills to send everyone around him flying. However, his skill was consumed by the spiritual energy that erupted from the tree. The branches of the tree began to move to bind him, but he easily evaded them. Ronan snickered at him. This is our territory. Do you really think you could have the upper hand here? Sino simply tilted his head at his words and an artifact appeared in his hand. I thought so. The moment the supreme ranks laid their eyes on the artifact enveloped in pure dark energy, their eyes widened in shock. Some of them had seen it before in the war, while others had only heard about it. It was an artifact capable of destroying everything on a large scale the moment it exploded. Ronan lunged at Sino with a curse. You bastard, how dare you? However, he and everyone around him immediately froze when Sino raised the artifact as if preparing to detonate it. Their hearts sank at the thought, knowing that if the artifact exploded, half of the planet would vanish in an instant. Sino wanted to mock them. It's true he wouldn't be able to destroy this planet with his strength in the presence of the Tree of Fate, but that doesn't mean he couldn't do it with a powerful artifact. He had many such artifacts with him. If one didn't work, he could always use another. He suddenly sensed a threatening gaze on him and turned around with a smirk, having finally captured Kyle's attention. Kyle grabbed Yue's shoulder and let out a smile for a brief moment. I guess it's time to part. I'm sorry that I have to leave right after we got married. Yue smiled and sighed. She wasn't sure why he was leaving or where he was going when they needed to face Sino. But she knew he surely had something on his mind, and it wasn't like Kyle could share it with her in their current situation. I've decided that I will join the war. Don't you dare forget that you have a wife now. She grabbed her weapon, just like Alec and everyone else standing around her, ready to face Sino alongside the elves since they had all heard that Kyle would be leaving. However, everyone's eyes widened as everything around them suddenly slowed down, causing their movements to freeze. Kyle vanished from his spot. The Elven Queen and the Supreme Rank elves looked at Kyle, who appeared beside them momentarily and then disappeared towards Sino, leaving behind a few words. Leave him to me. Everyone was taken aback. The Elven Queen glanced at Kyle's fading figure. She had the power to control a natural law as well, so she wasn't affected much by Kyle, just like Sino and her shadow. Nonetheless, even though she knew Kyle could manipulate the natural law of time, she never imagined his proficiency had reached such an extraordinary level. Kyle's eyes flickered with coldness as he noticed the disbelief in Sino's gaze. It was no surprise, though. He was equally astonished that he could manipulate time around him for such an extended period. He caught the golden-eyed man off guard by suddenly slowing down time and tried to grab Sino's face. However, as anticipated, even though the man was taken by surprise, he leaped back and easily evaded him. Kyle sneered, having already foreseen Sino's movement. He paused for a split second and watched as Sino's figure was engulfed by the portal that had illuminated at the exact spot he had jumped toward. That was easy. With a chuckle, he also jumped into the portal that disintegrated into particles, leaving behind the stunned onlookers who could barely react, as everything happened too quickly for them to stop anything. There was complete silence for a few moments before Bia, who was floating beside Nox and cursing Kyle for seemingly forgetting her again, was also swallowed by a small portal that lit up beneath her body. Alec glanced at the small portal that disappeared with Bia and stabbed his weapon into the platform with a curse. That annoying jerk, we should have seen his intentions when he mentioned he was going to leave. Chapter 696. I'm sure I've seen this pair before. Why did he reveal himself? Seated atop a branch of the Tree of Fate, directly above the platform where Alec and the others were badmouthing Kyle, a man clad in a loose-fitting brown sleeveless top over trousers murmured with knitted brows as he stared at the spot where Sino and Kyle had vanished into the portal. He was enveloped by the very fabric of space, making it impossible for anyone to see him or detect his presence. His sapphire eyes flashed with annoyance. He and Sino were here to quietly extract a piece of the Tree of Fate's spiritual core and leave, yet that bastard had to reveal himself and vanish along with the human who had recently been gaining quiet popularity. Now what am I supposed to search for the Tree of Fate's core all by myself? He scrunched up his nose. I've told Damien countless times not to assign me any tasks with Sino. Sino always does whatever he pleases. The man resembled a human, or perhaps he truly was one, except for the five-petal flower in the center of his forehead, which should have been completely dark but had now taken on a shade of azure. He was the fourth Shadow General in Thrall. His sapphire eyes narrowed at Alec and Lara as he sifted through his memories. I'm sure I've seen this pair before. My memories are a bit hazy due to my time in the Sea of Consciousness, but I know I have encountered them before. Thrall had been in the Sea of Consciousness for the past few years. It is a powerful place that guides those who seek to learn the laws of nature. However, to enter this realm, one must attain the peak of the supreme rank and possess strong comprehension abilities. Otherwise, entering the Sea of Consciousness can be very fatal, as their consciousness would be completely wiped out along with their souls and bodies if they failed to comprehend even one law. Thus, even though it is a renowned place, few dare to venture into it. For that reason, it was not mentioned to many. Yet, even in the face of such danger, Thrall entered the Sea of Consciousness because a few years prior, he had ingested a piece of a divine soul that was far more powerful than its usual strength. Only after fully consuming that fragment of the soul did a few dim, cold particles hidden deep within it surge through his body. Those few tiny particles were eagerly absorbed by the dark energy within him, resulting in a significant increase in his comprehension abilities. This newfound mind strength gave him the confidence to enter the Sea of Consciousness, where he successfully learned two natural laws. Thrall stared at Alec. However, even after some time, he could only recall fragmented snippets of a conversation with a man who looked similar kneeling before him. It's strange, if I had encountered him before, why did I leave him alive? Because of the currents in the Sea of Consciousness, all his trivial memories were rather murky. He remembered all the important ones, as he had protected those memories. However, fully recalling the trivial ones would take him some time. His eyes widened when Alex suddenly glanced directly at the location where he was seated, only to look away in the next moment with a puzzled expression. Did I imagine it, or did he just sense me? Thrall's eyes gleamed with interest. He should make this man his slave, but before that he glanced at the Tree of Fate. I need to obtain a piece of the Tree of Fate's spiritual core. All the preparations are complete, and with this, we can shatter the second-to-last seal that obstructs the path leading outside the universe. He disappeared from his location as nothing else mattered for now. He would first complete the task assigned to him by Damien, the first Shadow General. As for Sino, he knew the man was powerful enough to handle Kyle, and if he couldn't, it wasn't as if the second Shadow General could die, since that man had sent one of his fake bodies here. As for his real body, even he didn't know where it was. After Thrall vanished, Alec once again turned his gaze back to the location where the man had been seated. Did I make a mistake? He scratched his chin, convinced he had sensed the space around that area ripple for a moment. He asked the system, but it had no idea what he was talking about. Sinon noticed Alec's distraction and gave him a light smack on the back. Now that Kyle and Beer are gone, let's get ready to leave this planet as well. What are you wasting time for? With a nod, Alec trailed behind the group, but because he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling, he decided to urge everyone to leave the elven planet immediately. Simultaneously, the Elven Queen and the supreme rank individuals with her worked together to secure the area, ensuring that no other members of the Dark Race had infiltrated their territory. They then erected a spiritual energy barrier around their land to ensure that no enemy could enter without their knowledge. A short while earlier, after Bia was consumed by a portal, she emerged from the other side and quickly steadied herself midair. However, her eyes widened in shock when she witnessed everything around her erupting in an explosion. She swiftly darted in the opposite direction to evade the blast, which surged forward with lightning speed, engulfing everything in its path. Bia cursed loudly. She had just arrived, but what the hell was happening here? In no time, the blast caught up to her and she quickly enveloped herself in a shield to brace for the impact. But before the blast could reach her, Kyle appeared before her. He grabbed her small body and leaped into the portal that lit up before him. Kyle emerged from the other side of the portal and took a moment to steady his breath. Then he glanced at the unknown planet he had arrived on with Sino. His and Bia's eyes reflected the devastation. Nearly 80% of the planet exploded into nothingness under their gaze in just a matter of seconds. Bia took a deep breath and tried to calm her racing heart. What's happening? How can such a big part of a planet just vanish like that? Chapter 697, Who do you think will win this time? Kyle wore a serious expression as he released the phoenix from his hands. It's because of Sino. He triggered the strange artifact enveloped in dark energy in his hands the moment we arrived here. Bia glanced at the destroyed planet, its shattered pieces drifting aimlessly in the dark expanse of space. Wait, wouldn't such large-scale destruction also harm him? Why did he do it? And what about the planet's residents? Oh my gosh, they must have all died. Kyle extended his senses to locate Sino. He was certain that the man would not be harmed by the explosion he had caused. The planet's inhabitants, I don't think we need to worry about them because, based on the dark energy I sensed, I am sure it belongs to the dark side. He had randomly selected the coordinates for the portal he created for Sino, aiming to ensure the location was as far away as possible from the elven planet. Who would have thought that they would end up on a planet linked to the dark side? Still, it's hard to fathom that even after knowing we had arrived on a planet aligned with his side, Sino chose to destroy it. Kyle muttered under his breath and swiftly turned around when he sensed a presence behind him, only to discover Sino floating there, completely unscathed. What a pity, I was genuinely hoping you would be harmed in the explosion. Sino chuckled at his words, softly brushing off the dust from his clothes. The sentiment is mutual, you know. He cast a regretful glance at the planet, 80% of which had been reduced to mere fragments. No, he didn't feel any sorrow for the lives lost in the explosion he caused. His only regret was that he had wasted a valuable artifact, while the target he intended to eliminate with it remained unharmed. Sino let out a sigh, and Kyle formed a portal just as the man suddenly attacked the area where he was with a beam of light. The portal shattered, and the beam of light obliterated everything in its path, but Kyle had already moved away with Bia before the beam could reach them. Bia swiftly transformed into her phoenix form. Immediately, golden flames erupted around her, illuminating the surrounding space with a warm glow. Kyle glanced at her and communicated in her mind. Be careful. He is not weak. The phoenix's eyes narrowed at his words. She wanted to argue that she wasn't weak, but chose to hold off on that confrontation for later, considering currently they were up against a powerful enemy. Sino watched Bia's transformation, his golden eyes reflecting the mesmerizing yet destructive flames. What a sight, I've been meaning to ask. You both have unique flames, don't you? He shifted his gaze to Kyle. Your icy blue flames as well, they're far more powerful than ordinary. Kyle simply sneered. So, are you jealous? Sino's eyes gleamed as he examined Kyle's whole body to see if the human form held something unique within it. However, he clicked his tongue in disappointment when he sensed nothing special. No, not really. I'm just curious if there's a reason behind it. Regardless, who do you think will win this time? He waved his hand, and the dark space around him began to reshape into massive, sharp spear-like structures that pointed their tips toward the human and the phoenix flying opposite him. Last time, the array created by Kyle had reduced his strength. But now, even though his current body was a fake he had created, he could utilize nearly all his strength. Let's see how long you can last now that there's no array to assist you. Sino disappeared from his spot, and all the sharp structures hovering around him surged toward Kyle and Bia. Kyle glanced at the many attacks hurtling toward him and Bia with astonishing speed. His eyes turned white, and immediately everything around him slowed down. Of course, I will win. He didn't stop the attacks. Instead, he quickly turned around and blocked the kick aimed at him from behind. Sino's eyes widened slightly as he observed his movements slow down in sync with the environment. He scrunched up his nose in annoyance. I didn't believe it at first that you could manipulate the time around you, but now I suppose I have to accept it. Both he and Kyle were propelled backward in midair due to the collision. Sino had just managed to stop himself when a wave of golden flames attempted to engulf his body. With a cold expression, he vanished from his position. You stopped me, but what about the attacks that are closing in? His voice resonated in the space. This was the second time Kyle had used the natural law of time against him. Therefore, it was futile for the human to affect him with the same tactic again, since he could simply nullify its effects as the stronger one. Kyle crafted portals before himself and Bia. They swiftly entered the portals just as the time around them resumed its normal pace, and the barrage of attacks hurtling toward them reached their position. The dark space erupted with another thunderous explosion as the numerous spears aimed at the duo converged at a single point. The sheer force of the impact unleashed shockwaves that rippled through the air, distorting the surroundings. Kyle emerged from the portal in the distance. He glanced at the phoenix that appeared behind him. Bia, you can sense me, right? You are slower than both me and Sino. However, through the connection we share, try to pinpoint my location and attack Sino whenever you get the chance. The Phoenix nodded, and before Sino could launch another attack at them, Kyle attacked him first this time. The silver spear materialized in his hand as he clashed with Sino amidst the darkness surrounding them. The air crackled with sparks, and Kyle was pushed backward from the impact. However, thanks to his physique and strength, which had attained the supreme rank, he was not significantly affected, even though Sino rank was higher than him. This bastard has gotten faster. I guess this battle is going to drag on for a long time, Kyle whispered as he charged at Sino once more, who smirked and drew a curved blade shrouded in dark energy to face him. Chapter 698. You have a goal. A deafening explosion erupted in the dark expanse of space, resonating through the void as Sino detonated another artifact, similar to the one he had triggered before. The sound reverberated, reaching the ears of many powerful individuals residing on the planets in the vicinity. Kyle's figure was engulfed by the shockwaves since he was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He believed they were going to engage in close combat when Sino drew his weapon. This bastard! He swore under his breath as he encased himself in ice armor before using instant teleportation to disappear from his spot. His eyes glowed as he utilized nearly all his mental strength to slow down time again, causing the shockwaves approaching Bia to lose their momentum for a while. The Phoenix sustained some minor injuries, but fortunately, she successfully escaped through the portal he created behind her before incurring any serious harm. Kyle spat out blood as he materialized in the distance. His eyes blazed with anger as he gazed at the vibrant light that contrasted sharply with the darkness of space. The very fabric of space before him was distorted by the residual energy released from the explosion, creating ripples that spread through the surrounding area. The one who made the artifacts Sino possessed, I swear I will end that person myself if I ever catch wind of them. He seized his spear and moved in front of Bia when he sensed an attack directed at her. A resounding metallic clang echoed in the air as Kyle's weapon collided with the curved blade held in Sino's hand. Both of them were flung backward from the force of their attacks, and Bia quickly moved aside just before Kyle crashed into her. She noticed Sino charging at Kyle once again and spread her flames everywhere to engulf both herself and Kyle in an effort to halt the Shadow General's advance. Kyle quickly steadied himself and gestured for Bia to disperse the flames. The golden warmth surrounding him scattered, and his eyes turned cold when he met the gaze of the man floating before him, who stared at him with a mocking gleam in his eyes, as if taunting him that he was insignificant now that there was no array to aid him. Kyle clenched his fists. So this is how you want to play, huh? Artifacts, let's see how many more you have got, because I will ensure you use every single one of them in this battle. Sino ignored his words and scanned his body from head to toe. The elegant clothes the human wore for his wedding were now stained with his own blood. Lost in his distraction, he failed to notice the darkness creeping into Kyle's eyes. Shaking his head, he sighed at the human. I wonder how your bride will react when she hears the news of your death. I should go and witness her tear-streaked face. His words were abruptly interrupted as he noticed the tip of the silver spear ominously approaching one of his eyes. But before the spear could reach its destination, his body instinctively moved back to avoid it. Kyle's attack sliced through the air, and the impact caused the surroundings to tremble as he raised his gaze to stare at Sino, who had fallen silent. So what were you saying? His voice resonated more powerfully than usual as he vanished toward the second Shadow General and launched one more attack, this time with even greater force. Sino's hands quivered slightly as he deflected the spear aimed at him, and he caught sight of a crack in the blade in his hands. A curse escaped his lips. Why is his strength so overwhelming? I am sure it's not that much lower than mine. He barely had a moment to think before he noticed the gleaming silver spear hurtling toward him once more. Sino deflected the attack and sent the human, who had completely abandoned any sense of defense and was determined to eliminate him at all costs, flying back. Kyle steadied his body. Without pausing for even a moment, he aimed the spear in his hand at the Shadow General and launched it at the man with all his strength. The spear sliced through the air with a deafening roar, moving forward at an astonishing speed. Sino eyed the incoming attack. All the spiritual energy gathered at the tip of the spear burst forth even before it reached him, creating a destructive whirlwind that engulfed his entire body before he could barely move from his position. The whirlwind immediately expanded to encompass a vast radius. Sino hissed as the winds around him felt like sharp blades threatening to slice into his body. His eyes gleamed, and a surge of dark energy erupted from him, radiating outward to deflect the silver spear aimed at him and dissipate the whirlwind encircling him. Kyle glanced at the man. Just like him, Sino now looked like a mess. The anger and coldness he felt toward the man earlier had faded away. He should have set his emotions aside sooner, just as he usually did when confronting a difficult battle. I think I got too comfortable with so many familiar people around me. I should have never set my goal aside due to them. Sino chuckled and glanced at him. He acknowledged that Kyle's strength was formidable. If only the human were on his side, he could have been a tremendous asset, but what a pity indeed. Additionally, Kyle had destroyed one of his fake bodies, so there was no way he would let him live. He had to kill him at all costs. You have a goal, I'm curious what it is, perhaps I could be of assistance. He was preparing to use another artifact. This time he intended to target the Phoenix, knowing that in doing so, the human would undoubtedly try to save her. Kyle tilted his head and locked eyes with him. Yes, you can actually help me by taking your own life, because my objective is to eliminate all the Shadow Generals. I don't recall the specifics of the grudge, but I'm certain one of you tried to kill me in the past or at least got under my skin. Sino paused for a split second and then burst into laughter. His voice echoed in the air as he stared at Kyle, as if the human had just delivered the biggest joke of his life. You're really funny sometimes, you know. Kyle watched as the silver spear soared toward him and began to silently hover behind his back. However, he didn't grab the spear. Instead, he took out his sword. The sound of loud laughter was getting on his nerves and he wanted to silence it. Funny, this is the first time I have ever heard someone call me that. His words faded into the air as he disappeared from his position and launched an attack on the man. Sino raised his guard the instant he saw Kyle wielding the sword. He knew that Kyle's mastery with the sword far exceeded that of the spear, so he understood he needed to be more cautious now. I can't activate the artifact just yet since Kyle won't let me reach the Phoenix. I need to find a good opportunity. He vanished from his position as well, and the duo collided in the dark expanse. The space around them quaked violently, unleashing sparks of electricity every time their attacks collided. Shockwaves rippled through the air, creating thunderous roars as they engaged in an unrelenting barrage of strikes, striking at each other relentlessly without pause. Sino's eyes narrowed when, all of a sudden, Bia swooped into the battle. The Phoenix unleashed a torrent of golden flames upon him, and he couldn't believe that she could match the incredible speed he and Kyle were currently displaying. His upper clothes were burned, and he sustained minor injuries from the flames, but he wanted to seize the moment and reach the Phoenix, only to realize that she had already departed the area. He couldn't even follow her because Kyle engaged him in battle once more. Bia halted in the distance, observing the battle with solemn eyes. I believe we're going to win. The Shadow Generals haven't utilized any natural laws, which indicates he might not have learned any. If he doesn't use any more artifacts, Kyle should be able to overpower him. Her soul nearly leaped out of her body when an elderly voice sounded behind her. Sino can use natural laws, he just hasn't used them yet. Bia attacked in the direction of the voice, but her strike didn't connect with anyone since the space behind her was empty. She glanced around and was left speechless and shocked when she finally spotted the owner of the voice, who was very far away from her. The voice belonged to an elderly demi-human seated on a floating chair in the distance, surrounded by a few other older individuals, two of whom were men of the human race, and the last was a woman from the dragon race. The elderly individuals were gathered around a round table, munching on seeds as they watched Kyle and Sino battle with intense focus. The demi-human glanced at Bia and offered her a grateful nod. Don't worry, we meant no harm. We were just drawn in by the explosions and came to watch the battle after noticing that the Dark Race's planet, whose inhabitants have been at war with ours for the past 100 years, has been destroyed. The others around him nodded in agreement, gratitude shining in their eyes as they glanced at Bia. After the last attack launched by the Dark Race, they had lost all hope of protecting their remaining alive people from the dark side. However, who could have imagined that the Dark Race's entire planet would be destroyed before they could fully conquer theirs? Chapter 699, A Fake Body. Bia's eyebrow twitched violently, and her anger surged as she sensed the ranks of the old individuals. All of them were merely at the first stage of the transcendent rank, yet they had the audacity to watch Kyle and Sino battle as if they were esteemed. Leave this place before I do something that will erase all of your existence. The older individuals exchanged wary glances when they heard the threat of the Phoenix. They had seen the golden flames the Phoenix wielded and the devastation they could cause. Therefore, they certainly didn't want to get on her bad side. Quickly, they all began to pick up their belongings to leave the area. Suddenly, the only woman among them glanced at Bia. Ah, right. We reached out to one of the 7 elders who are overseeing the war happening at the other end of the universe. While we don't know much about the elders, some time ago, when the nature's favorite injured Sino, many planets that had sent their people to join the war were instructed to notify the elders if they even saw a glimpse of the second Shadow General. The demi-human beside her paused in his actions and let out a melancholic sigh. Did you just mention the famous figure known as the nature's favorite? That strong young human I want to meet before I die. I have only heard stories about how he killed the 3rd Shadow General and even injured Sino from the youngsters who competed in the gladiator arena. Everyone's attention was captured by his words, and Bia's ears also perked up at the mention of the title Kyle had chosen for himself in the gladiator arena. What did he just say? Confusion flickered in the Phoenix's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the group. Famous? Who? Kyle. She was about to use her flames on the older individuals, intending to drive them away to prevent any accidental deaths if Sino triggered another artifact. However, upon hearing the demi-human, she paused and began to listen to the conversation. The old demi-human glanced at the battle happening in the distance. Regardless, I never thought another powerful individual who could fight Sino head-on existed. I nearly thought he was the nature's favorite, if only I didn't know that the nature's favorite have silver hair. The two humans with him nodded in agreement, one of them even gestured toward Bia with a sigh. Right, he even has a formidable fire phoenix, what a coincidence. Suddenly, the old woman next to the trio smacked them. The phoenix had just given them a warning that could threaten their lives, yet they still had time to chit-chat. It was true, they all held deep respect for the nature's favorite because of the feat he had accomplished. They were well aware of the fear that the Shadow Generals had been instilling throughout the entire universe, and Kyle's actions had earned him considerable acclaim in their eyes. They would always honor the nature's favorite, whoever he may be. However, now wasn't the time to praise him. They needed to leave before the phoenix burned them to ashes. The woman glared at the trio and they quickly began to scatter back to their planets. In the end, only the woman remained. She glanced at Bia. I sincerely apologize for our actions. The reality is, we have grown old, which is why we were overcome with emotions when we saw that the enemies we had been battling for years were eliminated just like that. She looked at the fierce battle unfolding between Kyle and Sino in the distance. It's so easy for him, isn't it, fighting someone so powerful? Even though I can tell he's weaker from their exchange, he's still confronting Sino head-on. Bia sighed in agreement. Suddenly, golden light enveloped her entire body and she transformed into a human. He is strong, but what sets him apart from others is the fact that he's crazy. Just look at how the injuries are accumulating on his body, yet he continues to fight. She adjusted the feathery outfit around her body, feeling slightly uncomfortable before glancing at the woman. You may have never seen him before, but I can tell from your eyes, you recognize that he is the nature's favorite. The woman nodded quietly. She hadn't given it much thought when she followed the others to investigate the sounds of the explosions. But now, feeling the sharp gaze of the phoenix upon her, she felt a wave of nervousness. It seemed wiser not to lie. The others are a bit slow on the uptake, so they easily miss the fact that hair color can change for a variety of reasons. She took a deep breath. I shall take my leave. Please tell your companion to stay alive. I am certain one of the elders is on their way to help him. Bia chuckled at her words and shook her head, her golden hair flowing in the air. Well, he wouldn't die even if no help came. I've known him long enough to assure you of that. Just go and make sure I don't see you or anyone else near this area again. The woman let out a wry smile. All right. I said that because I don't want to see the man who had the potential to end the chaos this universe is facing to die. She turned around to leave the area but paused and glanced at Bia. But does the nature's favorite know that the person he's fighting right now might just be a fake body of the original? She pondered for a second, unaware of how Bia's eyes darkened at her words. I guess he knows since he has fought Sino before. The second Shadow General never takes risks. He would never fight the nature's favorite with his real body when he knows what his enemy is capable of. The woman's figure vanished in the distance. She wanted to help Kyle and Bia, just like the others individuals who were with her, but they refrained from interfering in the battle after witnessing the strength that Kyle and Sino were displaying. With their current abilities, they would only end up dead if they attempted to help. Bia glanced at Kyle and Sino as they clashed in the distance once again. She couldn't pinpoint their exact location due to their speed, but through the connection she shared with Kyle, she could sense that he had nearly exhausted all his spiritual and divine energy. A curse escaped her lips. Damn it, Kyle is sacrificing so much, but in the end the person we're trying to eliminate might just be a fake body of the original. There's no gain in this battle. She transformed back into her phoenix form and tried to communicate with Kyle. At first he didn't hear her as his mind and attention were consumed by the enemy before him. But after several failed attempts, Bia's eyes lit up when Kyle finally caught her voice. A weary voice resonated in her mind. What are you saying? Repeat it. Kyle's expression turned even more emotionless when Bia revealed that the person he was fighting might just be a fake body. In the gladiator arena, Sino had also used a fake body. If this was true now as well, there was no way they could kill him. He mused to himself as he swiftly executed the first move of his sword art to send Sino staggering back to catch his breath. A fake body. I have my suspicions, but I'm not sure. I need to look deeper into his body to confirm, but there's a barrier around the space where his soul resides. He had sensed the presence of the old people watching the battle from a distance the moment they arrived in the area, as his scent perception skill was active. However, since all of them were relatively weak and posed no threat to him or Bia, he dismissed their presence. Regardless, if they had interfered, he would have found a way to eliminate them. Fortunately, they left before that became necessary. Kyle glanced at Sino. They had been fighting for some time, and he had already sensed the man's desire to reach Bia, as the latter had attempted it multiple times during the battle. He concluded that Sino wanted to use an artifact similar to the ones he had employed earlier again, but this time on Bia. But would he allow that? Of course not. It doesn't matter if it's a fake body or not because I am going to end him. He charged at Sino again, while Bia informed him about the conversation she had with the people she met, revealing that a powerful elder from the war occurring at the other end of the universe would arrive soon to assist them to defeat Sino. Kyle clicked his tongue as he locked eyes with the golden-eyed man staring at him. Beads of sweat trickled down both of their bodies due to the immense pressure they were exerting on each other. It's going to become problematic if someone comes here to interfere. Let's try to end this as soon as possible.